Picture a medieval castle under siege, where amid the chaos, a defiant knight stands atop the battlements, ready to fight to the end. In one legendary standoff in 1152, King Stephen of England threatened to catapult a hostage child against a castle wall unless the garrison surrendered. The boy's father, the knight John Marshall, shocked everyone by coldly replying he still had the hammers and anvils to forge a better son. Incredibly, the king balked, and the child, William Marshall, who would later become famous as the greatest knight of his age, survived. This is just one little anecdote that sets the stage for our journey into the lives of medieval knights who defied kings, broke oaths, and in general just shattered the expectations of their era. We're going far from the courtly paragons of chivalry in the storybooks. We're looking at the rebel knights that lived by their own rules. By turns they were heroic, cunning, cruel sometimes, but above all they were interesting, and they certainly broke the mold of their time. So if you'll spend the next hour with me, we can learn about a few of these rebel knights. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel, though. Good to have you here. And I will begin with the customary thank you to those who are supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who check out the merch store and the occasional donation through Super Thanks and the PayPal link. It's because of you that this entire channel is ad-free, an oasis in the sea of slop. Every time you leave the house these days, or even when you go home, there's advertisements everywhere. I want you to know that you're not going to get them here. In any case, thank you to those supporting. And if you're not in a position to support, well, how about you just like the video, leave a comment, subscribe, and tell your friends about it. That's really going to help us out. But all that being said, let's get on with the video now. Well, let's begin in 1066, or rather in the few years after it, this time of Norman conquest. Most of England bowed to William the Conqueror's iron rule, and those who didn't, well, they got the pointy end of it. But there was one region, the Isle of Ely, a swampy enclave of rebel resistance, and they refused to yield. It was here that an English nobleman named Hereward earned the nickname the Wake, meaning the watchful, leading a band of outlaws and refugees in defiance of Norman authority. Now, though he was not a knight in the Norman sense, Hereward was every bit the warrior chieftain, and later folklore would remember him as an archetypal English rebel knight. So that's why we're including him. According to monastic chronicles like the Liber Eliensis and the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Hereward had been exiled in his youth and returned to find his family lands seized by invaders. Burning for revenge, he raised a revolt in the Fenlands. And in 1070 to 71, when a Danish fleet briefly joined the English uprising, Hereward and his allies seized the Isle of Ely as a fortress. King William besieged the isle, determined to root out this last annoying little pocket of resistance. And what happened next passed into legend. The Normans were unable to penetrate the treacherous marshes by force, so they resorted to psychological warfare. They erected a wooden siege tower and placed a witch atop it. This sorceress, perched high above the reeds, began hurling curses at the English rebels, loudly prophesying their doom. Interesting strategy, that's for sure, and the Normans hoped that fear and superstition would break the defenders' resolve. But Hereward was not so easily cowed. As the witch chanted, the English launched a sudden counterattack. They set fire to the dry reeds and rushes of the marsh. One 12th century account claims the flames caught onto the wooden siege tower itself. With a crack of timbers and a billowing of smoke, down the tower went. The unfortunate witch, overcome by fire and fear, fell to her death. The Liber Eliensis tartly records, quote, "She who had come to bring death upon others perished herself first by a broken neck." In the confusion, though, Hereward's men even managed to rout part of the besieging army. King William, unaccustomed to such humiliation, certainly being on quite a winning streak at the time, was said to be furious and deeply unnerved by the failure. That rebel knight of the fens had made the conqueror taste defeat. But ultimately, Ely fell, not through a battle, but through treachery. Bribed monks supposedly guided Norman troops through a secret path, and the rest was pretty unpleasant. But what about Hereward? Well, he narrowly escaped capture. And this is where the arguments begin about what happened. Some sources say he went out in a blaze of glory fighting Normans in the woods later on. Others suggest he accepted a pardon and lived out his days quietly. But whatever the truth is, his exploits were celebrated by later generations as proof that one bold warrior could defy an empire. Hereward the Wake's tale, passed down in chronicles and ballads, set a template for the noble outlaw knight in English lore, a man who fought oppression with wits and courage, unconstrained by the usual bonds of feudal loyalty. Well, let's travel now to medieval Spain, where we meet a knight whose very name became legend, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, better known as El Cid Campeador, the Lord Champion. Living in the tumultuous 11th century during the Reconquista, El Cid was a masterful warrior, but he was also a master of his own fate. He served kings when it suited him, but he would just as soon fight for himself, or even for the Muslim emirs if that advanced his goals. In an age when knights swore undying fealty to their lords, El Cid broke the mold by selling his sword to the highest bidder, and ultimately carving out his own principality. Originally a rising favorite in the court of King Alfonso VI of Castile, he earned renown in battles against both Christian rivals and Moorish realms, Moorish being the Muslims, by the way. They would call them the Moors. Well, this prowess won him the honorific Campeador, meaning a champion who had triumphed in single combat. But his very success also bred jealousy. After a dispute involving unauthorized warfare, Rodrigo attacked the Moorish kingdom of Toledo without Alfonso's approval, and earlier had publicly humiliated a powerful noble. King Alfonso exiled him around 1081. And that was when, suddenly cast out from Christian society, El Cid became a knight-errant, leading a band of loyal followers into an uncertain future. But he didn't languish in disgrace. He turned exile into an opportunity. He offered his military genius to the Muslim emir of Zaragoza, and for nearly a decade fought as the emir's champion. So imagine that scene, a Spanish Christian knight commanding an army of Moors against other Christians and their allies. That was practically heresy to some, and fair enough too. But to Rodrigo, warfare was just his job, and political loyalties were negotiable. That being said, the government would throw him under the bus at any turn anyway, so one can hardly blame him for going where the money is. In any case, During these years he defeated formidable enemies, Christian kings of Aragon and Barcelona among them. That enhanced his fame and fortune, while he learned the intricate politics of Al-Andalus. Now the very name El Cid comes from the Spanish Arabic Al-Sayyid, meaning the Lord, a title bestowed upon him by grateful Muslim allies. By the late 1080s, our knight had become a seasoned warlord fluent in both Christian and Islamic courts, a rarity that made him all the more formidable. But fate gave El Cid another chance to shape his own destiny, when a new danger, the fanatical Almoravid Empire in North Africa, swept into Spain. King Alfonso VI, desperate after a disastrous defeat by the Almoravids, recalled El Cid to Christian service. Rodrigo returned briefly to Alfonso's side, but the reunion was short-lived and quite uneasy. Soon he was off again on his own, pursuing the greatest prize of his career, the rich Mediterranean city of Valencia. Through shrewd diplomacy, siege warfare, and occasional treachery, El Cid took Valencia from its Muslim ruler in 1094. He then installed himself as effectively an independent prince. Though he paid lip service to King Alfonso, in practice he ruled Valencia as his personal domain, a Christian lord of a largely Muslim city, even striking coins in his name. So for the remaining years of his life, El Cid held on to Valencia against all newcomers, the Almoravid armies, the rival Spaniards too, cementing a legacy that straddled the line between outlaw and hero. The famous epic poem, El Cantar de mi Cid, composed not long after his death, recounts how he even in death supposedly won a battle. His corpse, armored and set upon his horse, terrified the besieging Moors of Valencia into flight. Now, in reality, after Rodrigo's death in 1099, his widow surrendered Valencia to the Almoravids in 1102. Must have been turning in his grave. Well, the Cid's autonomous lordship had ended. But the fact remains that for a few shining years, a knight with no crown made himself king in all but name. His story is embroidered with many colorful anecdotes reflecting his wiliness. One legendary tale from the epic describes how upon being exiled with nothing, he needed funds to raise an army. He cleverly filled 2 heavy chests with sand and persuaded 2 moneylenders in Burgos to loan him a large sum, telling them the chests were full of gold and jewels as collateral. Well, after Cid rode off, the lenders discovered the trick. But by then he was long gone, leading his mercenaries eastward. Now, whether that's true or not, it captures a popular image of El Cid as a rogue knight who outsmarted foes and friends alike. And despite bending the rules of chivalry, he's remembered in Spain as a kind of national hero, celebrated for his military genius and independent spirit that allowed him to transcend the petty loyalties of kings and kingdoms. He was a man of his own, getting what he wanted from the world. Now that's a trailblazer, if I've ever heard of one. Personifying the rebel knight as a master of his own destiny, loyal ultimately to honor and gain, not to any one lord. Well, let's move on to Crusader times. There's few medieval knights that have more fearsome of a reputation than Reynald of Chatillon, a 12th century French crusader who earned infamy for his ruthless and rebellious streak. Reynald, who's also called Reginald or Renaud, arrived in the Holy Land during the Second Crusade, and soon proved that he bowed to no authority except to his own ambition. Through marriage he became the Prince of Antioch, and later the Lord of Transjordan. but he quarreled violently with his Christian allies and gleefully violated treaties with Muslim powers. His lawless actions helped to ignite a war that engulfed the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, and it led to catastrophe. Contemporary chronicles, like the Archbishop William of Tyre, condemn Reynald as a troublemaker of insane audacity. Early in his career as the Prince of Antioch, Reynald's greed led him to torture the Latin Patriarch of Antioch in a grotesque bid for money. The story goes that when the Patriarch refused to finance Reynald's military schemes, Reynald had the old churchman stripped naked, smeared in honey, and left exposed on a rooftop under the blazing Levantine sun. Insects swarmed, stinging and biting the cleric, until he agreed to pay a ransom for his release. Now that's a shocking sacrilege. It scandalized even Reynald's fellow crusaders, but it was just a foretaste of his bold disregard for conventions. In 1156, Reynald also launched a brutal raid on Cyprus, which was then a Byzantine Christian island, friendly to the Crusader states. He claimed vengeance for an unpaid debt, but his forces ravaged Cyprus mercilessly, looting towns, burning churches, and allegedly assaulting nuns. Such violence against fellow Christians was unheard of. After all, the Crusades were called as a response to violence on Christians in the Holy Land, and now the Christians were doing the violence. It wasn't meant to be like that, wasn't it? Well, King Baldwin III of Jerusalem was so appalled that he offered to hand Reynald over to the Byzantine Emperor for punishment. Well, Reynald was not going to have that. To save himself, Reynald had to literally grovel for imperial mercy. I'm talking on both knees, kissing the feet. He traveled to Constantinople and reportedly did cast himself at Emperor Manuel's feet with a rope tied around his neck, begging forgiveness. Any sort of cred that he had earned from his exploits certainly gone with that. It's very hard to look cool after that one. Well, I think the Emperor maybe just pitied him, because the Emperor decided to spare him. But that humiliation was seared into memory. William of Tyre wrote, "The glory of the Latins was turned to shame." Fate removed Reynald from the stage for a while. He was captured by Muslim forces in 1161, and he spent the next 15 years rotting in a dungeon in Aleppo. Many likely hoped that that was the end of him. But in 1176 he was released for a hefty ransom or in a prisoner exchange, and he came roaring back into the political scene. He soon married a wealthy heiress, Stephanie of Mili, which made him Lord of Krak-de-Moab and Karak in Transjordan, two crucial castles controlling the caravan routes south of the Dead Sea. He was older, but unrepentant. Reynald now held a position where his recklessness could have even greater impact on the kingdom's fate. And he wasted no time in provoking the Muslim leader Saladin, who by the 1180s had united Egypt and Syria and loomed as the greatest foe of Christendom. When a truce was in place between King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem and Saladin, yes, that's the one with leprosy, Reynald flatly ignored it. In 1181, he attacked a rich caravan traveling between Egypt and Syria. Not an act of war, but more of banditry, and one that violated sworn peace. Now Saladin was understandably furious and demanded that the king of Jerusalem rein in his vassal. But Reynald arrogantly refused to return his plunder. Emboldened, he then undertook one of the most daring and, to Muslimize, sacrilegious exploits of the age. He built ships, had them carried in pieces on camelback to the Red Sea, and in 1182 launched a pirate fleet. Renown's crews raided ports and preyed on merchant vessels, spreading panic that the Crusaders might even strike the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. One raiding party actually reached the town of Rabig, not far from Mecca itself, before Saladin's navy hunted them down. Now this audacity, a Frankish lord desecrating the Red Sea, Islam's home waters, escalated Saladin's determination to annihilate the Crusader presence. Even fellow Crusaders viewed Reynaud as a liability, yet he continued to play kingmaker. In 1186, after the death of Baldwin IV and his nephew Baldwin V, Reynaud supported the controversial coronation of Guy de Lusignan as King of Jerusalem. That same year, Reynaud struck another caravan, reportedly capturing Saladin's sister in the process. Well, this final outrage pushed tensions to the breaking point. Saladin swore an oath to personally kill Reynaud for his treachery. War erupted in 1187, with Saladin invading the kingdom of Jerusalem on a mission with a bit of revenge and conquest mixed together. The climax came at the Battle of Hattin in July of 1187, where Saladin's forces crushed the Crusader army. Reynaud of Chatillon was among the captives brought before Saladin. The Sultan offered a drink of iced water to the defeated King Guy of Lusignan as a sign of mercy. But when Guy handed the cup to Reynaud, Saladin intervened. Sharing a drink symbolized a promise of life, and Saladin had no intention of sparing Reynaud. Facing the man who had tormented his people and defied every code of honor, Saladin reminded Reynaud of his crimes. And then, keeping his vow, Saladin drew his sword and personally beheaded Reynaud. One chronicle describes Saladin's strike cutting through Reynaud's shoulder. His guards finished the grisly work of decapitation. The other Crusader captives looked on in stunned silence as Reynaud's lifeless body was dragged away. And thus ended the tale of Reynaud of Chatillon, a knight who gained infamy as a pirate, a warmonger, and an oath-breaker. In the aftermath, Christian writers often blamed Reynaud for having brought ruin on the kingdom by goading Saladin into war. And they're quite right to do so. Because indeed, within months of Hattin, Jerusalem fell, and the Crusader kingdom went into its death spiral. Reynaud's rebellious career shows how one unprincipled knight, acting out of greed and arrogance, could ruin the entire plan, altering the course of history forever. He is remembered as the epitome of the rogue knight. Fearless, lawless, but ultimately self-destructive. But not all rebel knights fought solely with the sword. Some wielded words just as lethally. Our next story is about Bertrand de Born, a 12th century Occitan knight from France's Limousin region, famed both as a warrior and as a troubadour poet. He used his poetry to stir up conflict and rebellion, earning himself a lasting infamy. In fact, Dante Alighieri placed Bertrand in hell as a sower of discord in his work The Divine Comedy, which I did do a 14-hour reading of, by the way, if you're interested in that. Well, Bertrand's life demonstrates how a knight could defy the social order, not only by direct action, but by cunning manipulation and incendiary rhetoric. Let's get a bit of background first. Bertrand was lord of the castle of Hautefort, and from the start, he proved to be quite quarrelsome. He fought a protracted civil war against his own brother for control of their family lands. More consequentially, Bertrand involved himself in the tumultuous Angevin politics of King Henry II of England's dominions in France. The Plantagenet royal family was beset by rivalry. Henry's sons, Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, and others, repeatedly rose in rebellion against their father. Bertrand de Born took full advantage of the strife. He became fast friends with Henry the young king, Henry II's eldest surviving son, by the way, and egged him on in revolt. Contemporary chroniclers accuse Bertrand of being an instigator behind the scenes. He penned verses glorifying warfare, and even satirical political poems mocking peace. In one of his poems, Bertrand exalted that, quote, "I love the joyous time of Easter, that makes the leaves and flowers come out, and I love to see on the meadows tents and pavilions spread." Now, of course, he's referring to an encampment. Seems to revel in the sights and sounds of battler's delight. This warrior poet idealized the chaos of feudal conflict. According to legend, he addressed the young king as "my lord," and encouraged him not to submit to his father's will. Some later writers even claimed Bertrand's tongue was the serpent that poisoned the bond between Henry and his heir, though this may exaggerate the role. There were plenty of genuine grievances that drove the rebellions. He just didn't make it any better. Nevertheless, Bertrand fought alongside Henry the young king in the rebellion of 1173 to 74, and again in 1183. And while King Henry II eventually crushed these uprisings, and the young king died of dysentery during the campaign of 1183, on his deathbed, the prince reportedly expressed regret and asked for his father's forgiveness. King Henry, in his grief, came to believe that Bertrand de Born's meddling had helped turn his son against him. There is that old saying, "Your child is only one friend away from complete disaster." One medieval account has Henry II memorably declaring that Bertrand had always sought to kindle war, and that his songs had kindled the fire of strife between father and son. Well, the fallout for Bertrand was severe. After losing his patron and ally, he was besieged by none other than Richard the Lionheart, who at the time was still loyal to his father. Richard stormed Bertrand's castle and briefly sent Bertrand to prison. Facing the wrath of the Angevin king, Bertrand changed tune and begged for clemency. He supposedly composed a humble lament for the king's death that moved Henry II to mercy. According to a possibly apocryphal story, Henry II himself restored Bertrand's lands after hearing his contrite verses, a testament to the power of poetry even in war. So Bertrand de Born thus survived his brush with royal fury, and when Richard the Lionheart later rebelled in turn and became king in 1189, Bertrand served Richard and even went on the Third Crusade with him. The restless troubadour knight continued to stir up trouble in King Richard's quarters with King Philip II of France, writing biting satires urging Richard to war. Only in his old age did Bertrand retire to a monastery, perhaps seeking spiritual absolution for his lifetime of troublemaking. Now, we mentioned Dante Alighieri. He was writing over a century later and delivered the final verdict on Bertrand's legacy. In Dante's Inferno, that is Canto 28, the poet meets Bertrand born among the sowers of discord in the eighth circle of hell. Bertrand is depicted carrying his severed head like a lantern, a symbolic punishment for a man whose scheming tongue tore apart the bond between Henry II and his son. Dante has Bertrand's damned soul proclaim, quote, "Thus I carry my brain, alas, separated from its source which is in this trunk. In me you may see the perfect contrapasso," contrapasso being punishment fitting the sin. Well, it's this final gruesome image that immortalized Bertrand as the archetype of the knight who glorified and incited rebellion. But history might treat Bertrand de Born with a little bit more nuance than Dante's poetic justice allows. He was, after all, acting in a feudal world, where rebellion was just another tool of ambitious nobles, and many shared blame in the conflicts he joined. Yet his own contemporaries recognized a dangerous cleverness in him. He blurred the line between knight and propagandist, showing how a sharp pen could amplify the impact of a sword. In any case, Bertrand's life reminds us that not all rebel knights were outcasts, or I suppose we could say lone wolves. Some like him thrived in the world of noble politics, using their wit and a little bit of violence interchangeably to shape events to their liking. Now let's look at another one. By the 13th century, discontent with royal rule sometimes led to entire factions of knights and nobles collectively rebelling. The figurehead of one of the most dramatic of such uprisings was Simon de Montfort, the Earl of Leicester, a French-born nobleman who became the leader of England's barons in a revolt against King Henry III. Montfort's rebellion, the Second Barons' War between 1264 and 67, wasn't a selfish grab for power alone. It had an ideological tinge, aiming to reform the realm's governance. But in the process, Simon de Montfort showed how a rebel knight could, at least for a time, wield more authority than the king himself. Simon de Montfort was a younger son of a famous Crusader family. His father led the Albigensian Crusade in southern France, one of the more dirtier crusades, I think. Simon came to England, married King Henry III's sister, and rose to prominence at court. Initially a trusted advisor, he later grew critical of the king's mismanagement and favoritism toward the foreign courtiers. Many English barons shared those grievances, which centered on heavy taxation and the erosion of feudal rights. Eventually, discord led to the Provisions of Oxford in 1258, an attempt by the baronial party to impose a constitutional framework on the king. Montfort was at the forefront of pressing Henry III to accept these reforms. When the king backtracked on the agreements, Montfort and his allies raised armies. Civil war erupted in 1264, and despite being in his mid-50s, a very advanced age for battlefield command then, Simon de Montfort proved to be an energetic and capable general. At the Battle of Lewes in May of 1264, he led the baronial forces to a stunning victory over the royal army. King Henry III and his son Prince Edward, the future Edward I, were captured, and in the aftermath, Montfort was made the de facto ruler of England. He did something extraordinary then. He summoned a parliament in 1265 that, for the first time in English history, included not only nobles and clergy, but also commoners, town burgesses, knights of the shires, etc. This Montfort's Parliament is often celebrated as a pioneering step towards parliamentary democracy, and you can imagine the scene in Westminster. The rebel Earl, stern yet idealistic, surrounded by knights and citizens deliberating over the kingdom's governance, or while a captive king watched on as a bystander. It was a revolutionary inversion of the social order, a subject effectively dictating to his sovereign. Montfort's regime, however, made him many enemies. Some barons feared he was becoming a tyrant himself, and others simply saw an opportunity to regain royal favor. In 1265, Prince Edward escaped captivity and rallied royalist forces. A decisive clash came at the Battle of Evesham in August of 1265. Montfort, vastly outnumbered, faced the king's army in what he reportedly called a death for God's sake, fighting bravely alongside his loyal knights, including his own son. Montfort was defeated and then killed right there on the battlefield. The royalists, bent on vengeance, subjected his corpse to a horrific indignity. His body was mutilated, hacked apart, limb from limb. Chroniclers record that his head and his hands and his feet were all cut off. One of his severed body parts, accounts differ whether it was his head or another piece, was even sent to a noble lady who loathed him, as a grotesque kind of trophy. So deep was the hatred that Montfort's memory was officially damned by the victors, at least for a time. Yet despite this grisly end, the popular opinion on Montfort was remarkably favourable in many quarters. To the commons and the church, he had been a champion of justice, so much that rumours of miracles at his grave circulated in the years after his death. Some townspeople and monks quietly revered him, almost as a saintly martyr who died for England's liberties. Though the crown tried to suppress such veneration, after all he was a traitor in royal eyes, the idea of Montfort as a righteous rebel lived on. Centuries later, historians would praise him as the founder of the House of Commons for his parliamentary innovations. Simon de Montfort's rebellion shows the dual faces of a knight's legacy. On one hand, he was a traitor who broke his oath to the king and met a traitor's fate. On the other hand, his cause, reforming royal government, was vindicated in the long run, and his method, calling an assembly of the realm, set a precedent for more representative governance. Montfort operated in the grey space between feudal obligation and higher principles. His life and death illustrate how a rebel with a clear vision, a strong sword arm that is, could, albeit briefly, remake the political order. But they also warn that medieval power struggles were unforgiving. Even a noble cause might end on the cutting block if fortune turned against you. But of course, no video about rebel knights is complete without the Scottish Wars of Independence, where knights fought to throw off the English domination. In the late 13th century, Sir William Wallace emerged as a leader of a Scottish resistance against King Edward I of England. Wallace was a minor noble, some say not even knighted until later. But in 1297, he rallied common Scots and fellow knights to rise up. In September of that year, he won a stunning victory at the Battle of Stirling Bridge, using strategy and the terrain. Wallace's smaller force ambushed the English as they crossed a narrow bridge, routing a much larger army. In the wake of this triumph, Wallace was knighted, and he was named Guardian of Scotland, effectively heading the government in the name of the exiled Scottish king. However, the success was short-lived. In 1298, Edward retaliated with a massive invasion and defeated Wallace's forces at Falkirk. Wallace slipped into guerrilla warfare and reportedly even travelled abroad seeking support. But eventually, he was betrayed. In 1305, the English captured him and put him on trial for treason. Wallace famously denied being a traitor, having never sworn loyalty to Edward. But he was condemned anyway. His execution was especially cruel. He was hanged, drawn, and quartered. Wallace was strangled by hanging, but cut down alive, and then he was mutilated and beheaded, his severed head displayed on London Bridge, and his limbs were sent to Scottish towns as a grim warning. Rather than break Scottish resolve, Wallace's martyrdom only deepened it. He became a symbol of defiance, inspiring his countrymen in death. And so Scotland's fight continued under Robert the Bruce, a nobleman of royal blood who had initially cooperated with the English. In 1306, Bruce made a fateful decision to turn rebel. He quarrelled with his political rival John Comyn and killed him at a church altar, and then quickly seized the crown of Scotland for himself. King Edward I branded Bruce a traitor and a murderer, and Bruce had to flee into the Highlands when Edward's armies overran his coronation site. But Bruce did not give up. Over the next few years, he waged a dogged guerrilla campaign, gradually winning back castles and territories from English control. And his turning point came in 1314 at the Battle of Bannockburn, when Robert the Bruce outnumbered Scottish knights and spearmen achieved a decisive victory against Edward II, the late Edward I's son. Bannockburn was one of the greatest upsets in medieval military history. Robert's strategy and the fierce resolve of his knights shattered the larger English army and secured Scotland's independence. In the years after, Robert solidified his rule, and eventually the English crown agreed to recognize Scotland's sovereignty. And so Robert the Bruce, once a rebel in hiding, reigned as an acknowledged king until his death in 1329. His journey from outlawed knight to victorious monarch showed that a rebellion, if successful, could be recast as patriotism. And together, the stories of William Wallace and Robert the Bruce showed two sides of the fight for freedom. One knight paid with his life. Another got a crown. But not all rebel knights fought over crowns or countries. Some took up arms for religious reform and paid the price. Let's talk about Sir John Oldcastle, an English knight and one-time friend of King Henry V. But he also became a leader of the Lollards, a proto-Protestant religious movement critical of the Catholic Church. Oldcastle's convictions drove him to rebellion against the king he had once served, making him an early martyr figure for the cause of reform, but also a traitor in the eyes of the crown. Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, had distinguished himself in an early career. He was a veteran soldier who fought bravely in King Henry IV's wars against the Welsh and in France. He was a jovial companion to Prince Hal, the future Henry V, in the prince's wilder youth. Shakespeare later immortalized a fictionalized version of this prince and knight camaraderie in the character of Falstaff, originally named Oldcastle in the early drafts, until protests from Oldcastle's descendants forced a change. But unlike Shakespeare's cowardly comic Falstaff, the real Oldcastle was serious-minded and devout. By around 1410, Oldcastle had embraced Lollardry, a movement inspired by John Wycliffe's teachings. Lollards advocated for scriptures in English, criticized the wealth of the church, and questioned doctrines like transubstantiation. Now, transubstantiation, by the way, is basically, from my understanding, you know how they do the wine for the blood and the crackers for the body? Well, they say that, well, once you drink the wine, once it goes into your body, it literally turns into the blood of Christ. Same with the crackers. Once you eat the crackers, you swallow them, well, then it turns into the body of Christ. That's transubstantiation. If anyone wants to correct me in the comments, please go ahead. It's probably a bit more complicated than that. Well, in any case, this put them on a collision course with the church authorities and the monarchy, which saw heresy as a threat to social order. Initially, because of Oldcastle's favour with Prince Hal, he was shielded from prosecution. However, once Henry V became king in 1413, he felt obliged to crack down on heresy to please the church and solidify his rule. In 1413, Oldcastle was arrested and tried for heresy. Presented with articles of faith to recant, he refused. The chroniclers say that in dramatic interrogation, Oldcastle defended his Lollard beliefs unabashedly. He was convicted as a heretic and sentenced to burn. But he managed a daring escape from the Tower of London just a few days before his execution. Now a wanted outlaw, Oldcastle did not flee the country as some might. Instead, he organized a plot to overthrow King Henry V. He and fellow Lollards planned an uprising in early 1414. They would gather secretly at St. Giles Fields outside London, incite the populace, capture the king, and enforce reform, perhaps even instilling a more sympathetic ruler or a council. Henry V, forewarned of the conspiracy, ambushed the would-be rebels, and the result was chaos. Dozens of Lollards arrested and later executed. But Oldcastle slipped away, yet again, becoming a fugitive for several years. The king issued proclamations for his capture, painting him as a diabolical traitor. Oldcastle, for his part, allegedly plotted to kidnap the king on multiple occasions, and maintained clandestine contacts with other dissenters. He evaded capture through a mix of luck and help of sympathetic commoners who sheltered him. Finally, in late 1417, Sir John Oldcastle was betrayed and seized in Wales. And by this time, Henry was in France waging war, the Agincourt campaign and beyond. The English authorities were keen to eliminate this lingering source of sedition, so Oldcastle was brought to London and condemned, both as a traitor and a heretic, a double damnation that the church and crown reserved for someone who challenged both spiritual and monastic order. In December of 1417, Oldcastle was hanged over a fire and burned alive. This method, simultaneous hanging and burning, was unusual and symbolically potent, signifying punishment for both treason and heresy. You'd be hanged for treason and burned for the heresy, so best of both worlds, I suppose. Oldcastle died, reportedly still steadfast in his faith, forgiving his executioners. To the establishment chroniclers, he was a cautionary tale of prideful insurrection. But later Protestant writers in the Reformation, a century afterward, hailed Oldcastle as a forerunner of the cause. The good Lord Cobham, who died for the true faith against a corrupt church and a tyrant king. Well and truly by the side of the Lord in heaven, as they say. Now, this rebellion was thus rooted in ideology more than in feudal politics or ambition. He wasn't trying to become a king, he wasn't trying to get rich, he was just doing what he thought was right spiritually. But it does demonstrate that the knightly class, typically seen as pillars of the old order, could also harbor new ideas. And when those ideas collided with loyalty to a king, Oldcastle chose principle over allegiance. A pretty unusual and risky stance for a knight. Now I think we've saved the best till last. Chivalry held that a true knight should protect the innocent and uphold virtue. But the next figure grotesquely inverted that ideal. Gilles de Rais, a French knight of the 15th century, went from celebrated war hero to a perpetuator of some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. And while not a rebel in the political sense, Gilles rebelled against every moral and religious law, committing evil on a scale that made him a rebel against humanity itself. Once, Gilles de Rais was the kind of knight young men idolized. Born to great wealth, entitled Baron de Rais, he even fought alongside Joan of Arc in 1429 during the 100 Years' War. At about 25 years old, Gilles distinguished himself by his fearless fighting in battles such as the Relief of Orléans. He was honored with the title Marshal of France, one of the highest military ranks, as a reward for his service, and by all appearances he was a shining example of French knighthood, brave, devout, and loyal to King Charles VII, at least outwardly. But after the war, things changed. Gilles de Rais had extravagant tastes. He maintained a private army and spent lavishly on luxuries, theatrical pageants, and alchemical experiments. His fortune began to dwindle, and he quarreled with family over his reckless spending. In an attempt to recoup wealth or gain forbidden knowledge, he turned to the occult. He patronized sorcerers or alchemists that promised the secrets of the philosopher's stone or demonic summoning to find hidden treasure. And it was during this period that Gilles began a hidden career of unspeakable crime, the kidnapping, sexual abuse, and murder of children. Rumors whispered of a missing peasant boy last seen near Gilles' castle. It took years for suspicions to surface publicly, partly because de Rais was a noble with the power to intimidate or silence accusers. But by 1440, the Bishop of Nantes had gathered enough testimony to take action. Arrested and put on trial, Gilles de Rais eventually confessed, under threat of torture, by the way, to a catalogue of horrors. According to the trial accounts, he admitted to sacrificing over 100 children. Some accounts say possibly 200, in a perverse spree spanning over 8 years. He and his accomplices would lure young boys and occasionally girls from the countryside by offering food or employment as pages. The children, as young as 6 years old, were then brutally violated, killed, and their bodies burned in the furnaces. The descriptions from witnesses and Gilles' own confessions are quite ghastly, detailing how he derived sadistic pleasure from the rituals of torture and death. The court and spectators were aghast that a man of noble blood, a knight who fought under the sacred banner of Joan of Arc, could commit such abominations. Some wondered if madness or demonic influence had overtaken him. Gilles remained unrepentant until facing imminent execution, when he made a final show of penitence. In October 1440, he was hanged and burned. His ashes were then cast into the river, as if to erase his presence from the earth. The shocking case of Gilles de Rais sent tremors through medieval society. Here was a knight who broke the code of chivalry in the most extreme way possible. Instead of protecting the weak, he preyed upon them. Instead of honoring God, he was said to have invoked devils. It was a betrayal of everything that knighthood stood for. and yet it happened under cover of Gilles' lofty status. Many historians consider Gilles de Rais as one of history's first documented serial killers, and we've talked about him a bit in the Serial Killers of Medieval France video. His trial transcripts survive too, allowing us to hear the voices of medieval peasants who tearfully recounted how their children vanished, and of servants who stumbled upon charred bones in their master's fireplace. But hold your horses. It is worth noting that some later skeptics have speculated whether Gilles might have been a victim of a political or a church plot, just as Joan of Arc had been. But the weight of evidence and his own admissions strongly support his guilt. Indeed, Gilles' close association with Joan of Arc made his fall from grace all the more jarring. You see, Joan was seen as a pure saviour of France, whereas Gilles became a cautionary tale of how even the highest, the noblest, could fall into depravity. His story was sometimes linked in popular imagination to the legend of Bluebeard, a wife-murdering noble in fairy tales, and it served as a morality play. Even those who once fought for good can be consumed by evil if they rebel against the laws of God and man. The quiet of the countryside, up with the dawn, tools down at sunset. The schedule of a simple life. Not much happens around here, and if change comes, it comes so slowly, if in a lifetime at all. For most people in the Middle Ages, this was the normal scene of life, far removed from the noise of those trumpets accompanying the knights of shining armor, or the ladies in silken gowns in those great castles. No, the reality of daily life in medieval England was a little more monotonous than that, but certainly not without its eccentricities. Medieval England was overwhelmingly rural. In fact, over 90% of the population were peasants living in villages and farming whatever land they had. Yet the lives of these ordinary men and women are often overlooked. We always talk about the kings, the castles, the battles, but history is a bit deeper than that. And so today, that is exactly where we go, not to these great, grand events, but to the smaller things. A guided tour through a village, long abandoned, and all those souls that lived within. And I think we can discover a little life, a simple life, difficult and constrained by feudal duties, but is also one of community, tradition, and ultimately, great resilience. We'll span the entire medieval period, but we will stay within England. Talk about how peasants lived, using archaeological and historical evidence, and we'll try and piece together a picture in our mind of what a day for a medieval peasant might actually look like. Well, before we begin, I'll issue the normal welcome to the channel. It's good to see you all here. Here we go again, back to medieval England today. It seems to be, geographically, a place of quite a lot of interest, and quite quintessential when we talk about the medieval period, particularly in a Western cultural scope. In other videos we will go to other parts, perhaps. Let me know what you want to see in the comments. Of course, I will remind you to do the like and subscribe thing, and also this video is completely ad-free like everything else. So this is made possible due to the contributions on Patreon, YouTube members, those who checked out the merch store, and of course the donations on the PayPal and super thanks. This is all available in the pinned comment and links in the video and channel description. That's if I've not forgotten to put the pinned comment in. Fingers crossed. Well, with introductions out of the way, I think we can get to our topic for today, how medieval English peasants actually lived. So relax and we may begin. And so here we find ourselves in a medieval village, and the peasant having his place in a society. When we say village, what do we mean? Well, it is effectively a small world of its own, a cluster of thatched cottages and barns amid the strips of cultivated fields, with the parish church and often a manor house at the centre. We'll get to that a little bit later. But here the peasants lived under the system of manorial feudalism that bound them to a lord. Now, most were unfree serfs, which were also called villeins, who owed heavy obligations to the lord of the manor, though a minority were actually free tenants, who paid rent in cash or kind for their land. Think about things like if they were farming a certain crop, they would give a certain crop of that to make up for any coin they would not give. That's a pretty typical arrangement. And that was that the peasant family held and farmed some lands for its own sustenance, but in return owed labour and dues to the lord. In many parts of England, villages operated an open field system of agriculture. The arable land was divided into large fields, which were then subdivided again into long strips. Each household's holding consisted of strips scattered across different fields, a kind of a way to share both the good and bad land. Not all soils are created equal, I'm afraid. Well, the system forced neighbours to cooperate. They ploughed and sowed according to an agreed schedule. By the high Middle Ages, a three-field rotation prevailed in many regions. For example, one field planted in autumn with winter wheat or rye, and one in spring with oats, barley, or peas. But the third field would be left fallow. Over-farming the soil, well, that's not good for anyone. In any case, this helped maximize yields, but also required coordination among villagers. Now, of course, we go straight into agriculture, and we have to talk about that because, well, that is the life of a feudal peasant, of course. We cannot go past that. And talking about it, in the first place, well, it's certainly a good place to set the scene. You can't have a peasant without farming, of course. Now, for the unfree peasant, there were also feudal obligations. Let me explain. A villein, that is the unfree peasant, owed the lord labour services on the lord's own land. Now, typically they'd work for the lord for 2 or 3 days each week, perhaps more at busy times. During harvest and planting, the lord could demand boon days, that meaning extra work from all of the peasants to ensure the lord's crops were brought in first, perhaps in exchange for a meal, some ale, something like that, a big sack of onions, whatever it is. Now, beyond labour, peasants also paid numerous dues and fines. They paid a yearly rent, often in grain, eggs, or other produce for the small lands they were allowed to farm for themselves. But they also had to pay special fees on life events. For example, a serf who wanted to, let's say, marry someone from outside the manor needed the lord's permission, and they paid what is called a merchet, that is a marriage fine. When a serf died, the family owed the lord a heriot, often the best beast. That's a death duty. Could be the finest cow, finest ox. Serfs were typically required to use the lord's mill and grind their grain, and his oven too to bake bread. Of course, using that, they'd have to pay a portion of flour or loaves of bread as a fee. You can see how it's a pretty good deal for the lord, of course. But even gathering firewood or pasturing pigs in the lord's forest, regardless if he was using it or not, that might incur a small charge. Of course, we have to remember that all of this depends on what the lord is going to charge. You could have lords that were a little bit more tolerant, and ones who were a little bit more, let's say, entrepreneurial. Now, virtually every aspect of a peasant's livelihood in general was still subject to the lord's control, or perhaps a toll imposed upon them. A serf couldn't freely leave the manor or sell his oxen without permission. Everything had to go through the higher-ups. So in effect, the law regarded the villain's person as goods, as the lord's property, not the peasant's property. A state of affairs that most people naturally resented, and which they constantly sought to alleviate. I'm sure you can imagine people saying back in the day, well, it's not a perfect system, but it's the only system we have. They invented other systems. Spoiler alert. Of course, peasants, not all of them were equal. Not all equally oppressed, at least. A free peasant, also called a freeman, well, they owed no labor duty at all. Instead, he paid a fixed rent, and he could move about or marry without seeking the lord's consent. Free tenants were, however, a minority in most villages, but some regions, especially frontiers or newly settled lands, had more of them. There were gradations even among unfree peasants, though. A substantial tenant with 20 to 30 acres lived more securely than a cottager with only a couple of acres, who had no labor for others to survive. But still, all peasants were low in status, at least compared to the nobility, and they lived with few comforts. Now, over the centuries, these feudal bonds did gradually loosen. By the 14th century, many lords found it convenient to accept money payments in lieu of labor, a practice called commutation. And that basically means that if a peasant could scrape together a bit of money, maybe selling their own goods at the market for a surplus rather, he might pay a fixed sum instead of performing days of labor, buying back his time and allowing him to spend more time on his own farm. Now, the catastrophic population loss of the Black Death actually accelerated this trend. We talked about that in the Black Death videos and the aftermath of the Black Death in medieval England video. You see, far fewer workers were available, and the surviving peasants, well, they gained quite a bit of bargaining power. Wages for farm work rose, and lords increasingly had to persuade rather than compel peasants to work. If they didn't like the conditions, well, they would just pack their bags and they would get a job anywhere else. A labor crisis in the favor of the laborers. Or some serfs even fled their manors to seek freedom in the growing towns, where a common saying held that town air makes free after a year and a day. And over time, in general, social attitudes and legal judgments began to favor liberty over bondage. By the late 15th century, serfdom in England was largely dying out. Most peasants had become tenant farmers, free in a nominal sense, paying rent for their land rather than laboring under these ancient obligations. They were still poor, don't get me wrong, and, well and truly subordinate. It's not real freedom in the modern sense, if you've even got that. But the personal bondage that characterized the early medieval serfdom was well and truly coming to an end. In short, through quiet transformations and the occasional rebellion here and then, the English peasantry gained a greater measure of freedom as the medieval period drew to a close. That's all good and well, but what exactly were they doing between the rebellions and between the transformations? Let's take a look at the daily work of peasants, and we can understand that. Step into the shoes, or lack of. Well, when we talk about the daily work, we pretty much look at it in the cycle of seasons, and just the general demands of agriculture. Typically, as we mentioned in the introduction, the day begins at first light. either at sunrise or at the cock's crow. Men and women would rise from pretty simple beds, after maybe a quick bite of bread or a little bit of porridge, modest breakfast if any. Time to set out to the fields. Now, work usually started at first light because there were only so many hours of day that they had, and there was plenty hours of labor to be done, labor that could only be done in that precious daylight. Tasks depended on the seasons, of course. Ploughing, sowing, weeding, reaping, threshing. In the fields, peasants often worked communally. For example, several households might pool their oxen to pull a heavy plough. One family alone might not own a full team. You see, it took perhaps 8 oxen to haul a large plough through heavy clay soil. One man would guide the plough, another drive the oxen, while others might follow with harrows to cover the seed. As you can imagine, this is not quick work, rather it being slow and strenuous. In fact, an English poet in the 14th century, William Langlet, gives an image of a poor ploughman at work, hood and shoes full of holes, his hair and toes sticking out, body smeared with mud as he trudges behind the oxen. And that's pretty accurate. Shows the hardship of physical toll on a medieval farm. In any case, the morning had passed, and by midday, peasants would pause for their main meal, or perhaps just a short rest. Now, this would be kind of their dinner. It might be taken at home if the fields were nearby, or more often they would just sit down in the field and partake in a short meal together. We can imagine a group of field laborers seeking shade under a tree at the edge of a field, perhaps, sharing a few bits of bread, cheese, perhaps some weak ale, bought by one of them in a leather jug. They wouldn't be drinking much water. Ale was the drink of choice. Sometimes other watered-down beers and things like that. In any case, after this brief respite, it was back to work until the sun went down. The workday might last until sundown, especially in summer when the days were long. In winter, though, darkness, of course, falls a bit earlier. But winter days were filled with other tasks, like mending tools, twisting rope, or perhaps weaving baskets by the hearth. Really, you've got to spend your time doing something, don't you? And days before electricity, well, you may as well just sit there at the fire and make things. In any case, each season, as we mentioned, had its labors, and medieval calendars often showed the work of the months. Now, what I mean by that is in spring, roughly March and April in England, fields had to be ploughed and sown with barley, oats, peas, and other crops. Ploughing was also a major task. Peasants drove teams of oxen to pull the heavy wooden plough with its iron ploughshare to turn the soil after winter. It often required 8 oxen to pull a single plough, as we mentioned, so contributions, each coming together to make up a full team. After ploughing, the seed was sown by hand and harrowed, and, well, spring in general was also a time to plant peas and beans, repair fences, tend to sheep shearing, and have a little cottage industry. Wool, very important. Well, summer, that is June through August, that was a period of growing and haymaking. Meadows had to be mowed for hay. Peasants, being men, women, and older children, would cut tall grass with scythes and rake it into piles to dry. Now, hay was a crucial fodder for livestock in the winter. Of course, you would try and keep them inside, not to have them starve. Summer was also a time for weeding the crop fields and shearing sheep. In late spring or early summer to gather wool to help the sheep stay cool as well. So by the late summer, the grain harvest arrived. The most intense period of work in the year was well and truly on for young and old when it got to this point. Harvesting wheat, rye, oats, and barley meant long days of reaping entirely by hand. Men and women stooped to cut the grain with sickles or scythes under that hot August sun. The lord's fields also had to be harvested first if you were a serf. Only then could the peasant attend to his own small plot. Priorities had to be in order, of course, and the priorities were set by the nobles. Harvest was truly an all-hands-on-deck affair. Entire families, including children as young as 5 or 6, helped in whatever ways they could. Gleaning, that is, collecting stray stalks left behind, was often done by the very old or perhaps the very young. The timing was also crucial. A rainstorm or early frost could ruin a ripe crop, so the community made a collective effort to get everyone's grain safely in. After cutting, the grain was bundled into sheafs and carted to the barn, and it was there that it had to be threshed, beaten with flails to knock the kernels out of the husks, and then winnowed. That is, by the way, just kind of like tossing it in the air so the chaff blew away. It looks kind of like dust, almost. You know, separate the wheat from the chaff. That's where this comes from. In any case, these tasks often were quite extensive, and they often extended into the autumn months. Now, September to October brought other tasks as well. Some of the harvested grain, especially wheat and rye, was used as seed for the next year. Peasants ploughed and sowed their fields again in early fall to plant winter wheat or rye that would sprout before frost and be harvested the next year. Any animals that could not be fed through the winter might be slaughtered in the late autumn, and thus November was often actually called Martinmas slaughter, where surplus pigs or cattle were butchered, the meat being salted or smoked for preservation. Autumn was also a time for collecting foods like nuts, berries, and mushrooms in the woods to add to the winter stores. Pretty much anything they could get to throw into that pottage mix. And then we hit winter, November to February. That was the quieter season for field work, and certainly not a time of leisure. In fact, well, it was not a pleasant time for anyone. With the ground hard or barren, peasants focused on indoor and maintenance tasks. They repaired tools, made carts, wove baskets, perhaps made or mended clothing. Women spent long winter hours spinning wool into yarn and knitting or weaving. But winter also was the season to haul timber or cut firewood from the woodlands. A back-breaking chore, but, well, would you rather freeze to death? Also, what else are you going to cook with? The fire doesn't come out of nowhere. As for the livestock, as we mentioned, they needed help throughout the winter. Cows and sheep had to be fed with whatever hay and straw had been stored, and their stalls mucked out. Every peasant learned to be pretty resourceful in winter. If you didn't learn, you died. For instance, making rushlights, that is, candles from animal fat or dried rushes, or carving new wooden bowls and utensils by the fireside. And though the days were short, the winter nights were long. Peasants often rose before sunrise to tend animals, and might gather around the hearth in the evening to tell stories, mend the nets or harnesses, or simply just to conserve a bit of warmth, another precious commodity. But winter was also a time when the community socialized more. Yeah, it was cold outside, but, well, there was less field labor to do. We shall see that later. Many traditional village festivities took places in midwinter too. In any case, throughout the year, every member of a peasant household had work suited to their strength. The men would do the heaviest ploughing, carting, and woodcutting, while women performed a double burden of work, assisting in the fields during peak times, and doing endless daily chores of cooking, cleaning, and child-rearing, along with the dairying and spinning. Anything else they could find, really. As for the children, well, the ones as young as 5 were expected to help out. It might have been running to fetch water, these kinds of things. keeping an eye on grazing geese, scaring crows from the newly sown seed. By their early teens, peasant boys and girls were working almost as full adults, the boys in the fields, or learning a craft, and the girls would be around the home. But despite the long hours of toil, peasants did not work every single day. Sundays were the holy day of rest, when field labor ceased, and by church law, everybody attended Mass. In addition, the medieval calendar was filled with saints' feast days and church holidays, on which no servile work was supposed to be done. Many of these fell in spring or summer, giving brief respites from labor, while peasants certainly had to work extremely hard, especially in the peak season. There's a misconception that they never had days off. In fact, many of them probably had more days off than we do in our modern era, which is, well, a little bit scary. Between Sundays and various holy days, a medieval peasant might have upwards of 8 to 10 weeks off over the course of a year. Doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? Though on those days they might still do light chores or tend animals, and not all lords honored every holiday. But think about it. If you take time off work, you probably end up cleaning the house at least 1 or 2 days out of that, so it's all in perspective. Nevertheless, these periodic breaks, Christmas, Easter, numerous saints' festivals, these kind of things, they provided a much-needed rest, and of course a time for community recreation, as we'll get to a little bit later. But let's get out of the fields. They had to go home eventually, didn't they? If the fields were the workplace, well, the homes were the humble shelters offering minimal comfort. But of course you make it your own, don't you? Now, a typical peasant family lived in a small cottage, usually made of something called wattle and daub. If you don't know what that is, it's woven wooden rods that were kind of plastered with mud and straw. Rough timber with a thatched roof. We've seen it. Now, these houses were often just 1 or 2 rooms. Pretty simple stuff. The floor was beaten earth, sometimes covered with straw or rushes to absorb dirt, and there were usually no real windows. Perhaps a tiny opening with a wooden shutter, so indoors was pretty dim and pretty smoky. They hadn't quite figured out chimneys yet. In the middle of the main room was a hearth fire burning for cooking and warmth. Smoke from the fire drifted up and escaped through a hole in the roof, or through the thatch at least, which blackened the rafters, so there was something, but still not like a chimney in the modern sense. The atmosphere inside was perpetually smoky because of this, irritating to the eyes and lungs, but, well, people just got used to it. Now as for the furnishings, well, they were sparse and quite homemade. Simple stuff. A few stools or benches, a simple table made of boards laid on trestles, taken down when not in use most of the time, and perhaps a wooden chest to store clothing or grain. Those were the main items. At mealtime, the family would sit on benches at the trestle table and eat from wooden bowls or coarse pottery dishes, using wooden spoons. Knives were shared and forks were unknown at the time. Cooking was done at the open hearth. There was no oven inside a peasant cottage. Villagers often had a lord's oven or a communal bake oven that everyone used. Instead, simple breads or cakes were baked on flat stones, in the embers or in iron pans propped on the fire. A heavy iron pot or kettle would hang over the flames, used to boil porridge or perhaps stew, the ubiquitous pottage that I've mentioned briefly but we'll discuss a bit more in the next section. The household wife would have to mind this fire constantly, both to keep the home warm but also to have hot coals for cooking. She likely also used the residual heat of the hearth for tasks like drying grain or herbs. Peasant families did many domestic chores indoors too. Women brewed ale in small batches, churned butter when they had milk, and spun wool or flax into yarn, often with what was known as a drop spindle. Spinning wheels were a bit of a later arrival, even though we do see them quite a lot in medieval artwork. Said those women in the silk dresses spinning at the wheel. They were a bit of a later invention. Now, as for laundry, that was infrequent, but when they did do it, it was quite arduous. Clothes had to be soaked and scrubbed with lye. That is a harsh soap made from ashes. It's spelt Lye, by the way. And they would do this in a big wooden tub, and water for washing had to be hauled from the well or the stream, so there's the weight of that as well. The floor, strewn with straw or rushes, was swept now and then and renewed with fresh bedding. With fresh bedding straw only a few times a year. Now, inevitably, the house was dirty by modern standards. No one's really denying that. It didn't help that chickens and other small animals sometimes wandered in and out, and, well, that just adds to the mess without becoming too descriptive. At night time, the family slept on simple beds or pallets. A bed, if we're going to use that term, might just be a cloth sack stuffed with straw or wool scraps, laid on the floor, or in a crude wooden frame. They used coarse wool blankets or old fur cloaks for covers. Several family members often shared one bed for warmth, just out of practicality. And it was not unusual for husband, wife, and young children to all sleep together on a large pallet on the floor, with perhaps an elderly parent or a visiting relative curled up nearby. As for privacy, good luck with that. It was minimal if you were lucky, non-existent if you were like everyone else. A fire was typically kept smouldering through the night, banked under ashes or a fire cover, so it could be revived the next morning. Now, they had to have the homes double as shelter for animals as well. You see, in many cottages, one end of the building was sectioned off as a pen or byre for a cow, donkey, or a few goats or sheep, especially in winter when valuable animals needed protection from the cold or from thieves or wolves. Of course, back in those days, wolves were all over the place, so were the thieves. In smaller dwellings, the family's chickens or a pig might share this living space, wandering in freely. This gave the animals warmth and safety, and in turn helped warm the house slightly, but it certainly added to the odor. Imagine the smell. Well, fleas and mice were common problems. The continual smoke of the hearth ironically helped deter some vermin, keeping the rafters sooty and the air acrid. Cleaning was a Sisyphean task, if we could put it that way. One medieval writer humorously described how a peasant housewife would sweep out the dirt and straw from the floor, only for the chickens to come in and scratch it all around again. Definitely a task worthy of calling it a Sisyphean. Well, despite the cramped and smoky conditions, it was still a home, and I suppose it's not too bad when you got nothing else to compare it to. A place of family comfort, and it's certainly better than sleeping outside in the cold. In the evenings around the hearth, parents would tell stories or sing to their children. Family members mended their clothes or carved little tools by firelight. And in winter, neighbors might drop in, share a little bit of warmth, or a cup of ale, exchanging tales or gossip. Such moments provided what we can imagine as a bit of emotional relief from the grind of work. Yes, life is difficult, but we're all here together, and that's something at least. And so within those walls, just like our modern-day family life unfolded, Children were born and raised. Meals were prepared and shared. Fights happened. Laughter happened, all echoing off those smoky rafters. That humble cottage, serving as a backdrop for all of the peasants' joys and sorrows, from the cradle to the grave. Very, very human. And this is where we come to the next thing. Food. Probably the most important thing next to warmth. A lot of moving parts, sure, but it's pretty complicated to get the right amount of sustenance in that time. The diet was pretty simple, too, not to mention repetitive. The primary staple was bread. Medieval peasants typically ate coarse, dark bread made from cheaper grains like rye, barley, or oats, and wheat was the most prized grain. Unfortunately, it was often reserved for the lord or for market sale, so common folk usually baked loaves of what was called maslin, a mix of rye and wheat flour, or bread made from barley or oats. The result? A dense, heavy loaf. Very unlike the modern, fluffy white bread, but I don't think many people are eating white bread anymore. It's a bit, you gotta go the multi-grain sort of stuff, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Well, a peasant household might grind its grain by hand. Just get that rock out and start bashing it, grinding it on a stone, this kind of thing. Found plenty of those sorts of stones in the old medieval houses, that's for sure. Or perhaps they would take it to the lord's grinding mill, as if the lord had one, but of course you would have a fee charged with that as well. Then they would bake bread in a communal oven or at home on the hearth. Now this bread, along with pottage, a kind of vegetable stew or whatever you could find to put in it, formed the basis of pretty much every meal. Now the other daily mainstay was indeed pottage, a thick soup or stew cooked in an iron pot over the fire, hence the name pottage. Peasant wives became adept in making filling pottage out of really whatever was available, which could vary from day to day, of course. But if we can imagine a basic pottage, well, it might include oats or barley for thickness, some beans or peas, and garden vegetables like cabbage, onions, or leeks, all boiled together in water. They would season it with a bit of salt and herbs, like parsley, thyme, or sage. You could find them in a cottage garden. Most peasant families maintained a small kitchen plot to grow greens and root vegetables, and they kept a few chickens or eggs. If they were fortunate enough, they could have a cow or some goats for milk, and they would also churn a bit of butter, make simple cheese, valuable proteins and fats to their otherwise diet of starch. The pottage was usually meatless. If available, a scrap of bacon fat or maybe a ham bone might be added, but that was a rare luxury. Essentially, peasants ate a kind of vegetarian diet, but rather by necessity, rather, for much of the year, not by their own choice. The peasants' meals were, indeed, remarkably monotonous by our modern standards. Breakfast, if taken at all, might be just a little bit of leftover cold porridge, or bread, perhaps a little bit of cheese, but, well, if you were lucky, you'd have that. The main meal around midday, that'd be bread and pottage, maybe with a bit of onion, some curds, washed down with a bit of ale, and in the evening another round of pottage or broth might be served as a kind of supper. Now, even on work days in the field, this little picnic would be a hunk of bread, a piece of dried cheese or salted fish, and of course that flask of weak ale. So it wasn't like it was better on the weekdays or weekends. It was every day just the same. Still, a diet of high-fiber bread and beans, while pretty bland, provided the essential carbohydrates and a few proteins, especially when peas and grain were combined. Now, Ale we've mentioned a few times, and that was the universal drink of medieval peasants. Not just in England either, but quite much the same case on the continent. Because clean drinking water was not always available, and because fermentation killed many pathogens, whether they understood that at the time, they just knew they didn't get sick when they drank it, ale was consumed in great quantities by everyone, and that includes children. The medieval ale was a barley-based brew, made without hops. You see, hopped beer would come a bit later, and it was usually quite weak in alcohol. It might be closer to a soupy sort of small beer, a real light one, often slightly sour or yeasty, and was meant for hydration and nutrition more than intoxication and celebration. According to various records, an adult peasant might drink a gallon or more of ale per day, though ale in this context was more like a low-alcohol porridge than the strong beers that we think of today. As for brewing, that was typically done by the women of the village, and at a household level. If you've heard the term alewife, well, that's where this comes from. Ale provided much-needed calories. It was sometimes even called liquid bread. Peasants would drink ale at every meal. It was safer than most water, certainly more filling. Of course, ale could be festive too. Stronger batches were brewed for holidays and celebrations. But the everyday ale was mild enough that peasants could consume it throughout the day and still labor on effectively. In any case, without ale, the medieval peasant diet would have been even more meager. At least with it, they got a few B vitamins and hydration along with their bread. Of course, they didn't understand all the nutrition back in those days, but they certainly understood when you didn't eat well or when you drank bad water, dirty things, you got sick, things like miasma theory and all the rest. They had an understanding of it, just not on a scientific basis, more of a practical thing. Now, vegetables, legumes, and dairy supplemented this diet when possible. Gardens yielded cabbages, beans, lentils, peas, turnips, garlic, beets, other crops when they were in season. A surprising variety. But peasants also foraged wild foods, berries and nuts from the woods, wild greens like nettles, dandelion, etc., for salads or pottage, and apples or pears from hedgerows. But the dairy products really were prized. Milk from a cow or a goat would usually be turned into butter or soft cheese, because fresh milk, well, that spoiled quickly, and many adults were somewhat lactose intolerant. Butter added fats and flavor to otherwise bland foods. Cheese, often a crumbly, fresh cheese, could be eaten with bread or melted into pottage, which, of course, thickens it up a little bit. Eggs from hens were another important protein source, used in cooking or eaten on their own when available. And all these elements, of course, had to vary by season. Spring and summer offered fresh greens, eggs, and milk, whereas winter diets, well, you'd be relying more on salted or dried foods, and of course, whatever was stored from the harvest. Well, and meat, of course, if you could get it, good for you. But of course, it's far rarer on the peasant table. Most peasants could only afford to have it every now and then. And it wasn't in that fresh form, it was usually in the form of salted or smoked meat. A common family might raise a pig throughout the year and slaughter it in late fall. Pork was the primary meat of the peasantry because pigs were relatively easy to feed, and they could forage in the forest for acorns, that kind of thing. They also yielded a lot of fat. Salted pork and lard could last all winter. After the autumn slaughter, the family would have some fresh pork for a feast, but the rest was preserved with salt or smoke. That bacon or ham was then rationed carefully and used to flavor soups or accompany bread on special days. Fresh beef or mutton was pretty uncommon. cattle or sheep were too valuable alive. Think about milk, wool, traction. They wouldn't butcher 'em unless the animal was old or injured. Chickens were generally providing eggs and were only eaten when they stopped laying them. So you might be thinking, well, why didn't they just go hunting? Good question. The problem with that is that forests were typically the lord's property, and that meant they were off limits. Poaching a deer or a boar could get a peasant harshly punished. Well, harshly punished, I don't mean a fine. Bad things happen. Nonetheless, peasants did catch smaller game, they just did it on the sly. Rabbits, hares, birds, or fish from the streams, no one could really stop them from doing that. They added a bit of meat to their diet every now and then. On Fridays and during Lent, the church forbade meat entirely. So those days peasants ate things like herring, if they could buy dried fish, or they simply went without meat at all. Many inland villages were far from the sea too, but eels from rivers and ponds were a common poor man's fish. Eels were actually so plentiful in medieval England that they were sometimes used to pay rent. You should imagine that, showing up to your landlord, giving him a big bag full of eels. I don't know how many months that would get you. I suppose it depends on how many eels you give them. Well, in any case, yes, food was there. You could get it. You could farm. You could do a little bit of trapping or fishing on the sly, but a lot of peasants always lived close to the brink of hunger. One bad harvest meant real hardship, and you were in trouble if you had two. That could even mean famine, as happened in 1315 to 1317 when incessant rains caused crops to rot and thousands of people across England starved. Bad times. In lean times in general, they stretched their food by mixing filler into bread, like peas, beans, or worse. Who knows what they could put in there, a little bit of sawdust for good measure, or by simply going without. Spring was often a hungry season, when the winter stores ran low, but the new crops were not quite ready to be harvested. And true famine, as in the years of 1315 to 17 as we mentioned, struck occasionally. Conversely, in the good years, while their diet was plain and monotonous, most peasant families could at least fill their stomachs with bread and pottage, and, well, that's enough to keep you alive. And of course, the lords knew it was enough to keep people in the fields working, just enough to work, but not enough to really have a good quality of life. Of course, only on special occasions or holidays did they taste a richer fare. It wasn't like they went their whole lives without having something nice, but they'd have to wait around a bit. Special things for special occasions. A village might collectively slaughter an animal for a feast, or bake some meat pies for Christmas or a wedding. Occasions where everyone could briefly eat to their fill. Good times, happy people, this kind of thing. But those were extraordinary days. On the ordinary days, a medieval English peasant just ate to survive, not to savor. A chunk of coarse bread, a bowl of vegetable stew, and a draught of weak ale. Those were the basics that fueled their labor. And what about peasant clothing? That's, of course, another topic of discussion when it comes to the appearance of a peasant. Well, it was above all practical, built for hard use, made from the materials at hand. The primary fabric? Wool, abundant thanks to England's many sheep. Almost all outer garments, tunics, dresses, cloaks, hose, they were all made of coarse woolen cloth that was thick, warm, and hard-wearing, if also a little heavy and scratchy. But for lighter or undergarments, they used linen when possible, woven from flax, by the way, but linen was relatively expensive, so many poorer peasants had no linen at all, and they would just wear the wool raw on the skin. Colors were mostly natural or earth-toned. Wool straight from brown or grey sheep produced drab cloth. Some clothing was dyed with inexpensive local dyes, that is, dull yellows, greens, or russets, but bright and rich colors like deep blues, reds, and blacks were largely the preserve of the wealthy, who could afford such things. Thus, a typical peasant could be seen clad in dull browns, dusty greys, and washed-out greens. The better to hide the dirt, I suppose, and last a bit longer. A peasant man typically wore a knee-length wool tunic as his main garment. It was belted at the waist with a cord or leather strap and served as both a shirt and a coat. For his legs, he had woolen hose, that is, long stockings reaching up toward the thigh. On his feet he wore simple leather shoes if he owned them. Otherwise, he often went barefoot in warmer months to save his footwear for winter. In cold or wet weather, a man might layer a second tunic or a rough sleeveless jacket over the first, and on a woolen hood or cowl that covered his head, neck, and shoulders. But even so, his clothing only gave modest protection from the elements. After hours in the fields, his hose were often soaked and muddy, and over time his garments became frayed, patched, and stained from hard use. A peasant woman's main garment was a long woolen gown, a basic dress that extended to her ankles. It was usually long-sleeved and loosely fitted, and she cinched it at the waist with a simple belt. Underneath, if she was fortunate, she might have a linen shirt. Otherwise, she wore the wool gown over the bare skin. When doing heavy work, she often hitched up her skirts and tucked them into her belt to keep them out of the dirt. A woman always kept her head covered in public, typically with a wimple or a kerchief, which was a linen cloth draped over her hair, and sometimes around the chin. This head covering protected her hair and satisfied the era's customs of modesty. For footwear, women had much of the same as men: low leather shoes or perhaps clogs when available, and bare feet when necessary. Because cloth was labor-intensive to make, each person owned very few sets of clothes. A peasant might wear the same tunic every day for most of the year, with perhaps a slightly less worn one kept for the holy days or festivals. Your work clothes and your party clothes, I suppose. Garments were patched and repatched and patched up again. Elbows and knees especially showed layers of mending. Washing clothes was difficult. As we mentioned, it required hauling and heating water, making soap from wood ash, so outer clothes were not washed often. Instead, people just wore linen undergarments when possible and washed those occasionally, and simply shook out or brushed off their woolen outerwear. As a result, peasant clothing was usually dingy, having the odors of smoke, sweat, and earth. Contemporary observers sometimes describe the country people as rough and rustic in appearance. We have one vivid portrait in William Langland's 14th century poem Piers Plowman, where a poor plowman and his wife are depicted in patched and tattered attire, the man's hood's full of holes and old, through which his hair pokes out, and his shoes of broken toes sticking through. He is all smeared with mud as he follows the plow. And beside him there is his wife. She trudges with her skirts hitched up, wearing a threadbare smock. She has no proper shoes, only torn cloth wrappings, and her bare feet bleed from the cold ground. Well, it's a literary description, though part of an allegory, but it does match what we know from historical records. He doesn't seem to be dramatizing anything for dramatic effect. Many peasants truly had only very worn garments, and often went barefoot even in harsh conditions. Despite these realities, on Sundays, or at a village festival, they did their best to make themselves presentable. You gotta put on your best face, of course. Well, a man might have a cleaner tunic or a wide-brimmed hat decorated with a scrap of ribbon. And a woman, well, she might have a freshly washed headscarf or a dress with a bit of homemade trim. Small little touches of dignity. They might not be good clothes, but it distinguishes the best they had from the everyday rags. At least they weren't covered in dirt from the fields. Medieval peasant society was organized around the family, but that family unit existed within a larger, tight-knit community. Most peasant households were typically husband and wife and the children living in a single cottage, simply because houses were just so small. But extended family members usually lived nearby in the same village, so a child might have grandparents or cousins a few huts away, but maybe not under the same roof. The average peasant married in their early or mid-20s, and couples would set up their own home as soon as they could manage it. Marriages were guided more by practical considerations rather than romantic courtship. A man needed a wife who could work hard and run a household, and a woman needed a husband who could support a family. The approval of the lord of the manor was required if the individuals were serfs. A lord might demand a merchet or a marriage fine, or even sometimes veto a match if it meant losing a valuable worker to another estate. In practice, most peasants married someone from their own community, or at least a close neighboring village. A medieval peasant wedding, well, that was a joyous and communal occasion. The couple exchanged vows at the church door with the priest's blessing, and then the village joined in a bride ale, that is, a wedding ale feast featuring food, drink, music, and dancing for all. Children were plentiful in peasant families too, but childhood wasn't. It's not as we think of it today. It was more of a brief and perilous affair. Children were, of course, born at home, attended by local midwives, if they had one, or perhaps an older woman with a bit of knowledge. There was a very high risk of mortality. Many infants died in their first days or weeks, and childbirth was dangerous for mothers as well. Newborns were baptized within a day or two, with chosen godparents as sponsors, because if a baby died unbaptized, well, it was greatly feared that the soul could not enter heaven. The mother, still weak from delivery, typically did not go to the church for baptism. She stayed home recovering until a few weeks later, when she underwent a purification blessing called churching that marked her return to community life. Infancy was fraught with hazards too. Aside from disease, a crawling baby in a busy cottage could easily fall into a hearth or be accidentally smothered in bed. Once childhood grew past toddlerhood, they quickly became contributors to the household. By the age of 5 or 6, a peasant child was assigned small chores, fetching water with a little pail, scaring birds from the planted fields, gathering kindling, things like that. Perhaps they'd watch over the younger siblings, too. Bit of responsibility. But there was no formal schooling for peasant children. They just learned by observation, watching their parents and elders and doing what they do. A boy would learn farming, woodcutting, or his father's craft by observing and helping, and a girl would learn cooking, spinning, childcare, and all the arts of managing a poor household from her mother. As for playtime, it wasn't entirely absent. They might be seen kicking a ball around with other village children, or something like that, playing tag. But by their early teens, peasant boys and girls were expected to basically be adults, and work as hard as adults. The village community itself was like an extended family, bound together by necessity and custom. Neighbors helped each other in times of need because everyone that knew misfortune, well, they knew it could strike anyone. If one peasant's barn burned down, or a cow died, others would organize a helping bee to rebuild the barn, or would share a bit of their own grain or milk to get that family through. Many tasks were done cooperatively. For instance, peasants had often pulled their oxen to plow the fields, as we mentioned. And of course, at harvest, the entire community helped reap and gather every family's crops in turn. But beyond the work, villagers shared in each other's life events and festivals. Not only weddings, but baptisms, funerals, the annual cycle of religious holidays, a bit of everything. Really, the church brought everyone together, too, especially on Sundays and holy days, and the churchyard or villages became a social hub after services. For recreation, men sometimes held contests of archery or wrestling on Sundays, and women often socialized while doing chores like spinning or washing clothes together. In the evenings, especially in the winter, villagers gathered at the alehouse or by a cottage hearth, singing songs, telling a few stories, and just relaxing. Village life, it was regulated by both custom, but also a bit of self-government. The Lord's Manorial Court periodically judged local disputes and minor offences with a jury of villagers. Typical punishments were small fines or things like stray livestock or breaking village laws. Serious crimes, though, they were quite rare in the village and were dealt with by higher authorities. In practice, most order was kept by peer pressure and custom. Everyone watched everyone else and held them to standard. If someone behaved disgracefully, for example, an abusive husband, the community might respond with a charivari, a cacophonous prank at the offender's door, banging pots and singing mocking songs to shame them into better behavior. Perhaps we need to bring that one back, This kind of informal social policing often proved to be quite effective in a world where one's reputation among neighbors was critically important, especially if it's your barn that burns down or something like that, and, well, that helping bee, all of a sudden people don't want to show up. Now that is a little awkward. Well, before we go, let's talk a little bit about the truly unpleasant parts, but also a bit of the resilience. You see, as you can imagine, I don't think I need to explain it to you or say it again. The life of a peasant was certainly not a fun affair. It was full of danger and hardship, as even beyond the everyday toil, and foremost among them was the threat of hunger. Peasants lived harvest to harvest, and if the crops failed, well, they had little reserve to fall back on. Bad weather, such as excessive rain or drought, could ruin the grain yield just like it did in 1315 to 17, where the great famine was caused by rains across Europe. Well, people in England at this time reportedly either starved to death or survived on acorns, weeds, and possibly even substitutes like tree bark. Even in less dire times, though, winter and early spring, the lean season before the new crops grew, often meant empty cupboards. Malnutrition was a chronic problem, leaving peasants weak or more vulnerable to disease. The poor peasant might be driven to begging or theft to feed his children if his own stores ran out. Starvation was a very real spectre in the Middle Ages. It kept peasant communities in a state of perpetual anxiety about the weather and the harvest. And then there was the disease. Medieval peasants had no knowledge of germs and very limited medical care. A village might be visited by a wandering barber/surgeon, or have a local wise woman who knew herbal remedies, but nothing really resembling a real doctor for the poor. Epidemics could sweep through and kill indiscriminately. Of course, we all know about the Black Death of 1348 to 1350, which killed around half of England's population in a matter of months. Entire villages were emptied out. Those who survived were, of course, traumatized by the loss of family and neighbors. Other diseases also took a great toll. Periodic outbreaks of sickness, dysentery, fevers, things like that, swept through the villages and carried off the weak. Even injuries or infected cuts could turn fatal for lack of effective treatment. Peasant women faced the danger of childbirth without any real care, and many unfortunately died delivering children. So what was the life expectancy? Take a guess. 50, maybe? 40? Well, it could have only been around 30 to 40 years. But this is kind of skewed, because most children died so young, so the averages are kind of off. So we can put it between 40 and 50 years old, perhaps. You might be lucky enough to live to 60, but that would depend on your circumstance. In any case, those who did reach adulthood and avoid lethal diseases, if you managed to get to that natural death point where you could live into your 60s, but that was far from common. The labor, the poor diet, the lack of medicine meant that most peasants were old by our standards when they got to their 50s. That's if they lived that long at all. But peasants also bore the brunt of man-made hardships. Chief among them were the heavy taxes and rents imposed by lords and the king's government. Lords could levy special talligays or fines arbitrarily when they needed money, and the crown expected nationwide taxes, often to fund wars that landlords would just pass on to the peasants. In the late 1370s, for instance, King Richard II's government imposed repeated poll taxes to finance military campaigns. These taxes fell on humble villagers and provoked quite a bit of resentment. Coupled with long-standing grievances, like villeins being legally unfree and owing labor, this unrest erupted in the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. It was in that year that thousands of peasants in southeastern England, led by figures such as Wat Tyler, and inspired by radical preaching, rose up in an armed people's rebellion. They marched on London itself, calling for an abolition of serfdom, lower taxes, and an end to corruption among the royal officials. And for a brief moment, the rebels terrified the ruling class. They even executed the king's treasurer and dragged out a few other hated officials too. King Richard II ultimately quashed the revolt. The rebel leaders were deceived and killed, and the peasants' demands were officially denied. However, the uprising was certainly a turning point. It frightened the nobility, and perhaps it accelerated the decline of serfdom. In any case, in the following centuries, things began to change, and, well, little by little, the peasants got their own back. And so for all these hardships, they demonstrated a remarkable resilience. They developed coping strategies. In times of dearth, they foraged on wild foods and tightened the belt. When epidemics struck, they turned to faith, organizing processions and prayer vigils for deliverance. Surviving community records show that peasant communities provided communal mutual support. If one family was going through hard times, well, people would try to get them back on their feet. They met adversity with a dogged practicality, replanting, rebuilding, and just getting on with it. Over time, some of the hardships did ease. For example, the late medieval decline of serfdom and the slight improvement in living standards after the plague reduced the population. But new challenges, such as renewed warfare or later the enclosure of common lands, would arise. Through everything, the peasantry endured. And the very fact that the English peasantry survives century after century of exploitation and disaster, well, that is a testament to tenacity and the capacity for hope. And so maybe we learn a little bit about perseverance and tenacity that we can apply to our modern day. Who knows? Maybe as well we can learn from the peasants and identify those people in our community that are having a bit of a rough time, and we can pull together and help them out. People are a little bit too scared to put their hands up and ask for help these days, so maybe it's up to us to ask the question first. Are you all right? What can we do for you? What can we do for each other? We just hope everybody remembers it. Bread. More than just another kind of food in the Middle Ages, it was life itself. At the break of dawn in any random medieval town, you could already catch the glow of a baker's oven and the aroma of fresh loaves wafting through the streets. Medieval people depended on their daily bread in the most literal sense. It formed the bulk of daily meals, and even language reflected this. The word lord comes from an Old English term meaning loaf guardian, and lady from loaf kneader. Just a few reminders of how fundamental bread was to the lives of medieval people. Furthermore, in the 13th century, there was a French poem, L'Edit de Boulanger. The anonymous author declares that bakers, quote, support the world, statement that once again speaks to the indispensable role that these bakers played. And indeed, from the humblest peasant all the way up to the mightiest noble, everyone relied on the work of bakers. Yet the life of a medieval baker was anything but simple. It was a life of long hours, strenuous labor, and one that was governed by strict regulations, fraught with both risk and reward. And so today, we are going to look at the world of medieval bakers across Europe, from their daily routines, the guilds and regulations that shaped the trade, the social importance of their craft, and of course, the challenges that they faced. Fortunately, we have plenty of contemporary medieval sources and a bit of modern research and recent archaeology to illuminate the topic, the good, the bad, and the truly fascinating. Of course, I'll be doing my best to add in as many little bread and baking puns as I can along the way for you. It's the yeast I can do. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first. Welcome. Anybody new here, it's good to meet you. And if you've not clicked that subscribe button yet, how about you do it? And then, fingers crossed, your feed will be filled with a little bit more educational stuff. Who knows what you'll learn. Now, this video is completely uninterrupted. You won't get any mid-roll ads. We make our bread from the kind donations of those on the Super Thanks and the PayPal donation link, and also the Patreon, the YouTube memberships, and the merch store. So, you won't get any ads because of those kind contributions. If you would like to become a member of that prestigious group, just follow the links in the video description, pinned comment, or channel description. You'll find where you need to go if you want to go there. But let's all get relaxed, and we can begin. So, as we probably already know, throughout medieval Europe, bread was the staple food. And that's not just for the poor, but for the rich as well. There was even a common saying of the time that described bread as the staff of life. Perhaps it's a bit of an exaggeration, or perhaps it isn't. You see, in many regions, adults consumed remarkable quantities of bread daily. Let's look at 14th century France, for example. An average person might eat around a kilogram of bread a day, so that's around 2 pounds. Now that's a heavy reliance, for sure, and that meant, this reliance, that the quality and type of bread one ate became matters of social distinction and survival. Of course, peasants and nobles alike were certainly both eating bread, but bread is kind of a umbrella term, isn't it? Even when we think of bread in our modern sense, we've kind of went full circle a little bit with it. Bread from the bakery, of course, is vastly superior to bread from the supermarket. And of course, you can probably go and get those cheap loaves of chemical-laden, bleach-drenched bread from the supermarket or Walmart, Tesco, whatever it is, wherever, Woolworths, wherever you shop. And you might only pay $2, something like that. But if you go to an actual bakery, you can get the quality stuff. Now, you're going to pay more for it, sure. But once you have it once, you'll never go back. It's like going to the butcher. You get the actual good meat. You'll never go to the supermarket again. In any case, in medieval times, the simplest fare was the dense and dark loaf of the peasantry, made from those coarse grains. So think about a multi-grain bread in our modern vernacular. Now, peasants in England, for instance, often ate rye or barley bread, which had a brownish color and a heavy, filling texture. Something you'd have with a nice soup or a pottage, something like that. Now, in parts of France, the common loaf was messlin bread, or maslin in England, a mixture of wheat and rye flours that combined a bit of the prized wheat with the cheaper and hardier rye to pad it out a little bit, make it last. Now, these mixed grain breads were filling and had the advantage of a longer shelf life than pure wheat bread. But they were also coarser and harder to chew, hence you would have it with a soup or some oatmeal, something like that. Just makes it easier to go down. Or you just have a bit of beer with it, the medieval drink of choice. Ale, mead, perhaps. Well, by contrast, the wealthy enjoyed fine white bread made from refined wheat flour, which quite ironic because the white bread nowadays is seen as the cheaper loaf, but the multi-grain, quote, artisan bread is seen as the, it's a little bit more expensive, a little bit of a nicer bread, a bit of a reversal from medieval times to modern. Well, nobles in the well-to-do in England dined on soft white loaves known as manchets, or pain demi-monde, pain being the French word for bread, by the way. It was later called pain de monde. Well, these were often made from the flour sifted to remove all of the bran. The slightly lower-grade white bread, often called westel, was made from good wheat flour that was not quite thoroughly sifted. This might be eaten by prosperous town folks and merchants. Meanwhile, the poorest folk sometimes had to make do with what was called horse bread, which, well, was quite aptly named. It was composed of whatever grains or legumes were available: rye, oats, pea or bean flour, or even acorns or chestnuts. You better cut them up a bit small, they're a little bit hard to chew. Of course, a loaf like that was dense, dark, and only lightly leavened, and it meant more to stave off hunger than to be enjoyed. Hard times, I suppose. But bread not only filled stomachs, you see, it also carried a symbolic weight in medieval culture. Sharing bread was an emblem of fellowship, and actually the very word companion derives from the Latin cum panis, meaning with bread, and indicates somebody with whom you break bread with. Of course, the modern French panis, coming from that too. Now, the importance of bread is further evident in how it delineated social status at the table. Think about that phrase, upper crust. It's still used today to denote the elite. It has its roots in a medieval dining practice of literally cutting off the upper part of the loaf, and that is the finest and least burnt portion, to serve lords and distinguished guests. In great households, the lord of the manor would be served with the soft top of a well-baked loaf, while the blackened bottom crust, inevitably sooty from the wood-fired oven floor, might be given to servants or the poor. In fact, bread was so central to meals that it often doubled as dishware. Thick slices of stale bread called trenchers were used as plates for serving food. It's kind of like, I don't know in your country if you have cob loaves, but in Australia we have that. And sometimes they'll hollow out some bread, they'll put some stuff in it. Some of the best Eastern European food is just meat stuffed into bread. You really cannot go wrong with that, can't you? Well, after absorbing the meat juices and sauces during the meal, these trencher slices were usually given to beggars, or perhaps to feed dogs, so they wouldn't actually eat that stale bread. It was just, well, used as a serving apparatus. In any case, it was another efficient way to ensure that nothing edible went to waste. When they say edible, of course, they mean edible to beggars and dogs, not to the normal working man. The ubiquity of bread in the medieval diet did come with its own perils, however. You see, a bad grain harvest, that could spell nothing short of catastrophe, and dependence on certain grains could literally poison people. Rye bread, a mainstay for many peasant communities, carried the risk of developing ergot, a fungus that flourished in damp conditions and turned rye kernels dark and toxic. These unfortunate enough to eat ergot-infected bread fell victim to ergotism, known in medieval times as St. Anthony's fire, for the burning sensations and convulsions it caused. Outbreaks of this affliction could kill or maim thousands. Chroniclers in Germany recorded ghastly scenes of sufferers' limbs turning black and even falling off due to gangrene. Such was the fear of corrupted bread that an order of monks, the Antonines, dedicated themselves to caring for ergotism victims, and the disease itself came to be called after their patron saint. Even when the grain was sound, the hunger of hard times forced people to get creative, or perhaps desperate, with bread ingredients. There are accounts of famine-time loaves being bulked out with sawdust, moss, or chalk. This was not standard practice by any means, but it does show lengths to which people might go to stretch the flour when food was scarce. Well, bread quite literally meant life or death, and so was little surprise that the craft of the baker was held both in esteem and under close scrutiny by medieval society. So, given the fundamental importance of bread, the trade of the baker was a tightly regulated and organized profession in medieval Europe. In towns and cities, bakers typically operated within the framework of guilds, formal associations that oversaw the training, standards, and business practices of their members. You see, a person could not just set up shop as a baker on a whim. You usually had to progress through a prescribed path, from apprentice to journeyman, and finally, master baker. Well, as an apprentice, a youth, usually a boy in his early teens, would be indentured to an experienced master to learn the craft. After years of learning and hard work, the youth would gain the fundamentals of the trade, and only after a long apprenticeship would the candidate become a journeyman baker. Now, a journeyman basically meant that he was free to earn wages and practice the craft, and journeymen often traveled to gain experience in different bakeries, spreading techniques, and sometimes jealously guarding the recipes of their masters. Finally, the most ambitious or talented could attempt to become a master baker, gaining the right to open his own bakery shop after presenting proof of his skill and, of course, paying the requisite fees to the guild. But the rigors of this journey ensured that those calling themselves masters were well versed in the art and science that was bread making. So bakers' guilds, they emerged as early as the High Middle Ages in many cities. London had an organization of bakers by the 12th century. Records show a fraternity of bakers existed there by 1155. In Paris, the Corporation of Bakers, also known by the old term telemeliers, was among the city's oldest and most prominent guilds. The royal provost of Paris, Etienne Boileau, compiled the Livre des Métiers in 1268 at the behest of King Louis IX, which was a comprehensive list of the rules for trades in Paris. And tellingly, it begins with the Statute of the Bakers. Well, this code, running to 61 articles in total, laid out everything from who could enter the trade and how, stressing the proper apprenticeship and honest conduct, to the quality of ingredients, and even the days on which baking was permitted. We learn from these statutes that baking was not a free-for-all business, but a closely supervised public service. For example, Parisian bakers were forbidden to bake on certain holy days and festivals, a reflection of both religious observance and an attempt to prevent unfair competition. Only if dough was already in the oven when a church holiday vigil began could they finish that bake. Otherwise, their ovens had to go cold in deference to the sacred calendar. Guild membership also conferred benefits and protections. As a collective voice, the guild could petition local authorities for favorable treatment or subsidies when hard times hit. Guilds often acted to protect their members, ensuring that no baker would be ruined by arbitrary taxes or predatory nobles, and there were plenty of them. Bakers in some regions banded together to resist onerous fees imposed by feudal lords for the use of mills or ovens, those little creeping taxes that come up. Clear laws and guild oversight helped avoid arbitrary punishment and also fend off competition from unlicensed sellers. The guilds maintained quality control as well. That was another important part. They inspected members' bread, ensured weights were honest, and fined those who cut the corners. You get it? Cut the corners of the bread, Anyway, this self-policing was in the guild's interest, since one deceitful baker's scandal could tarnish the reputation of all. The guild structure also created a tight-knit professional community, too. Members met on regular occasions and participated in religious observances together. Most guilds had patron saints and held an annual feast day. The patron saint of bakers, of course, varied by region. In Paris, for example, bakers initially venerated Saint Lazare, perhaps seeking protection from leprosy due to their constant exposure to heat. But later they adopted Saint Honoré as their chief patron, a 6th century French bishop who, according to legend, had been a baker before he entered the clergy. In many parts of Germany and Alsace, similarly, bakers placed themselves under the care of St. Nicholas, and often used the pretzel, a traditional bread with religious origins, as a symbol on their signs and seals. These religious ties were not merely symbolic, though. They fostered solidarity and spiritual comfort in a very demanding occupation. When a baker fell ill or a family member died, the guild would rally and provide aid, for example, delivering bread to the family or perhaps even covering funeral costs. All these elements, the years of training, the examinations and fees, the shared saints and standards, it gave the guild baker a distinct identity and pride. Bakers were keenly aware that their craft was extremely important. The poet of the Die de Boulanger might have been poetic in claiming bakers support the world, but it rang true in an age where bread comprised the bulk of most people's meals. If you don't eat, you're dead. With this importance, of course, came heavy expectations, lots of pressure, and the Bakers' Guilds knew that the eyes of both the authorities and the public were always upon them. So what about the daily routine, though? What was it actually like? The normal work of a baker? But long before sunrise, the master and his household, which could include apprentices, journeymen, and perhaps other family members, were already hard at work by flickering candlelight and the red glow of the oven's fire. Not bad for a winter job, I suppose. Baking was largely a pre-dawn activity, so that fresh bread could be ready for the markets and customers in the morning. First order of business each night was to prepare the oven. Medieval ovens were typically large, domed constructions made of stone or brick. Think about a wood-fire pizza oven, that kind of thing. But because ovens got extremely hot and posed a serious fire hazard, they were often built as separate structures, sometimes even at the edge of town or outside city walls to mitigate risk. The baker's team would kindle a fire inside the oven and heat it until the masonry was scorching hot, then sweep out the coals and embers with a long-handled broom. Once the oven's interior was adequately heated, the remaining ash was removed. There was no thermometer or thermostat, of course. You just had to judge that heat by experience. The baker would do this by occasionally tossing a bit of flour inside to see if it scorched instantly. While the oven was being fired, other members of the bakery team were busy grinding grain and mixing dough. Flour was the baker's primary ingredient, and obtaining good flour was an ongoing concern. Many bakers purchased their flour ready ground from millers, who were themselves crucial figures in the food supply chain, by the way. Large towns had water mills or windmills that could produce flour in quantity, but in some cases bakers still did a bit of milling or sifting on site. They used hand-driven cairn stones for small batches and passed flour through cloth or hair sieves to achieve a finer purity. The introduction of hair sieves around the 11th century allowed for much finer white flour than previously possible, enabling bakers to create multiple grades of bread for different customers with different needs and resources. So with the flour ready, the baker mixed it with some water and some form of leavening to make dough. Yeast in the medieval bakery was not a packaged commodity, but rather a byproduct of fermentation. A common source was brewer's yeast, a frothy balm from ale brewing, which bakers would collect and add to the dough. Many bakers also maintained a sourdough starter, a bit of old fermented dough kept alive from batch to batch, which naturally leavened the new dough. As for managing yeast, well, that was a delicate art too. Too little and the bread would be dense, too much and the dough might over-ferment and collapse. So it was a gentle balance, and the baker had to time everything just right, coordinating the rising of the dough with the heating of the oven. Kneading the dough was one of the most labor-intensive parts of the process. Contemporary illustrations and accounts often show bakers stripped down to their shirts, sweating over huge wooden kneading troughs. In a busy bakehouse, the dough quantities were enormous, enough to yield dozens upon dozens of loaves, and all it was worked by hand, occasionally by foot or elbow. You wouldn't want to be eating the dough kneaded by someone's dirty old feet, wouldn't you? Well, it could take 15 minutes or more of vigorous heaving and folding to develop the gluten and eventually distribute the yeast. Apprentices and journeymen provided much of this brute labor, developing the baker's muscles needed for the trade. And you could only imagine the forearms that they would get. Very strong. They're not forearms, they're 5 arms. Of course, flour dust hung thick in the air, coating the work surfaces and often the bakers themselves in a fine white powder. Well, once the dough was of the right consistency and had risen sufficiently, it was shaped into loaves. Medieval loaves could be round, oblong, or sometimes even ring-shaped, but the typical loaf was a simple round. In French, a standard round loaf was called a miche. The term boulanger for baker actually comes from boule, meaning ball or round loaf. The more you know. Well, bakers made loaves of various sizes, of course, often standardized by weight. For example, in England, the assize of bread defined how much a farthing loaf, that is, a loaf sold for a quarter penny, should weigh, when wheat cost a certain amount. To identify their products, bakers would sometimes mark their loaves, scoring a pattern or stamping an emblem onto the dough, so that if an inspector found an underweight loaf, the offending bakery could be recognized by its mark. Pretty clever. Well, in general, bakers took care to produce a uniform, quality product, both out of pride and also to avoid trouble with the authorities, or the guild, rather. Well, when the oven was ready, and the dough had sufficiently risen, the baker skillfully loaded the loaves into the oven, using a long-handled wooden paddle called a peel. This tool was quite similar to those used by pizza makers today. It allowed bakers to reach deep inside the hot oven and place loaves on the hearth, that is the oven floor, without burning themselves. Of course, burning yourself, that was, well, you were pretty much just going to burn yourself at some point or another. Well, it took strength and dexterity to load an oven quickly and efficiently. Dozens of loaves might need to go in for a single bake, and once they were all in, the oven door was closed to retain the heat. There was no precise timing by the clock. Instead, bakers relied on experience and cues like the changing aroma of the bread or the color of a test loaf. After sufficient time, the loaves were drawn out one by one with the peel. Because the oven floor could never be perfectly clean of ash and soot, most loaves emerged with a blackened bottom crust. And the customers expected that. It was just the way it was. In manor houses, the servants routinely slipped off the bottom of each loaf, reserving the upper crust for the Lord's table, as noted earlier. Well, after baking, the day's bread was sold, and many bakers ran a small shop just outside where they were doing their work, where customers came each morning to get a little bit of breakfast. Others sold at stalls in the marketplaces, and some sent hawkers through the streets to peddle the bread. Large orders for monasteries or noble households might be delivered by cart. Any unsold loaves were, by the day's end, given to the poor, ground into breadcrumbs for cooking or dried into rusks to keep longer. And then the baker cleaned up and ready to start the cycle again the next night. Well, because bread was such a critical commodity, medieval authorities paid extraordinary attention to how it was made and also how it was sold. The most famous regulations were the English Assize of Bread and Ale, first promulgated in the 13th century under Henry III. This law was actually one of the earliest pieces of consumer protection legislation in Europe. It regulated the price, the weight, and the quality of bread, as well as ale, of course. This was all to ensure fairness and to prevent profiteering. Well, in effect, the assize fixed how much bread one should get per penny paid, adjusting the required loaf weight as the grain prices rose or fell. If grain became expensive, the baker was allowed to sell smaller loaves at the same price, so that he could recoup his costs. And if grain became cheaper, the loaves were expected to be larger. In theory, this protected consumers from overpricing, and also ensured that even in lean times, the poor could at least get a little bit of bread. Well, the assize of bread was rigorously enforced in England for centuries, and remarkably, it remained on the law books until the 19th century. While other parts of medieval Europe had similar ordinances, many towns on the continent knew that riots could break out over bread if prices skyrocketed or loaves were too small. City councils and princes, therefore, set rules to preempt public unrest. For example, some local laws in Italy and Germany specified standard weights for loaves and fixed maximum prices during shortages. In France, royal edicts and town charters likewise established oversight of bakers. Paris had officials known as boulangers, that is, sworn baker inspectors, tasked with checking bread in the markets and certifying fair weight. Enforcement of bread laws was taken very seriously. Periodically, local authorities, sometimes the mayor, sometimes market inspectors, or even knights appointed as bread wardens, would visit bakeries or examine bread for sale. They would weigh loaves to ensure they matched the legal standard, and we've actually got records of such inspections going on in London, where city officers seized underweight loaves and identified the baker by the stamp on the bread. If a baker was found guilty of giving deficient weight or otherwise violating the assize, punishments followed an escalating scale. Well, for the first offense, you'd probably just get away with a fine. The baker would be immersed, that is, penalized a sum of money proportional to the offense. A second offense could bring a heavier fine and a stern warning. But if a baker was a repeat offender or committed a serious fraud, he would be put into the oven and turned into bread himself. No, I'm joking. But in any case, the consequences became public and very humiliating. English law, for example, prescribed the pillory for persistent, dishonest bakers, and the pillory was basically a wooden framework set up in a public square with holes for the offender's head and hands. You know the one I'm talking about. A convicted baker would be locked in the pillory, exposed for hours to the jeers and occasional throwing of rotten vegetables of the townspeople. But this public shaming was intended as a deterrent and a way to restore trust by making an example of dishonest people. There are colorful accounts of pilloried bakers too. One chronicle recounts a baker who was dragged through the streets with a weight-deficient loaf hung around his neck as a sign of his crime, before being clamped in the pillory. Women bakers, too, could face such punishment. A 1310 record tells of female bakers from outside London who were arrested for sending underweight bread into the city and were duly pilloried for it. In some cases, instead of the pillory, the baker might be paraded on a hurdle or thrown into a tumbril, which is a kind of cart or stool kind of thing. well, again, to be pelted by the angry customers. And for the truly poor businessman, the one that just cannot stop, authorities could strip a baker of their profession entirely, banishing him from the guild and forbidding him to bake bread for public sale henceforth. Your bread-making days are over. Well, given that baking was one's life trade, this of course was a devastating punishment. These strict measures show how trust was the cornerstone of the baker's relationship with the public. A medieval housewife needed confidence that the loaf she bought for her family was honest in weight and wholesome in quantity. Well, any hint that bakers might cheat could erode social stability, hence the keen interests of city elders and kings in bread regulation. Rulers sometimes issued special edicts against specific abuses. King Edward I of England, for example, in the late 13th century, forbid bakers from using ground bone or chalk to whiten bread flour. Well, the penalty for using such deceptive additives was, quite fittingly, an hour in the public pillory. You better hope that word does not spread quickly. But of course, human nature is what it is, isn't it? Some bakers tried to outsmart the system. Everyone's trying to get something for nothing, aren't they? Medieval records and later commentary give us a sense of the tricks of a bad baker. Some mixed cheaper flours like bean or pea flour into wheat and failed to disclose it, conveniently. Or they used spoiled grain and excess bran in breads meant for the poor. But more deviously, a few scoundrel bakers even attempted to hide unlawful substances in their loaves. There are reports of bread padded with chalk or loaded with a lump of metal to increase its weight, which I assume you would find that out when you bit down on it, right? I mean, pretty obvious. In any case, such extreme frauds were certainly not the norm. They were the medieval equivalent of horror stories. But when they did happen, they were harshly punished when uncovered. In fact, the need to stay on the safe side of the law might have given rise to the tradition of the baker's dozen. Now, a normal dozen is 12, but a baker's dozen means 13. According to tradition, English bakers, wary of being fined or flogged for selling short weight, developed the practice of adding a free extra loaf for every dozen. By giving 13 loaves when a customer ordered 12, the baker provided a safety margin to ensure the total weight was at least what it should be. This practice, recorded since the 13th century, served as a kind of insurance policy for the baker. A small loss in profit to avoid the far greater cost of a brush with the law. Well, despite all these regulations, or indeed probably because of them, many bakers took their responsibilities seriously and cultivated reputations for honesty. Guild records show that upright bakers often supported the enforcement of standards, since it kept rogues from undercutting them. And authorities, for their part, recognized that bakers provided an essential service and needed fair treatment. So during extreme situations like famines, this relationship could become quite strained. Rulers might temporarily suspend the usual rules, ordering bakers to sell bread cheaply or distribute stocks to the hungry even at a personal loss. Guilds sometimes negotiated subsidies or grain allotments in such cases to keep their members from going bankrupt. In the late 14th century, for instance, the city of Florence, during a shortage, fixed bread prices so low that bakers could barely afford to do their job. The Bakers' Guild petitioned for access to cheaper government grain to continue their work. The legal framework around bread was thus a delicate balancing act. ensuring affordable bread and preventing fraud while also keeping bakers in business. The elaborate rules and the longevity of the assays of bread attest that bread was far too important to be left to the whims of the market. It was, in effect, treated as a public utility, with the medieval baker at the center of a centuries-long early experiment in consumer protection. Well, let's look at the social hierarchy of medieval towns. And within that hierarchy, bakers occupied an interesting middle ground. You see, there were skilled tradespeople, and as members of a guild, they ranked among the middling sort. They weren't nobles or high clergy, that's for sure, but they were respectable craftsmen, integral to daily life. A successful master baker could be reasonably well-to-do. Because bread was in constant demand, a busy baker might turn a good profit, enabling the baker to own a comfortable house or contribute to civic projects. And some bakers even served in town councils or took on municipal roles like market supervision, indicating a level of esteem and trust placed in them. However, bakers also face suspicions and stereotypes. Much like millers who were infamous for cheating their customers on weight, bakers had to contend with certain weariness from the public. Common folk might swap stories about the baker who mixed chalk into his flour, or one who sold loaves that were half air. This meant trust had to be earned daily. Bakers did so by establishing a reputation for fairness and consistency. For example, a conscientious baker might always give a little extra, hence the baker's dozen, or make sure his weights were visible to customers. Small gestures that reassured the public. Guild regulations often encourage such behavior. On the feast of their patron saint, bakers' guilds would sometimes distribute extra loaves to the poor as a form of charity and public relations. And not only was this an act of Christian duty, but it also demonstrated the guild's commitment to feeding the community, thereby fostering a bit of goodwill. Now, in times of famine or grain shortage, bakers were often on the front line of public anger. Hungry crowds could easily suspect bakers of hoarding grain or profiteering, making them scapegoats when bread grew scarce. Chronicles recount that in severe crises, authorities sometimes had to protect bakers from mob violence, or compel them to bake at controlled prices to feed the populace. In 1527, during a famine in Lyon, a little bit after the medieval period, but we'll include it, rioters targeted bakers' shops, prompting the city to enforce emergency just price measures. Such incidents were a constant worry for bakers and rulers in earlier centuries as well. You see, they show how politically volatile the food supply could be, and how bakers often bore the brunt of popular frustration when food ran short. But within their own community of the guild and family, bakers navigated challenges of a different kind. Baking was often a family enterprise. The master's wife and children commonly worked alongside him. In fact, many guilds explicitly allowed a baker's widow to continue operating the bakery if her husband died, at least until she remarried or her children grew old enough to take over, recognizing that she likely knew the business intimately. And indeed, women were deeply involved in baking. A baker's wife often worked in the shop or at the kneading trough, and widows of bakers frequently kept the business running, sometimes being officially licensed by the guild to do so. Illuminated manuscripts from the later Middle Ages even show women working together at the oven and at the dough table, indicating that all female bakeries' workspaces, though not the norm, certainly did exist. While formal guild membership was usually closed to women except through a husband, in practice many bakeries were family operations that relied on labor and management of wives and daughters. In London, for example, women known as brewsters or bakesters, the feminine forms of brewers and bakers, were common in the early medieval period before guild structures strictly became male. Even in later periods, the term bakester survived in English as a surname, Baxter, hinting at the legacy of women bakers. Now, women in a bakery, working in a bakery rather, was physically demanding for anyone, and especially for women in an age where heavy labor was often presumed to be men's work. Yet the historical evidence shows that women did do their share. In some cases, all women teams might run a bakery, particularly in towns where a widow took on apprentices or where sisters inherited a bakery. In Montpellier, France, in the 14th century, records note a widow who successfully petitioned to continue her late husband's baking business, and another case in which a mother and daughter team managed a village bakery. Now, these examples show that while the public image of the baker was typically male, the reality often involved a husband and wife partnership, or a similar family collaboration. In any case, it was all hands on deck in this enterprise. But bakers were also intimately connected to millers and the broader feudal economy of food. In the countryside, feudal obligations often meant that bakers, or peasants baking themselves, had to use the lord's mill and the lord's oven, both for a fee, of course, due to manorial monopolies. This system, common in medieval times, especially early medieval times with the banal mill and oven, essentially forced a rural people to rely on the lord's baker or oven keeper. By contrast, independent town bakers valued the freedom to grind again and bake in their own facilities without such interference. The rise of guild-regulated baking in free towns can be seen as a part of a larger movement away from feudal controls and toward a market-based urban economy. But what about the baker's personal status within the community? Well, bakers generally enjoyed a reputation as honest, pious folk, or at least they had to in order to keep their customers and avoid scrutiny. Their very schedules set them apart. While others were sleeping, bakers labored by night and were among the first up in the morning, a fact often noted with appreciation by their neighbors. At the same time, a lazy or dishonest baker could very quickly find themselves become a pariah. City records occasionally mention bakers who were boycotted or even driven out of business by collective anger after repeated cheating or a scandal, such as selling bread made from bad flour, getting everybody sick, that kind of thing. But on the whole, though, as long as a baker met the community's expectations, providing fair weight, decent quality, and maybe a little bit of charity, throwing those scraps to the poor, he and his household would be counted perhaps among the most respectable of the common citizenry. Certainly something that the community needs. And so, from the pre-dawn kindling of the oven fire to the careful sale of the day's loaves, the life of a medieval baker was a cycle of labor and service woven tightly into the fabric of their communities. We've seen that bread was certainly the cornerstone of medieval existence, and by extension, bakers were the craftsmen at that cornerstone, sustaining society day by day with their work. The rewards of a baker's life included a steady livelihood and the simple pride of nourishing the community. The hardships? Well, they ranged from grueling hours at the oven so hot to the ever-present fear of penalties for any misstep. Whether it was on purpose or not, the result is the same, and so is the punishment. Of course, the whole craft was filled with these intriguing customs and quirks, from the invocation of patron saints to the giving of a baker's dozen to ensure fairness. Behind every loaf of bread was the toil of a baker who often labored through the night so that others could break their fast each morning. And think about it. If you're listening to this at perhaps 3 a.m. in the morning, perhaps some baker in our modern era is getting himself ready, or herself ready, to go off to the bakery and begin their work. So imagine once more a medieval baker shutting his shop up at noon after selling out the day's bread. His arms are sore and tired from all that kneading, and the eyes are hurting from the smoke. But perhaps there's a certain satisfaction in that work. The village or town will eat today, in part because of his great efforts the night before. In the grand scheme of kings and popes, a baker might seem like a minor character, just a simple craftsman. But to the people lining up for his loaves each dawn, he was nothing less than a lifeline. Everything is connected. Everybody's role is important. Sometimes people don't get written into the history books, but that's what videos like this are for. And it is fitting that in the Lord's Prayer one implores, "Give us this day our daily bread." For in medieval times each day's survival truly depended on those like the baker doing their humble but vital work. And so the life of medieval bakers, with all of its trials and triumphs, ultimately reminds us that even the most ordinary and forgotten of professions can be the very thing that, as we said at the start, supports the world. From the plowshare to the horseshoe, from the smallest nail to the noblest blade, the fruits of a blacksmith's labor held together the fabric of medieval society. Yet the life of a blacksmith in those times was more than just toil at the anvil. It was a life of highly skilled craftsmanship, regulated training, and vital social standing, one that combined the humblest of everyday tasks with the near magical transformation of metal through fire. But the blacksmith has often been romanticized in popular imagination as that burly figure forging swords for knights in the shining armor. But a closer historical look reveals a more nuanced reality. Blacksmiths were not merely weapon makers for lords, but they were indispensable artisans, serving the everyday needs of their communities. And so to truly understand the medieval blacksmith, we should probably detach them from the knightly mythos and analyze their lives on their own terms. Not everybody's making suits of armor. Some people are just making the nails to build the houses, the shoes for the horses, all of those small things in between. After all, society falls apart without the small things. So let's spend the next hour together, and we can take a peek into the life of medieval blacksmiths. Now, before we begin, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Once again, here we are, back to the medieval period. And if you have not yet subscribed, I invite you to do so. And I also invite you to lay the worries of being interrupted by troublesome ads to rest, because the entire channel is free of them. That includes everything in the playlist. It's because we are supported not by ads on YouTube, but rather by the kind patrons on Patreon, YouTube memberships, also donations through Super Thanks, the PayPal link in the description, and also the merch store. But if you really want to do us a solid, just leave a like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends about us. The more the merrier. Now, with all that being out of the way and shameless e-begging all done with, let us begin our video for today. Nice and relaxed, as always. Well, what better way to set the scene than to begin with an old medieval saying which held that one can make no horse go, no building stand, no field yield without the work of the smith. And indeed, blacksmiths were foundational to medieval society. They provided the metal tools, hardware, and weapons that everyone from the humblest peasant to the noblest king depended upon. In peacetime, when it came around eventually, the village smith forged and repaired plowshares, axes, shovels, or other tools, but also cooking pots, nails, hinges, and all of those other everyday items. So it wasn't all just about forging a sword or an axe. It was a lot more involved than that. In fact, sure, if you could get that kind of work in wartime, well, good for you, get while the getting is good. But the market does what it does. And if all you know how to do is to forge blades, well, when peacetime comes, you're pretty useless. Well, let's go to Geoffrey Chaucer. Nothing more medieval than that. He gives us a vivid glimpse of such humble tasks in the late 14th century. In the work The Canterbury Tales. You should read it, by the way. Maybe I'll do a full reading of it. Anyway, a local smith named Gervase is described, quote, forging on his anvil harnesses, he sharpens shares and coulters busily. Now, forgive the medieval English wording of that. Basically, what he's trying to say is making horse harness fittings and sharpening the iron blades of plows. Now, this literary cameo shows that the average blacksmith was primarily a maker of tools and hardware for agriculture, transport, and domestic use. Practical things that everybody needs rather than a specialist in swords and armor. Now, every village, if possible, sought to have a resident smith, and many manorial estates viewed a smithy as essential infrastructure. An early medieval royal decree in the year 800, Capitulare Divilis, explicitly ordered that each of the king's estates must have a certain number of skilled workers, and that goes from carpenters to blacksmiths and other trades, and they must always have them present for any needs that come up. Now, this capitulary even noted that lands with iron ore should supply that ore to the smiths, showing once again how crucial metalworking was to the self-sufficiency of an estate. Of course, blacksmiths were equally pivotal in times of war. While medieval blacksmiths did much more than craft weapons, their ability to forge arms and armor remained vital, especially during periods of conflict. The Frankish records under Charlemagne, that is the late 8th to the early 9th century, praised blacksmiths as key contributors to military preparedness. After all, they won't be going at them with bare fists. One capitulary, issued in 802, amid Charlemagne's campaigns, required that lords maintain skilled smiths to produce chainmail armor for their soldiers. Well, this shows once again the heavy emphasis on warfare during Charlemagne's reign, a time when expanding an empire meant equipping armies with everything they needed, and of course, there was only one trade up to that job. Carolingian sources even mention with admiration the horse armor or protective iron sheathing for war horses that smiths crafted, offering cavalry a greater superiority in battle. But to the warrior aristocracy, a proficient armor blacksmith was worth its weight in gold. We see evidence of that value attached to a smith's products in legal codes, the early medieval Lex Ribuiaria. Excuse me with the Latin, doing my best here. That is a Frankish law code. Well, this explicitly lists the Wehrgild, its legal compensation value of high-quality arms and armor. Now, for example, a good breastplate was valued at 12 solidi, which is a considerable sum. In this law, meaning if such a piece of armor was stolen or destroyed, the offender owed 12 gold coins in recompense, and you better hope that you have them. Well, in effect, smith-forged goods had recognized monetary and legal worth. They were treated as a form of currency in the compensation economy of the time. Of course, not everybody had coins and monetary assets, so still quite a bit of bartering going on. After all, if someone else has something you need and you have something that they need, well, it only makes sense. In any case, this dual importance, that is, forging practical tools like plowshares and nails in peace and swords in wartime, made the blacksmiths an important figure, and one that straddles both the agrarian and military sphere of medieval life. And if you really think about it, in practical terms, choosing a trade, where you know you'll always have work of some kind, a blacksmith is a pretty solid choice. Times of war, well, you'll always have plenty of work with that. Times of peace, well, there's plenty of houses to be rebuilt, so get on to the nails, I suppose. But it is important to note that throughout the medieval period, blacksmiths maintained this dual role. And what I mean by that is even when a smith was primarily occupied with mundane tasks for the community, the latent capacity to turn his forge to wartime production was always there, kind of like a switch ready to be flicked at any moment. A village blacksmith might spend most days shoeing horses and fixing tools, but in a pinch he could mend a knight's armor or forge iron arrowheads. The barbed kind, the ones that are hard to get out. They don't let you use them anymore, I don't think. Well, conversely, an armorer serving a castle could also craft common farm implements when needed. Medieval society never completely separated this weaponsmith from that of the toolsmith. In fact, both roles just coexisted. Well, they were both community craftsmen and also the backbone of the army. It's just they were doing the different roles at different times, really. So, that enduring image of a blacksmith as a weapon maker is only part of the story. They were just as much the makers of the plows and nails, the unsung builders of medieval civilization in peace, as much as they were the makers of swords and armor, the sinews of war. So let's not put the image in our head too much of that sword being hammered away on top of the anvil. And we move on with that in mind, that this is a very diverse trade. So, if you stepped inside a medieval smithy, you'd find a world defined by a glow of the furnace and the ring of iron clanging on iron. So let's briefly survey the tools and techniques that a blacksmith of the Middle Ages would have to master. The typical workshop, whether a simple village forge or part of a town's craftsman shop, centered on a hearth or furnace where iron was heated. The fuel was usually charcoal, which burned hot enough to soften and eventually melt iron. The smith worked the bellows, often a large double bellow operated by foot or perhaps an assistant if he had one, to pump air and raise the fire to a white-hot intensity. On the hearth, pieces of iron, either in the form of wrought iron bars or scrap metal to be reforged, were heated until red or yellow hot, and thus they would become malleable, able to move and shape into different things. Once the iron was heated to a kind of plastic-like state, the real artistry began. Now, the blacksmith's primary tool was, of course, the anvil, a massive iron block that provided a surface for hammering, with tongs in one hand to hold the glowing workpiece and a hammer in the other. The smith would forge the iron into a desired shape. Contemporary descriptions and archaeological studies show how this was done. according to the metallurgist Theophilus Presbyter, who wrote a treatise on crafts around the early 12th century. A smith first cuts off a piece of iron from the bar using a chisel, which is sometimes called a set. He does this while the metal is cold or slightly heated. Then, holding the hot piece with tongs on the anvil, the smith hammers it with a series of tools, heavy sledges for initial shaping, and lighter hammers for finishing it off, plus special instruments like punches to make holes or marks and drifts to shape holes or eyes. Now, there is a modern scholar of medieval technology called Ian Goodall who's done quite a bit of work in this field, and he summarizes the process as follows. A piece of iron was first cut from the bar with a chisel or set. Then the blacksmith, holding the iron with tongs, used a sledgehammer, lighter hammers, and other tools, including punches or drifts, to complete the forging. So essentially, smithing was a matter of repeated cycles of heating up and hammering, and heating and hammering again. The metal might be returned to the fire multiple times, each heating making it malleable again for further shaping, a practice called drawing the iron. So by hammering, the smith could lengthen or draw out a piece to make, maybe a hinge or a sword blade, or thicken, or as they call, upset it, by concentrating the metal, for example, to form the head of a bolt or the base of a tool. Several specialized techniques rounded out the blacksmith's repertoire. Bending was done by hammering or using forms to curve metal. For instance, shaping a horseshoe or the rim of an iron wheel. Punching and drilling created holes. A hot punch could knock a hole through soft iron, to make the eye of an axe head, for example. Think about tools like that needed it. Could be pickaxes, things like that. Or, of course, holes could be later drilled out when the metal was cooled. Forge welding was particularly a high skill. It involved heating two pieces of iron, or perhaps steel, to near melting and hammering them together as they fused together. Medieval smiths used forge welding to attach pieces, such as welding a steel cutting edge onto an iron axe head, combining toughness with a hard edge. But they could also make chain links by welding the ends of iron rods together. Another technique was case hardening, or as they call it, carburizing, where iron was impregnated with carbon from charcoal in the fire to make a harder steel surface, useful for tools or weapons needing sharp edges. By the late Middle Ages, skilled smiths could even produce small quantities of true steel for blades through careful control of carbon in the iron. Finally, tempering and quenching were critical steps for tools and weapons. After forging a blade or tool, the smith would heat it into a certain color, which would indicate its temperature, and then quench it with water or oil, hardening the metal. Later it might be reheated gently to temper it. Tempering, of course, meaning toughen it up, rather. So the blacksmith's toolkit was accordingly diverse. Aside from hammers and tongs of various sizes, smiths used chisels and sets for cutting, punches for holes, drifts for enlarging holes, fullers and swagers, which were shaped anvils or dies for forming particular shapes. Also files for finishing things up. Final process. You want things to look nice after all. An important but often overlooked tool, however, was the slack tub, a barrel of water used for quenching hot metal. The dramatic hiss of red-hot iron dunked into the water was a common sound in the forge. It not only hardened some items, but also cooled work, so it could be handled for filing and finishing. The overall process required quite a bit of muscle, sure, but also a keen eye and a deep knowledge of metals. That's why it takes so many years to learn. A smith judged the heat of the iron by its color: dull red, bright red, orange, yellow, white, each indicating a temperature range, and that it comes with its different properties. The timing of the hammer blows, the angle of the strikes, and the rhythm of reheating and cooling. It's all part of a craft that takes years to master. But to the uninitiated, the smith's work might have appeared to be almost magical. Solid, cold iron was rendered soft and glowing, then transformed by hammer and fire into something useful. So it's little wonder that medieval folklore often gave blacksmiths a hint of the supernatural. The process of forging, with its fiery glow and showers of sparks, inspired metaphors in everyday language. Medieval people might speak of tempering one's emotions, or hammering out an agreement, drawing from the smith's lexicon, things that we even have to our modern days, of course. Well, phrases like strike while the iron's hot, of course, is an original thing from the blacksmith's workshop. Many people still use that. But in practical terms, the techniques of the blacksmiths were were effective enough that many persisted with little change well into the modern era. A 15th century smith transported to an 18th century village forge might find a lot of familiar terms and basic tools and methods. Things didn't really change that much until the Industrial Revolution and machinery came in and all the rest. In any case, this continuity does speak to how refined and optimized the art of smithing had become during the Middle Ages. I guess they probably all thought that was the peak. That things would never get more advanced than this. But of course, all of this is, well, not something you could just pick up casually. You couldn't just show up and start forging things. It demanded long training and a progression of skills. In the early medieval period, blacksmith knowledge was often passed from master to apprentice, and it wasn't any formal schooling. Perhaps a young boy in a village might be taken in by the resident smith to learn the craft. Usually it would be the son of the smith, though. By working bellows, fetching fuel, assisting at the anvil, the apprentice gradually learned, first by observation, and then by practice. But as towns grew and trades became more specialized, formal apprenticeship systems did emerge. By the High Middle Ages, the 12th to 13th centuries, most European cities had established guilds for various crafts, and that includes blacksmiths, and they had to regulate the training process, but also the standards. So the typical situation would be a boy of 12 to 14 who would be apprenticed to a master blacksmith. The term of apprenticeship could last several years. Often 7 years was a standard length in later medieval England. And during this time, the apprentice lived in the master's household. He worked in the forge and was taught the skills of the trade. It was an immersive education, starting with menial tasks like pumping the bellows or sweeping up the shop. The apprentice would slowly graduate to basic forging tasks, making simple nails or gate hinges, of course under supervision. Eventually they would put him on to more complex work, but you'd have to do the nails and hinges first, I'm afraid. Well, primary sources indicate that masters did not coddle their apprentices. The master had a financial stake in the quality of the work produced. Faulty iron tools could ruin his reputation, and a bad reputation can ruin a business, so the training was strict and thorough. A medieval master smith was unlikely to be lenient with mistakes. There's just too much on the line. Only when the apprentice produced work of acceptable quality would he be entrusted with tasks independently. This hard-earned expertise is reflected in the word smith itself, which actually comes from an Old English term, smeath, related to smite, to strike someone. implying someone adept at striking metal. Well, perhaps the master adept at beating up the poor apprentice when he made a mistake. In any case, it became synonymous with a skilled metal worker. Well, upon completing apprenticeship, a young smith became a journeyman, literally a day worker, from the French word journée, by the way. Now, as a journeyman, he was no longer bound to a single master, and he could even earn wages for his work. Pretty good, huh? Often journeymen traveled to other towns to gain experience, find work where needed, and ultimately just keep honing the craft. The concept of the wandering journeyman was especially common in some parts of Europe. They might carry letters of reference or samples of work to show their credentials. A talented journeyman could eventually aspire to become a master blacksmith himself, but this was not guaranteed. Guild regulations in many cities placed limits on who could set up shop as an independent master. Usually one had to produce a masterpiece, that is, a master-level piece of work which was judged by the guild to prove skill. But he also had to have the financial means and often citizenship status in that town to open a blacksmithing business. Now, there were some cases that guilds also limited the number of masters to avoid oversupply of craftsmen in a city. This served to keep quality high, but also competition regulated. Advancement from apprentice to journeyman to master, therefore, was a journey of merit but also of opportunity. You needed talent, patronage, resources, and probably a little bit of luck doesn't go astray. For example, a particularly skilled apprentice might catch the eye of a noble patron or a wealthy merchant, securing a loan or commission that helped him establish his own place of work. Others might remain journeymen for life if they lacked the means or connections to set up shop of their own. Now, the rise of guilds from the 12th century onward formalized all these practices. A guild was an association of craftsmen in the same trade, and blacksmiths in many towns formed such bodies to oversee training, standards, and also a bit of mutual support. Let's look at London, for instance. The Brotherhood of Blacksmiths is recorded as early as 1299. It later became the Worshipful Company. It existed to regulate the craft in the city, setting standards for iron quality and workmanship, preventing unlicensed smiths from undercutting prices, and often arranging the apprenticeship system. Guilds could enforce rules about who could call themselves a master, what prices could be charged for common goods, and even what materials could be used. Blacksmith guilds, like any other craft guilds, actively sought to prevent the market from becoming exploited or even saturated by too many workers or shoddy products, thereby preserving the prestige and economic viability of the smithing trade. In some cities, guilds also took on a social and religious role of sorts, holding patron saint feasts. Now, for blacksmiths, the common patron saints included St. Clement or St. Dunstan, and they also assisted members who fell ill or the families of deceased smiths. One important effect of guild organization was the elevation of blacksmiths' status in general. By late medieval times, master blacksmiths in prosperous towns could be influential citizens, and we have quite a bit of evidence from the city of Dinkelsbühl in Germany. In 1387, the city granted blacksmiths the right to hold seats on the town council, and you don't get a seat like that unless you're pretty important, right? Now, the official recognition shows the esteem and trust accorded to the trade. But this wasn't just isolated in Dinkelsbühl. Across many towns, the guild leaders, the aldermen or deans of the Smiths' Guild, often participated in civic affairs. In London, blacksmiths as a guild eventually became one of the city's livery companies, meaning they had a voice in the city governance alongside other major trades. Though clearly by the high and late Middle Ages, a competent blacksmith could be counted among the middling classes, or even the urban bourgeois. Not nobility, though. Not quite there, but certainly comfortably above the level of unskilled laborers, and certainly quite far above the subsistence farmers. Well, parents who were yeomen or minor gentry sometimes apprenticed their younger sons to trades like blacksmithing as a route to economic success. It was seen as a pretty good living, enough so that families would pay the apprenticeship fee to set up a boy in the smith's craft. The long training period and specialized skill meant that qualified smiths were relatively scarce, and thus could command pretty good fees for their work. It's all about supply and demand. Now, the guild system did impose some restrictions that could affect the daily life of the blacksmith. For instance, guild ordinances might dictate the working hours or days off. Many guilds forbade work on Sundays and major feast days, for example. They could also intervene in labor disputes, or in cases of unfair pricing. A town's records might show, for example, a fine levied on a blacksmith who sold substandard nails, or who started a forge, outside the guild's control. But overall, the guild provided a framework that professionalized the blacksmith's trade, maintained quality, and gave smiths a collective bargaining power in the urban centers. It is worth noting that in rural villages where formal guild oversight was weaker, or perhaps non-existent, local lords or the community elders effectively played a similar role, ensuring the smith was competent and sometimes regulating his fees, especially if the smith was paid in kind or through manorial arrangements rather than direct market transactions. Well, we know what the guilds were like, we know what the general picture is, but what was it really like to live and work as a blacksmith on a daily basis? So let's step into the shoes, or perhaps a apron, of a typical medieval blacksmith. For the sake of illustration, though, we should consider a blacksmith in a modest market town or large village in the 13th century. By this time, the patterns of work would be similar across much of Europe, though the details could vary by region and period. Let's start with the workshop and setting. The smith's workshop, or smithy, was usually a simple building, often open-fronted with large doors to allow ventilation and light, ventilation, of course, being very important. The constant heat of the forge made good airflow essential. In many cases, the smithy would be at the edge of the village or in a less crowded part of the town. Now, this was partly for safety, to reduce fire risk to nearby buildings, of course, and partly due to the noise and smoke that the smithy generated. No one wants to live next door to that, and you don't want to contaminate any other industries. Inside, aside from the hearth, anvil, and tools, there might be storage for iron bars and charcoal, a space for shoeing horses. Some forges had an attached lean-to or yard for this, with a hitching post. A horseshoe or anvil sign often hung outside as an advertisement of the trade. It was common to see black soot stains around the doorway and hear the ring of work from afar. Now, as for the blacksmith himself, his day started quite early. He would arrive at the forge at first light, especially in summer, taking advantage of the cooler morning hours before the midday heat compounded the furnace's warmth. The first order of business was to light the fire in the forge. Using charcoal from the previous day and fresh fuel, the smith, or perhaps the apprentice if he had one, and if the apprentice was allowed to do that sort of thing, kindled the fire and began pumping the bellows to get a good bed of coals. Now, once the fire was going, work could begin. If the smith had apprentices, or journeymen, they would be directed to different tasks. One might swing the heavy sledgehammer, while the master positioned the iron or pumped the bellows steadily as the master forged. Medieval smiths often worked in teams for efficiency. A rhythm developed, where an apprentice would reheat one piece of iron, while the master was hammering another, keeping a production cycle going. Clients might start arriving early with tasks. A farmer could bring a broken plowshare to mend, or request new iron tires for a wagon wheel. The local lord's groom might come by with horses to be shod. Shoeing horses, of course, was a constant task. It involved cleaning the horse's hoofs, cutting and shaping a new horseshoe, or pre-selecting a pre-forged one, and if the right size was available, heating it to adjust the fit, and then nailing it to the hoof. The phrase, "to shoe a horse," belies the labor. Each shoe required at least 6 to 8 nails, all of which were handmade by the smith as well. Blacksmiths needed not only strength but patience and gentleness when handling animals. A skittish horse could make the job understandably dangerous. I had a friend who I grew up with, and his family owned kind of like an equine center. They used to do dressage events and everything. Very impressive facility. But his poor father was shoeing horses one day, and I guess one of the horses did not want to be shoed. Well, anyway, it kicked up and broke a fair few of his ribs. Not good. Not good at all. The poor man had to crawl all the way back up to the house, and, well, it would have been quite a shocking sight to see. He's all right now, though. That's okay. Anyway, back to it. Well, blacksmiths needed not only the strength and patience, but gentleness when handling animals, as we've said, and many smiths specialized as farriers. That is a term for those who shoe horses and treat hoof ailments, especially in later Middle Ages, though in smaller communities the blacksmith had to really do it all. So between customer orders, the smith kept busy manufacturing common items in small batches. The constant staple was nails. Thousands of them were needed for buildings, carts, barrels, and, well, the work never really ended for that one. In fact, nail-making was such a huge part of ironwork that in some regions it just became a distinct occupation of its own. But most blacksmiths still made nails regularly. And indeed, one medieval English document noted that a good blacksmith could make several hundred nails in a day, working with efficient technique. I mean, it's crazy to think that these days we can just show up to the hardware store and buy a packet of 1,000 nails. Just no problem. Oh, if those people of the past could only see what we have now. For all the present's problems, well, we certainly have manufacturing down to a more efficient process. Now, another frequent product was tools for other trades. For example, the cooper, which is a barrel maker, might need new hoops and draw knives. The carpenter needs saw blades and hammerheads. The mason needs chisels and iron clamps, and so on. The blacksmith was thus the toolmaker, enabling all the other craftsmen. Most of the other trades at the time would require something of some sort from the blacksmith, whether it be a midwife needing new scissors, or maybe a baker needing new oven rakes, something like that. A network of dependency, of course. Now, by midday, the forge would be extremely hot. The smith might pause to eat, maybe a bit of bread, cheese, or a pottage brought from home, and drink a bit of ale or water to stay hydrated, but probably ale is the better bet, since water could be a little bit contaminated. Medieval accounts sometimes mention blacksmiths enjoying a good ale given the heat and exertion. It's not surprising that they needed the refreshment. Think about chefs these days in kitchens and all the rest. Well, after a short rest, work resumed. If larger projects were underway, say the crafting of an iron-bound wooden gate for the town or manufacturing parts for a mill, the afternoon would be spent on those. Larger projects often required coordination. Forging a wrought iron gate or grill might take many days, shaping decorative scrolls and then riveting the pieces together. Likewise, making a sword or armor was quite complex and time-consuming, and by the late medieval period, as mentioned earlier, the average blacksmith in a small town might not tackle elaborate swords or plate armor alone. Those were often done by specialists in cities renowned for such work. For example, the swordsmiths in Toledo, or perhaps the armorers in Milan, very famous for their craftsmanship. However, a local blacksmith could certainly repair a damaged sword or patch a dented helmet for a knight passing through. For much of the Middle Ages, mail armor was common, and smiths did produce mail links. It was, however, painstaking, drawing wire, cutting it into rings, and then riveting each ring shut. Often apprentices were assigned to rivet mail links, very tedious but very necessary. During the day, the smith had to manage his material and fuel carefully. As for iron, it was expensive. Many smiths relied on scrap recycling. If an iron tool broke, the pieces could be reforged into something new. Old horseshoes might become nails. A bent sword could become a couple of axe heads, which of course brings us to the question, what old artifacts did they just melt down? That's a shame. That is quite a shame. Well, bar iron, that is raw material bars, that had to be purchased from iron suppliers or traveling merchants who bought iron from smelting regions. In early medieval times, some blacksmiths smelted their own iron from bog iron or ore as a secondary skill, but by later centuries, smelting, that is running bloomeries or blast furnaces, became a separate industry, and the smiths primarily just bought the iron. Just easier that way, Time is money, as they say. Well, charcoal was another constant need. Large quantities were consumed to keep the fire hot. Typically, charcoal burners in nearby forests produced fuel for the local smiths. The smith's expenses for iron and charcoal would be deducted from his earnings on finished goods, so efficiency, minimizing wasted iron, and keeping the fire at just the right heat, it all mattered for his livelihood. But you also have to consider the sensory and physical environment of the workshop. It was a loud, smoky, and gritty place. Not a good place to work at all. The hammer blows on the anvil produced a distinctive ringing that could be heard across the neighborhood, and I bet you're imagining it in your head right now, aren't you? Well, one modern medical historian noted that blacksmiths likely suffered hearing loss over time from that constant exposure to the noise of metal striking metal. The forge's smoke, full of carbon monoxide and metal fumes, made the air thick. Blacksmiths often had perpetually sooty skin and a cough from inhaling smoke. However, many forges had chimneys or vents to channel the smoke out, and open doorways, well, they helped a little bit. The glow of the hot metal was intense. Smiths needed good eyesight, and also had to be aware of sparks. A shower of sparks when hammering hot iron could easily land on skin or in an eye, causing injury. Thus, some medieval smiths fashioned crude eye protection, or at least turned their faces away at certain strikes. They also wore durable leather aprons, and often gloves or wrapped cloth around their hands when not needing the bare-handed dexterity. Injuries, of course, were an ever-present risk. No occupational health and safety to be found, of course. Burns from touching hot iron accidentally, crushed fingers from a missed hammer blow, or even more catastrophic accidents, like, the whole place catching on fire. That's pretty catastrophic. Yet with experience, a smith would learn to minimize the dangers. Long hours at the forge built up formidable strength and calluses. Observers often remarked from the time on the brawn of blacksmiths. One 15th century English chronicle describes a notorious brawl where the town blacksmith's arms were as strong as iron, allowing him to wield a hammer as a deadly weapon. Good Lord, imagine that. You're just having a little drink at the tavern. You just want to go at it with fists, but the blacksmith pulls out a hammer and starts beating people over the head with it. Yeah, that ought to get the job done. Well, in any case, as daylight waned, and remember, artificial lighting was primitive, few oil lamps or tallow candles at best, the blacksmith's work would wind down. Often the day's last act was to shoe any remaining horses, or to let the fire die down after one more round of heating. Some smiths deliberately kept a low fire smouldering overnight, so that in the morning it could be quickly rekindled, banked under ashes. Customers might hurry in before dusk to collect finished items or drop off new requests for the next day. When the tools are finally laid down, the smith might bar the workshop door and head home. Another physically exhausting day, likely a 6-day-a-week custom, with Sunday generally off for church and rest as per the Christian custom. In many cases, the smith's family was involved too. If he had sons, they might be learning the trade as apprentices to their father. A wife or daughter might help with running the business, keeping accounts, taking orders from customers, or even helping with little tasks like quenching hot small items or sweeping up the shop. There are instances recorded of blacksmiths' wives who assisted in forging nails or other light smith work. One famous illustration from the early 14th century Holcomb Bible shows a blacksmith's wife helping her husband by hammering nails on a small anvil. So that image of a lone blacksmith can sometimes obscure that it could be, much like pretty much any other medieval profession, a family enterprise. In any case, at the day's end, after washing off the grime, perhaps in a basin of water, a full bath would be a luxury observed for occasional times, the blacksmith might enjoy a decent meal, at least decent by the standard. Given their caloric expenditure, blacksmiths likely had to eat well where they could. Brown bread, stew or meat if affordable, ale to drink. The income of a blacksmith could also vary, but many were relatively prosperous within their community. In the 14th century England, a skilled blacksmith might earn a few pence per day, which put him above the average farm labourer, who might only earn around 2 pence a day in the late 1300s, and on par with other artisans like carpenters or masons. In any case, the hard work notwithstanding, the income allowed a smith's family a degree of security. They were not usually among the destitute, and in fact financial records from medieval towns often show smiths paying substantial taxes, implying that they were in the middle bracket of earners. They might also rent or own a decent property. Some smithies also had an attached house. In any case, we may imagine that when the work is over, supper was eaten, perhaps the smith would go to the tavern for a little bit of reveling, exchanging news, hopefully not going there with his hammer to beat people over the head with it. So we can imagine him with arms still blackened from the forge, recounting the day's labours, negotiating tomorrow's commissions, one of his friends saying, "Oh, by the way, I've broken the ploughshare. Can I bring it down to you tomorrow?" Yeah, sure. Bring it in the morning. We'll fix it up." Something like that. It's all very human, isn't it? And of course the blacksmith was often well connected socially. Many people visited the smithy daily, so he heard all the village gossip and all the news from travellers. And in literature, blacksmiths are sometimes portrayed as jovial and talkative folk, quick with a little joke or a proverb, possibly reflecting their real role as community fixtures. In any case, after a little bit of socializing, he'd probably retire for the night. Perhaps he'd have a distant satisfaction in the day's work, invisible as it might seem, manifesting in the functioning of carts, the harvesting of crops with his scythes, and the safe travel of horses that he shoed. Kind of quiet pride that I think many craftsmen surely feel, to be the unseen backbone supporting so many aspects of daily life. Yeah, I think it is. Think about it, you walk past, and you think every little part of this community, all being held together because I made the nails, because I shoed the horses and all the rest. Yeah, that's certainly a quiet kind of pride. The kind of pride that's really worth having. So throughout the medieval period, they certainly occupied a unique social position. Now, to be sure, they were commoners. You wouldn't go around mistaking a smith for a lord or a knight. But they were highly skilled commoners, whose work was respected and sometimes even viewed with awe. Unlike unskilled laborers or peasant farmers, a master craftsman like a blacksmith had a valued expertise. In many medieval tax rolls and legal documents, a blacksmith is listed alongside millers, carpenters, and other craftsmen as part of the middling sort, essentially a middle class of medieval society, though the term is somewhat anachronistic. They could earn a good income, as we had discussed, and in towns they could be property owners and guild members with a political voice. In villages, a blacksmith might rank just below the manor's officials, and priest perhaps in importance. The old notion that every village needs 3 people, a priest, a miller, and a blacksmith, well, that's pretty fundamental of how the role is seen. However, there was also an almost mystical quality attributed to blacksmiths. Working with fire and transforming metal gave rise to folklore. In many cultures, blacksmiths were believed to have knowledge of charms or to be able to ward off evil, possibly because they wielded fire and iron, elements often used to symbolize protection. A famous English legend tells of St. Dunstan, a 10th century cleric, who in his youth was said to be a blacksmith. The story goes that Dunstan once grabbed the devil by the nose with a pair of red-hot tongs, thwarting the fiend's temptations. A pretty colourful tale, commonly depicted in later medieval folklore, and one explanation as for why people often hang horseshoes over doorways to keep devils and witches away, a horseshoe being the symbol of the smith's craft and a charm against evil. While this is legend, it does reflect the folk idea that blacksmiths had a special power to combat the malevolent forces, likely because iron and fire were considered purifying and protective in many traditions, and that goes back a lot further than the Christian ethos too. Now in Scandinavia and Germany, folk tales of Wayland or Volund, the mythical master smith, were popular. He was said to have been captured by a king for his skill, hinting that real smiths too could be viewed with a mix of fear and admiration. Wayland's legend even includes a gruesome detail that the king hamstrung him to prevent his escape, a metaphor for society's attempt to bind the smith's special abilities for their own use, I suppose. In medieval Anglo-Saxon society, smiths clearly enjoyed high status, yet possibly lived somewhat on the margins of communities. The very first written law code in England, King Ethelbert of Kent's laws, which was written around the year 600, lists the were-guild at its compensation value for people by rank. It assigns a princely value to a smith. If a blacksmith was killed, his death payment was to go to the king, not the smith's own family, effectively marking the smith as the king's man. This implies smiths were under royal protection or patronage, due to their importance. But at the same time, the need for secrecy or separation of smiths is hinted by archaeological patterns. Some Anglo-Saxon workshops were located at the edge of settlements, perhaps due to both practical reasons and possibly social ones. One Anglo-Saxon riddle describes the blacksmith's tools and fire in poetic terms, speaking of serpents on the floor, likely referring to the snake-like bellow hoses or iron rods, and the song of the hammer, in reference to the clanging of the iron on iron. Now the riddle conveys a mix of beauty and dread, calling the life of the smith, quote, tasting misery among snakes, a phrase used by modern scholars to summarize it. But this shows a bit of a dichotomy. The smith endures hardship and danger, yet also sings with his hammer and creates wondrous things. In any case, by the High Middle Ages, any earlier aura of mystery around smiths had likely diminished, as they became firmly integrated into regulated urban life. Blacksmiths, by then, were seen as solid and respectable craftsmen, though the whiff of their folkloric significance never really disappeared entirely. The association of blacksmiths with supernatural craftsmanship persisted in folklore. For example, in the Arthurian legends, the best sword Excalibur is forged by an otherworldly smith, in some retellings by the blacksmith of Avalon. Now, in the Germanic tale, the Nibelungenlied, hope I did that one right, dwarves forge powerful swords, mythic smiths. And that is something carried on too. They always talk about in some fantasy settings like Tolkien and things like that, the craftsmanship of the dwarves, this kind of thing. Underground, all the rest. Now, they are mythic, sure, but real smiths benefited from the mystique that working iron conferred. It likely bolstered their social standing. People thought twice about crossing a person who could manipulate the hardest metal, and maybe even had a patron spirit of fire on his side. And then there was, of course, religion that was woven into the smith's life. Many blacksmiths had a patron saint. Saint Eligius was one, a 7th century French saint who was a metalworker by trade. Saint Hubert and Saint Clement were also considered patrons of metalworkers in different regions. Guilds often placed themselves under the patronage and decorated their chapels with symbols like anvils or hammers. This religious aspect reinforced that smithing was a God-fearing and honest trade. And there is a frankly lovely account from a 12th century monastic chronicle describing a humble village blacksmith pausing in his work when he heard the church bell ring the Angelus, a devotional prayer. He supposedly made the sign of the cross with his hammer mid-swing. Whether that's true or not, it's still quite a nice little story. Now, in terms of legal status, blacksmiths as free men had the same rights as other free artisans. Those who were serfs or unfree, if any, working as smiths on a manor might have certain privileges. A lord often valued a skilled serf, enough to give him a lighter field duty or even a share of profits. In some regions, the role of a village smith became almost hereditary, passed from father to son, with the family enjoying a respected position akin to the miller or the reeve. However, there were also instances of traveling smiths, especially in the early periods or frontier areas. These were smiths without a fixed forge, moving from village to village, shoeing horses, mending tools from a portable forge setup. They might have been of lower status compared to the established townsmiths, but they certainly filled the gaps in coverage when needed. And certainly if you had a broken tool or a horse that needed reshoeing, you'd certainly be quite happy to see them show up in town. Now finally, just another social aspect of the blacksmiths sometimes took on auxiliary roles in communities. They had practical knowledge that could be applied to unexpected needs. For example, because they had tongs and pincers, they might be called upon for tooth extractions, which is not a good job. And indeed some accounts suggest that in the absence of a surgeon or barber, a desperate soul with a toothache might ask the blacksmith to just pull out the tool with Smith's pliers. Yeah, you'd have to be pretty brave for that one. But also, their role in making weapons meant that in times of local conflict or defense, a blacksmith was critical in arming villagers or militia. But on the flip side, if a rebellion or unrest occurred, authorities were weary of blacksmiths because, you see, they were the ones who had the means to make weapons, and there are cases in medieval records where after a peasant uprising, blacksmiths were specifically punished, or even had their forges destroyed to prevent further arms making. Well, you just better hope if a rebellion breaks out, and if you're supplying the rebels, you'd probably be putting a good amount of effort into your goods. After all, you want your side to win. There once was a little corner of medieval Europe where ancient woodland gods still reigned, while all surrounding nations had long embraced the cross. In the late 14th century, as Gothic cathedrals rose across Europe and Latin prayers echoed from Ireland to Russia, the people of Lithuania still kindled sacred fires in oak groves and honored ancient pagan deities. Lithuania was the last pagan kingdom in Europe, a remarkable holdout against the sweeping tide of Christianity. This is a story of how that last pagan realm finally converted, a tale of war, diplomacy, kings and missionaries, and a very complex, centuries-long struggle between old gods and the new. The very term Lithuania appears in recorded history at a very telling time. In the year 1009, the annals of Quedlinburg note that a Christian missionary, St. Bruno of Kierfur, was beheaded by pagans on the border of Lithuania. From its earliest mention, it was known as a pagan land, fiercely resisting Christian incursion. Over the next 4 centuries, while Europe's other tribes and kingdoms gradually came into the fold, the Franks by the 6th century, the Poles by 966, Kievan Rus by 988, the Scandinavians by the 11th and 12th centuries, the Lithuanians held fast to their ancestral religion. By the 14th century, they stood virtually alone, an island of paganism in a Christian sea. But why did Lithuania remain pagan for so long? And what finally brought about the change? The answer lies in a pretty unique mix of political pressures and internal pragmatism. For generations, Lithuanian Grand Dukes deftly balanced between the Christian East and West, using the very fact of their paganism as a political tool. Meanwhile, crusading knights from Western Europe mounted relentless campaigns to Christianize or conquer the Baltic holdouts by force. The eventual conversion of Lithuania in 1387 and the related baptism of its last pagan region, Samogitia, by 1413, ended the last chapter of Europe's pagan era. A conversion that was not a simple spiritual awakening, but a calculated state decision that reshaped Eastern Europe. A story today that we tell from start to finish, from the earliest encounters to the final days, when those last heads were dipped under the water. But let me welcome you to the channel first. I've been looking forward to doing this video for a while. I will admit, I do have some videos that I look forward to doing more than others. After all, we all have our own personal interests, right? If you've not subscribed yet, I would like to politely invite you to do so. Of course, only if you feel inclined to. Perhaps you'd like to leave your thoughts in the comments too. I always appreciate a spirited discussion. Now, what I'm sure you appreciate is the lack of ads not only on this video, but on every single video I make. In a time where ads are absolutely everywhere, it's quite a point of personal pride that we keep this channel 100% ad-free. We can only do so due to the generous contributions of those on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, it's got lots of goodies on there, and the occasional donation. It all helps. Links to all of that are available in the pinned comment and the video description. Now, with all that out of the way, introduction said and done, we may begin. Long before any formal state religion, the Lithuanians had a rich pagan belief system rooted in nature and ancestral tradition. As a Baltic people, they worshipped a pantheon of gods and spirits. The supreme deity was Dievas, the sky god, and especially important was Perkunnas, the thunder god, that bringer of storms, much like Thor or Zeus in other mythologies. There were earth goddesses tied to fertility, and a host of lesser deities inhabiting forests, rivers, homes, things like that. In Lithuanian lands, sacred groves of oak trees served as open-air temples, and fire was a holy element. Chronicles describe that the pagan priests, Vaidelotes, kept a perpetual sacred fire burning in the honor of their gods. An enduring image is that of communities gathering in forest clearings round an oak altar and an eternal flame, offering animal sacrifices and prayers to ensure the fertility of their fields, and in less fortunate times, success in war. Some of these practices survived long enough to be observed, albeit disapprovingly by outsiders. It was also said that grass snakes were kept and fed with milk as household guardian spirits, so revered that the Grand Duke Jogaila later had to order these holy serpents killed when he introduced Christianity. Holy groves were strictly protected in pagan Lithuania. Cutting an oak in a sacred grove was a grave sin before the old gods. Which brings us to the Teutonic Knights. A little parable about them. A German crusading order. They later reported finding and destroying wooden idols and altars in the Lithuanian forests, which is a terrible shame. Do you imagine if they had have just taken them so we could put them into a museum? I suppose it doesn't always work like that. Either way, these accounts are a little bit biased. We have to remember that, but they do give us a glimpse of a deeply rooted spiritual culture tied to the rhythm of nature. Christianity had made a few tentative inroads to this world before the 13th century, but often with fatal results for the missionaries. It was a very dangerous undertaking. Let's look at the case of St. Bruno in 1009. That was one early encounter that we know quite well. Bruno was a zealous missionary and bishop, and he attempted to convert the border peoples near Lithuania. Big mistake. According to the Gutenburg Chronicle, he baptized a pagan leader of a neighboring Baltic tribe. But when he pressed on toward Lithuania proper, he and his entourage were killed, reportedly on the orders of a local pagan prince. Well, this violent welcome both showed Lithuania's determination to resist foreign religion and, ironically, immortalized Lithuania's name in the European records. A popular saying notes that Columbus discovered America, and St. Bruno discovered Lithuania, meaning that Bruno's ill-fated mission was how Europe discovered the existence of this pagan land beyond Poland. Throughout the 11th and 12th centuries, Lithuania was still an emerging collection of tribes rather than a centralized kingdom. During this time, indirect Christian influences did manage to shuffle their way in. To the east and south, the Kievan Rus and other Slavic principalities had adopted Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Through trade and intermarriage, Orthodox Ruthenian, that is, East Slavic culture, began to touch Lithuania. Some Lithuanian nobles took Orthodox Christian wives or entered alliances with Rus princes. In fact, archaeological and linguistic evidence suggests that many Lithuanian nobles adopted Slavic Christian names for use alongside their own pagan ones. Either way, by the 12th century, Orthodox missionaries had reached some of the Baltic lands. For example, nearby Latgale, that is eastern Latvia, but they did have limited success among the Lithuanians themselves. But still, the influence was enough that many Old Church Slavonic loanwords for religious concepts, likely the word for church, Baznikia for baptism, Krikstas, that is, entered Lithuanian language at this time, showing that Lithuanians were aware of Christianity. Even if they were not converting en masse, they certainly knew what it was. Now, from the west came Latin Christian influence, and that's a bit different to the Orthodox tradition. And, of course, this time it came at the pointy end of a sword. The Northern Crusades. They began in the early 13th century, as the Catholic Church sanctioned crusading knights to subdue and convert the last pagan peoples around the Baltic. The Livonian Order, a branch of the Knights of the Sword, established itself in what is now Latvia and Estonia, while the Teutonic Order launched a crusade against the Prussian tribes, Western Baltic cousins of the Lithuanians, by the way. These military monastic orders founded fortress cities like Riga and Königsberg. That's right, they go all the way back. And they justified their conquest as a holy war against the barbaric pagans. By the mid-1200s, the pagan Prussians were largely conquered and forcibly converted, and the crusading orders set their gaze upon Lithuania next. Faced with aggressive Christian neighbors on multiple fronts, the Lithuanians were under growing pressure in the 13th century. This was the crucible in which the Lithuanian state coalesced, and religion, that was the central question. Would Lithuania go the way of its neighbors and accept baptism, whether by choice or force, or could it maintain its old ways and independence? Well, the first major answer to that question came with the reign of a certain ambitious duke, who briefly took Lithuania into the Christian fold, only for the country to slide right back into the old ways. That leader was King Mindaugas, and his story shows how fraught the issue of conversion really was. So let's talk about Mindaugas. By the 1240s, he had risen as the most popular Lithuanian duke, effectively a first ruler of a united Lithuanian state. Mindaugas was a shrewd and ruthless leader who expanded his influence not only over ethnic Lithuanian lands, but parts of neighboring Baltic tribes. However, his rise was challenged by rivals and the encroaching military orders. Surrounded by Christian powers, the Livonian Order to the north, the Teutonic Knights in the west, and Catholic Poland and Orthodox Rus in the south, Mindaugas recognized that Lithuania's survival might require a diplomatic as well as a military strategy. According to the chronicles of the time, around 1250 Mindaugas made a pretty bold political gamble. You see, he agreed to accept Christian baptism in exchange for peace and recognition. The Livonian order, then fighting some of Mindaugas' internal rivals, offered him up a deal. Mindaugas would be baptized as a Roman Catholic, and in return the order and its allies in the church would acknowledge him as the king of Lithuania and cease their crusade against him. And so in 1251, Mindaugas was baptized, reportedly along with his wife and close family. In the following year, Pope Innocent IV issued a papal bull proclaiming Mindaugas as rightful king, a significant moment because up to that point all the Lithuanian leaders were pagan grand dukes, and none of them had any international recognition of kingship, that's for sure. On July the 6th, 1253, Mindaugas was crowned the king of Lithuania, with a crown sent from the Pope, signifying that Lithuania had, at least at the top, joined the family of Christian kingdoms. For a time, this seemed like the breakthrough that might Christianize the entire nation. Mindaugas allowed Catholic clergy into his domains. The first church was built in the capital region, and Latin prayers were translated for use in Lithuania. By aligning with the Catholic Church, Mindaugas gained a powerful ally. He could call himself a king, quote, by the grace of God, and the Teutonic and Livonian knights were, in theory, obligated to stop attacking a baptized ruler. Indeed, a short-lived peace did take hold. One of Mindaugas' own letters, whose text survives in later documents, proudly recalls that, quote, our predecessor, King Mindaugas, with his whole kingdom, was converted to the faith of Christ. However, the reality is a little bit more limited. It is likely that only a small circle around the king actually converted at this time, while the vast majority of the Lithuanian people and lesser nobles continued their pagan practices, just as before. Mindaugas' conversion was thus a top-down, politically driven affair, and it faced an uphill battle. Many Lithuanian nobles resented the new alliance with the very Crusaders who had been their enemies. And what's more is that Mindaugas' own power was very far from secure. In the year 1260, a rebellion, a major one at that, flared among the Samogitians, that is the northwestern Lithuanians, who inflicted a crushing defeat on the Teutonic knights at the Battle of Durbe. This victory emboldened anti-Christian sentiment. Mindaugas' nephew, Treniota, a staunch pagan at that, emerged as a leader of the Samogitians and convinced Mindaugas to abandon his new faith, joining the uprising against the Crusaders. Mindaugas, seeing the shifting winds, broke his peace with the Livonian order in 1261, and it is possible that he did renounce Christianity too, as the later chronicles claim. If that is so, then it would mean that after about a decade of being a Christian king, Mindaugas reverted to the pagan camp. An extraordinary reversal, but one in keeping with Lithuania's pragmatic approach to religion. I'm sure you can imagine that the fallout was pretty swift. In 1263, Mindaugas was assassinated by Treniota and other rivals, and with his death, the fragile, short-lived Christian kingdom of Lithuania fell to pieces. The nascent Catholic Church structure set up under Mindaugas vanished, and his successors returned openly to the old religion. For the next 120 years, Lithuania would have no baptized ruler and no official church. Mindaugas' experiment showed both the promise and peril of conversion. It brought international legitimacy, but at the cost of internal dissent and dependency on Crusader goodwill. This was a lesson that was not lost on the later Grand Dukes, by the way. After Mindaugas, Lithuania's leaders became very cautious about conversion. They understood that declaring themselves Christian could be a double-edged sword. It might stop the Crusades, but it could also undermine their authority at home, or even invite domination by powerful Christian neighbors. Thus Lithuania entered the 14th century firmly and proudly pagan, yet fully aware of the Christian world around it, and always that option of conversion that perpetually sat on the table. In the 14th century, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania rose to its apex of power, all while remaining officially pagan. And that was a unique situation. A large and expanding European state ruled by pagan Grand Dukes that controlled vast Christian populations. By 1350, Lithuania had absorbed much of the former Kievan Rus territories in today's Belarus and Ukraine. The irony was striking. This pagan Lithuanian empire now governed millions of Orthodox Christians in its eastern lands, even as it battled Catholic crusaders on its western frontiers. Religion in Lithuania became not only a matter of personal faith, but a diplomatic chess piece in a high-stakes game for survival. And the leaders skillfully vacillated between Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic Christian influences, without really committing to either one of them. You see, they realized that by retaining their pagan status, it gave them a form of leverage. Well, for the Grand Dukes, particularly for the Grand Dukes Gediminas, ruling 1316 to 41, and Algirdas, 1345 to 77, retention of this paganism gave them a kind of useful diplomatic tool. You see, they could promise to convert as a bargaining chip, while preserving their independence. This period saw multiple false starts and negotiations over Lithuanian conversion, none of which fully materialized, of course. Consider Grand Duke Gediminas, one of Lithuania's most famous rulers. Gediminas was a pragmatic and tolerant leader who corresponded widely with Christian Europe. In 1322 to 1324, he penned a series of remarkable letters to the Pope and to cities of the Hanseatic League in Germany. In these letters, which luckily we have them surviving to this day, Gediminas portrayed himself not as a barbarous infidel, but as an enlightened ruler, rather interested in Christianity under the right conditions. He complained bitterly to Pope John the 22nd that the Teutonic Knights, far from spreading true faith, were rather brutal invaders who, quote, devastated the land with sword and fire. Gediminas even claimed that a previous Lithuanian duke, perhaps an allusion to his predecessor, had invited Franciscans to build a church in Vilnius, but the knights had actually burned it down, using this story to argue that the knights were obstructing, not aiding, the conversion of Lithuania. In a masterful touch, Gediminas's letters vaguely promised that he was ready to accept baptism and place himself under the Pope's protection only, and only if the aggression ceased. Pretty clever, right? You see how this bargaining chip is certainly one they want to hold on to for a while. Not quite a get-out-of-jail-free card, but certainly better than nothing, that's for sure. Now, at the same time, Gediminas invited merchants, craftsmen, and clergy of all faiths to come and live in Lithuania. In a 1323 letter to the cities of Lübeck, Bremen, Magdeburg, and others, he famously announced that we worship God, and would allow Franciscans and Dominicans to preach freely. He listed that Lithuania already had Catholic churches operating in his realm, serving foreign merchants and the wives of German knights captured in battle, and he offered land and tax exemptions to any Europeans who would settle in his cities. Not a bad deal, right? But this was essentially a public relations campaign to show that Lithuania was not hostile to Christianity itself. No, they were only hostile to the violent Crusaders, which they were trying to put across as not purveyors of real Christianity at all, but just brutal bullies. Gediminas' savvy correspondence won him a short-lived truce. The Pope sent legates to negotiate, and in 1324 the Teutonic Order was pressured temporarily to suspend its crusade. Many in Europe had believed that Lithuania was just about to convert, and indeed Franciscan friars did arrive, all dressed up and ready to go in Vilnius to begin the instruction. But in the end, Gediminas never actually underwent baptism. When the Teutonic Knights resumed attacks a few years later, under dubious pretexts, any plans for conversion were shelved. It seems Gediminas had achieved what he wanted, a breathing spell of peace and some positive diplomacy, without giving up his pagan independence. He died, still an unbaptized worshipper of Perkunas, but having shown Europe that Lithuania could not be easily cowed. Now, as for Gediminas' successors, they continued this rather delicate balancing act. His son, Algirdas, and Algirdas's brother, Kestutis, ruled jointly over different parts of Lithuania, and relentlessly fought off the Teutonic Knights throughout the mid-14th century. Both men kind of flirted around with the idea of conversion when it suited them. Algirdas, whose wives were Orthodox princesses, was rumored at times to consider converting to Orthodoxy, especially as a counterweight to the Latin Crusaders. One Russian chronicle even claims he was baptized Orthodox in his youth, though he later performed pagan rites openly, so, well, didn't really work that well, didn't it? Meanwhile, Algirdas' co-ruler, Kestutis, handled relations with the West. In 1349, Kestutis entered into talks with Pope Clement VI about a possible conversion to Catholicism. The idea of this was that Kestutis and his sons would be baptized, and even receive royal crowns, much like Mindaugas had, thereby nullifying the Crusader threat. The negotiation got pretty far, too. One chronicle notes that Kestutis agreed to be baptized if certain lands were recognized as his. But the plan was derailed when the King of Poland, a supposed mediator, suddenly grabbed some disputed territories for himself, making the Lithuanians suspect a trap. The deal fell apart. Kestutis remained pagan. A couple of years later, in 1351, Kestutis was captured during a clash with Hungarian forces allied to the Crusaders. The Hungarians tried the conversion gambit again. King Louis of Hungary offered to release Kestutis and grant him the crown if he would accept Christianity. Of course, he outwardly agreed to be baptized, and even swore an oath in the Christian camp. But guess what? I'm sure you can see what's going to happen. He insisted on swearing by his own pagan gods and not the Christian god. And, well, that's not really how it works. Well, the Christians weren't very happy about that. According to one account, he performed a pagan ritual of sacrifice, reportedly killing a bull with a thrown knife to seal the pact. Well, the gesture might have offered some reassurance to the Christians at the time, but it was likely a ruse. Kestutis knew an oath to pagan gods meant nothing to his captors. Sure enough, as soon as he was set free, Kęstutis simply slipped away and returned home well and truly unbaptized. And when he got there, he resumed the fight. It's a bit cheeky, don't you think? It's an example of how Lithuania's leaders were willing to play along, feign their conversion, just humoring the Christians for a while, only to maintain their freedom of action later on, sort of skulking away, giggling to themselves. Meanwhile, on the home front, Lithuania's ruling family was slowly absorbing aspects of both Christian cultures. Many princes of the Gutenberg dynasty took Orthodox baptisms when it was politically convenient, often if they married into Slavic royalty or ruled over Orthodox lands. For example, Vaishelga, also known as Voselka, Mindaugas' son, he became an Orthodox monk and even founded a monastery. Svitrigela, a son of Algirdas, was baptized Orthodox as a child too. But these individual conversions did not change the official state stance. They did mean, however, that the Lithuanian court was not ignorant of Christian customs. By the late 14th century, one could find Orthodox and Catholic Christians at the pagan Grand Duke's court, whether as in-laws, advisors, or perhaps even just foreign guests. Notably, there was no policy of persecuting Christians in Lithuania, unlike some earlier pagan societies, even Rome at one point. The Lithuanians generally tolerated Christian presence among foreigners or subject peoples, and this tolerance was another reason why the Grand Dukes did not feel an urgent need to convert. You see, they could allow faiths to coexist, while they themselves continued to honor the old gods. However, the common Lithuanian people, especially the peasants in the heartland and Samogitia, remained staunchly attached to their traditional religions with the 14th century. Pagan priests continued to conduct ceremonies, and the populace saw the Christian god as the god of the foreigners, not their own god. I mean, that doesn't mean that they were looking down on it. They were just saying that this is just not our thing. You can understand that, I suppose. There are recorded instances of extreme resistance when knights or missionaries were captured by Lithuanians in war. Sometimes they met a gruesome fate as human sacrifices to the pagan gods, but these are quite rare. The general picture was one of pretty broad tolerance, but we need to mention these ones. So the chroniclers of the Teutonic Order describe with horror how Lithuanian warriors would, on rare occasions, sacrifice a captured crusader in thanks for victory. There was actually a famous incident in 1320 after a battle at Mendininkai. The Samogitian Lithuanians took a high-ranking Teutonic knight, tied him to a wooden frame with his horse, and buried him alive as an offering to their gods of war. Decades later, even as late as 1389, just before the official conversion, a chronicler records that Samogitian pagans sacrificed a captured German commander by tying him to trees and stabbing him to death in a ritualistic execution. But we have to be said, these brutal acts were not everyday occurrences. They were exceptional, even in the 14th century. But they did make a strong impression on Christian Europe. And of course, it reinforced the image of Lithuanians as ferocious pagans. It is worth noting, too, that some Lithuanian leaders themselves began to see such practices as barbaric. The same Kęstutis, who tricked the Hungarians, was also said to have forbidden his followers from killing an important captive as a sacrifice in 1378, deeming it inappropriate to knights. It suggests that by the late 14th century, that Lithuania had absorbed a bit of that Christian chivalric ethos, even if they weren't baptized. The society was certainly in a transitional state, politically and militarily pagan, but gradually learning the languages and norms of Christianity. By the 1380s, the stalemate was reaching a turning point. The Teutonic Knights, frustrated that Lithuania remained heathen, continued to wage yearly war, crusading raids, referred to as Racen in their chronicles. Samogitia, the northwestern region, was especially crucial. As long as Samogitia stayed in Lithuanian and pagan hands, it separated the Teutonic Knights in Prussia from their brethren in Livonia to the north. The order desperately wanted to conquer Samogitia and unite their territories, and Lithuania desperately wanted to hold on to it. Of course, this tug of war led to constant conflict. At the same time, another threat was looming: the growing power of Muscovy to the east. Recognize the name? Yes, it's Moscow, but we'll call them Muscovy today. Muscovy was an Orthodox Christian city, and had designs on uniting all Eastern Slavs under his rule. A pagan Lithuania controlling many Orthodox lands was an anathema to their ambitions. By 1380, Muscovy had defeated the Mongols at Kulikovo and was on the rise, offering itself as the protector of all Orthodox Christians, including those under Lithuanian rule, by the way. In this situation, the ruling Grand Duke, a young man named Jogaila, grandson of Gedimas, had to make the fateful choice. Jogaila inherited the throne amidst civil strife and external peril. At first, he tried to play east against west. His mother was a Russian Orthodox princess, and one proposal in the early 1380s was for Jogaila to marry a daughter of the Grand Duke of Moscow and convert Lithuania to Orthodoxy, making Lithuania a sort of junior partner to Moscow. On the other side, the Polish nobility offered Jogaila a different deal: marry the young Queen Jadwiga of Poland, convert to Catholicism, and become the King of Poland, thereby allying Catholic Poland with Lithuania against the Crusaders. Of course, each option had pretty big implications. Converting to Orthodoxy might have eased relations in the East, but done nothing to stop the Teutonic Knights, who wouldn't recognize an Orthodox conversion as ending their crusade, but it also risked making Lithuania subordinate to Muscovy. Converting to Catholicism and joining with Poland, on the other hand, would immediately pit Jogaila against the Knights in a united front and give him a royal title. But it meant a profound shift westward, and an abandoning any tolerance for orthodoxy at the state level, potentially upsetting his Orthodox subjects, and there were plenty of them. After careful deliberation, Jogaila chose the Polish option. It was arguably the greatest strategic decision in Lithuanian history, one that would create a new European powerhouse and alter the region's fate for centuries. In 1385, the Union of Crewo was agreed. Jogaila would accept baptism in the Latin Rite, marry a Queen Jadwiga, who was 12 years old at the time, by the way. Why don't you take a seat over there, Jogaila, and be crowned King of Poland? But in return, he pledged to Christianize his entire Lithuanian realm, and united with Poland in a personal union. Of course, to sweeten the deal for Lithuania's nobility, Jogaila, who would take the name Vladislav II Jagiello after baptism, also agreed to release Polish captives and pay compensation for war damage. But importantly, he did not cede political control of Lithuania. It was to remain a Grand Duchy, ruled by his family only now fraternal with Poland and sharing the Catholic faith. The dawn of a new Lithuania. Jogaila moved quickly to fulfill his promises. In early 1386 he travelled to Krakow, the capital of Poland, and on February 15, 1386, he was baptized, emerging from the baptismal font as a Christian monarch named Ladislaus or Vladislav. Not sure about the pronunciation. It might be Ladislaus, actually. Correct me in the comments, I'm sure you will. Later that month, he married Queen Jadwiga and was crowned the King of Poland. These events were watched with amazement from across Europe. The conversion of the Lithuanian prince was hailed by the Pope and many leaders as the great victory for Christendom. But the hard part was still to come, converting the people of Lithuania themselves, many of whom had never even seen a priest, and had, fought Christians all their lives. It was going to be a hard sell. In 1387, now as a fully empowered king, Jogaila returned to his native land at the head of a sort of Christian mission. He brought with him priests, many of them from Polish and Czech lands, and a contingent of Polish knights for protection and influence. According to the Polish chronicler Jan Długoszy, who later described the event in detail, Jogaila began in his capital Vilnius, which is still the capital of Lithuania, by the way, by summoning the Lithuanian nobles and explaining the benefits of the Christian faith. Many of the higher boyars or nobles, seeing which way the wind was blowing and influenced by their leader's example, agreed to baptism. The operation had a both spiritual and pragmatic side. Jogaila granted privileges and land incentives to those nobles who converted, effectively tying their political loyalty to the new faith. In February of 1387, he issued edicts that formally freed many noble families from certain taxes and corvée labor, on the condition, of course, that they were baptized Catholics. It was a shrewd move. It made conversion not just a matter of piety, but also one of social advancement and economic benefit. But for the common folk, large-scale baptism ceremonies were organized. Contemporary accounts tell of how priests fanned out from Vilnius into the surrounding regions of Lithuania proper. Villagers were gathered, often by the hundreds, to the nearest river or lake to be baptized en masse. There is a famous, though apocryphal, perhaps, scene describing by later writers. Jogaila himself, it is said, went down with priests from village to village, destroying the old wooden idols, chopping down the sacred groves, and personally pouring holy water over the heads of peasants who knelt before him to receive baptism. Now, whether or not the Grand Duke literally baptized people with his own hands, he certainly took symbolic actions to demonstrate the end of the old era. Jogaila ordered the sacred fires extinguished and the holy oak groves cut down, and he commanded that all serpents and grisly snakes kept in houses as household gods to be killed, a dramatic public repudiation of pagan beliefs. Well, that certainly marks the sharp break with the past, if anything. The altars of Perkunas were torn down, and a Christian cross was put up in their place. Under Jogaila's guidance, the foundations of the church in Lithuania were quickly laid. A new bishopric of Vilnius was established in 1387 with the Pope's approval. The first bishop of Vilnius set up his cathedral in the very heart of the capital. Interestingly, the site chosen for the Vilnius Cathedral was said to be the location of an old pagan temple, possibly one dedicated to Perkunas. By building the cathedral there, the Lithuanians sent a clear message that the old religion is gone and the new one was here to stay. Churches were also founded in other key towns. It is claimed by Długoszy, the historian we mentioned before, that the first batch of churches were built in places that had been important pagan centers or estates of the Grand Dukes. Towns like Creva, Masiagala, Mendininkai. Many of these early churches were so modest wooden structures, but they signified a permanent change in the spiritual landscape. Also, it's important to note that the conversion process, while enforced from above, was not described as excessively bloody or coercive, at least not by the standards of the time. Unlike some earlier forced conversions in Europe, there were no reports of mass slaughter or martyrdom in Lithuania's baptism. This was partly because Jogaila and his cousin Vytautas, who soon became the Grand Duke of Lithuania under Jogaila's overlordship, were careful to persuade and reward the population, and partly because decades of pressure had perhaps made many Lithuanians resign to eventual conversion. As for the pagan priests, they seem to have lost their influence quite quickly once the political leadership tossed them aside. We hear of no large-scale rebellions in 1387 against Christianization either. It certainly helped that people were not required to learn a new language for worship immediately. Many priests likely preached in the local language, or in Ruthenian, which was understood by some, and Christian concepts were slowly introduced, and when they were introduced they were on more familiar terms. Of course, conversion didn't magically transform everyone overnight. Many peasants went through the motions of baptism, accepting the sign of the cross and new Christian names, but quietly continued some pagan customs in their daily lives. Seems to be a Lithuanian tradition that we've learned in this video. Now, realizing this, Jogaila and Vytautas did not engage in any brutal inquisitions. Instead, they tolerated a gradual blending of cultures. No one was executed for secretly keeping a talisman or honoring the harvest in the old way. The approach was more carrot than stick, I suppose. The rulers genuinely wanted their people to accept Catholicism, but they understood that it would take time for the old beliefs to fade away. In the interim, having the official label of Christian was what really mattered, at least on an international stage. Certainly helped remove that excuse for crusades. And indeed, the international impact was immediate. The Pope in Rome was overjoyed to welcome Lithuania into Christendom. In 1388, Pope Urban VI issued a bull recognizing Lithuania as a Catholic country and confirming the establishment of a bishopric in Vilnius. That same year, the Pope explicitly ordered the Teutonic Knights to cease all of their attacks on Lithuania. After all, one couldn't crusade legitimately against baptized fellow Christians, right? The Knights, stubborn and unconvinced of Lithuania's sincerity, tried to continue their war for some years, but their moral authority to do so was greatly undermined. By formally converting Lithuania, effectively pulled the rug out from under the Crusaders' justification for war. However, there was one unresolved issue: the Samogitians. The Samogitians, inhabiting the northwest region of Lithuania, were the most fervently pagan group and had been on the front lines of battles with the Teutonic Order. At the time of Jogaila's 1387 mission, much of Samogitia was actually under the de facto control of the Teutonic Knights due to recent treaties Jogaila had in a controversial earlier pact, that is the 1384 Treaty of Dubisa, temporarily yielded parts of Samogitia to the Order. I'm sure the Samogitians were not made aware of that until people showed up to claim their land. Thus, the 1387 baptisms did not reach the Samogitian villagers. For all practical purposes, the Samogitians remained pagan, even after Lithuania proper was baptized. The very last pocket of organized paganism in Europe. It would take another quarter of a century to get this final Samogitian question settled. The first step was the great victory of the Lithuanian Polish forces over the Teutonic Knights at the Battle of Grunwald in 1410. You may also hear this called the Battle of Tannenberg, by the way. This was a battle that broke the power of the Teutonic Order and was largely sparked over the disputes over the Samogitians. In the aftermath, the Peace of Thorn in 1411 restored Samogitia firmly to Lithuanian control, at least until the lifetime of Vytautas. With the Crusader threat effectively neutralized, Grand Duke Vytautas the Great, Jogaila's cousin, and now the ruler of Lithuania's day-to-day affairs, moved to finish what Jogaila had begun. In 1413, Vytautas personally undertook the mission to baptize the Samogitians. Chroniclers describe how the aging Grand Duke traveled by boat down the Niemen River into the heart of Samogitia, accompanied by priests and an armed escort. He convened gatherings of Samogitian elders, much as Jogaila had done elsewhere, perhaps recalling how fiercely independent this region had been. Vytautas is said to have employed a mix of firmness and even fatherly persuasion. Eventually, the Samogitians agreed to abandon their old practices and accept baptism. In group ceremonies along the Dubisa River and at the settlement of Betigala, the last pagan communities in Lithuania received Christianity. There's an image of those moments. Proud Samogitian warriors who once offered prisoners to their war gods, now kneeling to receive the sign of the cross from a bishop's hand, an epical change in spiritual allegiance. By 1417, the integration of Samogitia into the church was formalized by the creation of the Diocese of Samogitia, with its seat eventually at Medininkai, later known as Varniai. This marked the final, official Christianization of Lithuania's people. At long last, every last region of Lithuania was under the pastoral care of the Catholic Church. The Baltic Crusades, which had raged for 200 years, abruptly lost their reason. The last pagan nation in Europe had finally been converted. Yet, as we all know on the ground, old habits die hard. For decades, even centuries after 1413, observers noted that many Lithuanians, especially in the more remote villages, still practiced elements of their ancient faith under a veneer of Christian superficiality. In the 15th century, Catholic missionaries working in Samogitia complained that some newly baptized folk would secretly worship at the old sacred oak stumps, or continue to burn offerings of grain and animals during certain festivals. As late as the 16th century, church authorities in Lithuania wrote about peasants who kept serpents in honor and practiced pagan rites at home, prompting renewed campaigns to eradicate these, quote, superstitions. The famous Polish-Lithuanian cardinal Stanislav Hozdu in the 16th century noted with frustration that in parts of Lithuania, quote, the people come to church, but still whisper prayers to trees and snakes. Over time, however, especially through the efforts of the Counter-Reformation and better education of the clergy, these vestiges faded. By the 1600s, the vast majority of Lithuanians were devout Roman Catholics, and the memory of the old gods survived only in folk songs and stories. The Catholic faith had become so entrenched that Lithuania would later be known as a bulwark of Catholicism in the East, somewhat ironically, I suppose. And so to sum all this up, the conversion of Lithuania was not just a religious event, it was a political turning point. By joining the Catholic fold, Lithuania effectively tied its fate to Western civilization rather than Eastern. The personal union of Jogaila and Jadwiga blossomed into a long-term Polish-Lithuanian alliance, culminating in the Union of Lublin in 1569, which created the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and that was one of the largest and most powerful states in 16th century Europe. A union like that would likely not have been possible without the common faith that bound the Polish and Lithuanian elites after 1387, and thus the baptism of Lithuania paved the way for a multicultural, multi-faith federative state that would endure for centuries, ultimately shielding Europe's east from Mongol and later Ottoman encroachment. But from a modern perspective, the story of Lithuania as Europe's last pagan kingdom certainly has its romantic allure. It represents the persistence of indigenous European religion, long past the time it faded elsewhere. Because Lithuania converted so late, historians and folklorists have been able to glean relatively detailed information about the Baltic pagan practices, from songs, early ethnographic accounts, and the writings of Christian chroniclers who witnessed those practices firsthand. This has allowed for partial reconstruction of the old mythology and rituals, something harder to do for, say, the paganism of the Gauls or Germanic tribes that vanished in late antiquity, without much of a trace to show for it too. So in a way, Lithuania's delay of conversion preserved a fragment of the ancient pre-Christian heritage of Europe into the early modern period. And today, Lithuania remembers both its pagan past and Christian heritage, and with pride. The nation still celebrates Statehood Day on July 6th, commemorating the coronation of King Mindaugas in 1253, interestingly honoring the first baptismal king, even though his Christian kingdom was short-lived. Meanwhile, in 1987, the country marked its 600th anniversary of official Christianization with great fanfare, even under Soviet rule, by the way, which was a delicate balancing act of historical pride. There has even been a neo-pagan revival movement in recent decades, called Remover, after a legendary old Baltic temple that seeks to reconstruct and practice the ancient Baltic faith. Such groups remain small, but they're certainly growing. Excuse me. And they testify to an enduring fascination with the old gods of Lithuania. I think that's a fascination that is not going to go away for quite some time. I'd like you to put the image into your head of a crusader. He is marching out on campaign to the Holy Land, into battle not only with sword and shield, but carrying something special. He has a fragment of wood, and it's not just a normal piece of wood, but this is believed to be a fragment from the very cross upon which Christ was crucified. And now picture an army halting to kneel before this splinter of holy wood, or perhaps a saint's bone, a Christian relic. They pray for divine aid before the clash of swords. In the age of the Crusades, such scenes were not flights of fancy, but recorded reality. Relics, physical objects associated with holy figures. They held immense sway over the medieval Christian mind. They were thought to channel the sacred, offer protection, inspiration, and even a tangible connection to God's favor. And from the launch of the First Crusade in 1095, through those tumultuous campaigns that followed, relics became coveted treasures and symbols of both spiritual devotion and military morale. Battles were fought under relic-borne banners. Miracles were proclaimed at their discovery, and the loss of a relic could plunge the Crusaders into complete despair. It's a part of the Crusades that's probably not often talked about, but it's an underlying theme from the earliest Crusades all the way to the later times, that these humble objects, sometimes big, sometimes small, played quite a big part. It's a story that we are here to tell today. So if you allow me, with introductions over, to welcome you to the channel. For those who are new to the channel, well, it's good to meet you. Those who are coming back, good to have you back. If you're not familiar with the channel, well, first things first is I will reassure you you will not have any interruptions in this video. You can enjoy it from start to finish without any of those ads. We all hate ads. And this is why we are crowdfunded. We get our donations from PayPal and YouTube Super Thanks, also the Patreon and YouTube memberships, along with the merch store, helps us out quite a lot. So thank you to all of those who have joined that prestigious club, which can be found through links in the pinned comment, video, and channel description. But apart from that, do us a solid, will you? A like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button, and tell your friends. It all helps in the algorithm, as we are, as YouTubers, slaves to such things. Now, with all things out of the way and all said and done, as we do have to say them, let's begin with the video. And I promise I won't ask you to like and subscribe again. Let's go. So for the people of the crusading era, a relic was not just a museum piece, but it was alive with spiritual power. The bones of martyrs, fragments of Christ's passion like the true cross or holy nails, and other sacred items were thought to work miracles and convey God's grace to the faithful. Churches and cities in medieval Europe fiercely prized their relic collections, and they drew pilgrims from far and wide. Tales of miraculous healings or divine visions surrounded the relics, and they were commonly accepted. This intense relic veneration formed the backdrop against which Pope Urban II called the First Crusade in 1095. When Urban urged Christian knights to liberate the Holy Land from Muslim control, he framed the mission in profoundly spiritual terms. The goal was not only to reclaim sacred territory such as Jerusalem, but it was also to rescue the holy places and the treasures within. The tomb of Christ, the true cross, and many other relics, from what many crusaders saw as an incoming desecration, and in some cases an ongoing one. Although no contemporary transcript of Urban's sermon at Clermont survives, later accounts emphasize the spiritual rewards of the crusade and the sanctity of the cause. It is clear that the thought of reuniting Christendom with its holy relics and sites was quite a powerful motivator. Medieval crusaders described their journey as an armed pilgrimage. They wore the cross on their garments and marched with the zeal of people on a holy mission, quite literally, to the land of the Bible. Well, even before leaving Europe, many crusaders armed themselves not just with swords, but with their own relics for protection and blessing. According to chroniclers, it was common for leaders and priests on the First Crusade to carry cherished relics from home. Bit of a good luck charm. Bishop Adhemar of Lipoi, a papal legate accompanying the crusade, reportedly brought what he believed to be a piece of the true cross from his cathedral in France. This sliver of wood, believed to be from the cross of Christ, was carried around like a sacred talisman. Likewise, other nobles carried relics of saints. For example, Raymond of Toulouse's contingent brought along a precious chalice that had belonged to a revered French hermit, and the Count of Flanders' chaplain carried relics of St. George. In fact, one priest in the Flemish army is said to have stolen an arm bone of St. George from a Byzantine monastery en route. So determined were they to have a patron saint's relic with them, just conveniently ignoring that "thou shalt not steal" rule. I'm sure poor old St. George won't mind if they take some of his bones along for the ride. Well, the mentality was that holy relics would safeguard and sanctify the enterprise. As one historian notes, for the Crusaders, God was in their midst, tangibly through these relics, of course, and each success on the journey was interpreted as a sign of divine favor. But it is important to note, the period leading up to the Crusades also saw a breakdown in relations between Latin, that is Western European, and Greek and Byzantine Christians. Greek-Byzantine Christians, that's it. Well, this culminated in the Great Schism of 1054. The schism even extended to attitudes about relics, too. You see, Latin monks and knights, considering the Greek schismatic, sometimes felt no compunction about pilfering relics from Eastern churches. They saw it as rather rescuing holy objects from the hands of the unworthy. In one notorious case, shortly after the First Crusade, a Venetian monk in 1108 broke into the Church of Constantinople and stole the relics of St. Stephen, spiriting them back to Venice. Incidents like that, they show a theme that we will see repeatedly. Relics were spoils, but also sacred treasures, and the lines between piety and greed, well, they could be a little bit blurry. So let's start with the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099. It offers some of the most dramatic accounts of relics influencing events. As the Crusader armies made their frankly epic overland march toward Jerusalem, they constantly invoked divine aid, and the relics played a starring role in those devotions. Chroniclers like Raymond d'Aguilera, a priest who was an eyewitness, by the way, recount how periods of hardship and doubt were overcome by timely miracles involving relics. Two episodes stand out in particular: the discovery of the Holy Lance at Antioch in 1098, and of course the finding of the true cross in Jerusalem in 1099. These instances, occurring at critical junctures, became legendary examples of relics altering the course of the crusade. Let's start with the Holy Lance of Antioch, which sounds like some kind of rare drop from a World of Warcraft raid or something, doesn't it? Well, jokes aside, in early 1098 the Crusaders were besieging the city of Antioch, which is in Syria, and it was grueling. The Crusader army was starving, morale was low, and to make matters worse, a massive Muslim relief force under General Kerboga was approaching. The Crusaders themselves were trapped inside Antioch's walls, which they had managed to breach, but the enemies were pressing from without and within, so it was a bit of a Pyrrhic victory for them in that regard. Well, at the crescendo of this crisis, a poor Provençal foot soldier named Peter Bartholomew stepped forward with a remarkable claim. He approached Count Raymond of Toulouse and Bishop Adhemar, and he reported a vision. St. Andrew the Apostle, he said, had appeared to him repeatedly and revealed that the very holy lance which had pierced Christ's side on the cross was buried in the floor of Antioch's Cathedral of St. Peter. If this relic could be found, it would assure the Crusaders of God's help. Well, that's an extraordinary assertion. One might even say a desperate gamble born of faith. The leaders were, initially and understandably, skeptical. Bishop Adhemar in particular doubted it, pointing out that another lance relic was known in Constantinople. Nevertheless, given the hopeless circumstances, they decided that, well, they may as well search for it anyway. June 5th, 1098. Peter Bartholomew led a group of crusaders into the cathedral church and began to excavate the flagstone floor. Hours of digging yielded nothing, and most present grew discouraged. The Count of Toulouse himself decided to just leave the scene. I can imagine shrugging his shoulders. But at that moment, Peter Bartholomew dramatically jumped into the pit, and according to accounts, he soon shouted with joy, brandishing an iron object, the head of a lance. Those around him erupted in exultation, hailing it as a miraculous discovery of the Holy Lance itself. Raymond d'Aguilera, who was present, wrote that when the lance point emerged from the earth, quote, "What great joy and exultation then filled the city I cannot describe." The effect on morale was electrifying. The besieged crusaders, who had been on the brink of despair, now believed they possessed a literal token of God's favor, kind of like having the lightning rod from Zeus himself. Carrying the purported Holy Lance before them as a standard, the revitalized army of the Crusaders marched out of Antioch to face Kerboga's forces, and in the ensuing battle they scored an astounding victory, routing a much larger Muslim army. Many of the Crusaders attributed this triumph to divine intervention granted through a relic. Some reported visions of saints and angelic knights riding alongside them in battle. In any case, in the minds of the faithful, the discovery of the lance had proved to be the turning point, a miracle that saved the First Crusade. But then the modern historians come in and just ruin all the fun. I'm sorry to say it. But of course, many of them debate the authenticity of Peter Bartholomew's lance. You see, even at the time there were doubters. Bishop Adhemar remained unconvinced, and he privately suspected that there was fraud or self-delusion. And indeed, Adhemar's skepticism was borne out when some months later, Peter Bartholomew volunteered to go an ordeal by fire to prove his honesty. He walked through a blaze, carrying the lance, and he suffered fatal burns, which, well, discredited the relic in the eyes of many. Nevertheless, at the crucial moment outside Antioch, belief in the lance's power was very real, and it had very tangible consequences. The lance was kept by Count Raymond's entourage thereafter and became an object of rivalry among leaders. Ultimately, the fate of the relic is murky. Sources say that the Holy Lance of Antioch was later sent to Constantinople for safekeeping, and still later perhaps to Western Europe. There were already other claimants to the title of Holy Lance in Byzantium and Rome, a reminder that relic duplication and controversy were not uncommon. But authentic or not, the impact of Peter Bartholomew's lance on the First Crusade's success is undeniable. It's just another example of how a powerful narrative around a relic could galvanize an army. Well, next, let's talk about the Saints' march to Jerusalem. After Antioch, the crusading host continued southward, gathering any other relics they could get along the way. The chronicles mention that as the Provençal army left Antioch, a local priest guided them to a church where relics of 4 saints, including St. John Chrysostom and St. Cyprian, were hidden. The Crusaders dutifully packed these relics to accompany them on the road to Jerusalem. One amusing anecdote, from Raymond d'Aguilera illustrates this mindset quite nicely. Apparently, the Crusaders found a small casket of unidentified bones, along with a few named relics. Well, unsure of whether to bother carrying unknown relics, one of the priests hesitated. This was until he had a dream of St. George, who chastised him and identified the bones of those as a saint who wished to join their pilgrimage. Now, suitably admonished, they carried the mysterious relic as well. Stories like that might be embellished. Use your imagination a little bit. But they do reveal the Crusaders saw themselves as moving under the patronage and company of these heavenly saints. Quite literally via the relics in their baggage. In any case, finally, in the summer of 1099, after a grueling 3-year odyssey, the crusading armies reached the prize, Jerusalem. The holy city was heavily fortified and held by a Fatimid Egyptian garrison. The siege of Jerusalem between June and July 1099 was that climactic crescendo of the First Crusade. And by this point, the Crusaders had endured extreme hunger and losses. They were far from home. They were completely outnumbered, and attempting what must have seemed quite impossible, to storm the most sacred city in Christendom by force. And it is here that relics and ritual again took the center stage in a dramatic fashion. You see, when initial assaults on Jerusalem's walls failed, the crusading leaders resorted to spiritual measures. They declared a period of fasting and penance for the whole army, hoping to purge any sin that might be causing God to withhold victory. Then, on the 8th of July, 1099, the Crusader host, everyone, no exceptions, engaged in a solemn religious procession around the city perimeter. This was inspired in part by biblical precedent. They surely recalled how in the Bible the walls of Jericho fell after a ritual procession, if you're familiar with that. It was led by priests and bishops. The Crusaders were barefoot and dressed in penitential garb, marched with crosses, relics of saints, and holy icons raised on high. Eyewitnesses described that relics of the saints and pieces of the true cross, that is, the small fragment Adamar had bought, were carried at the head of the columns. They chanted litanies and psalms as they circled Jerusalem's walls, while the Muslim defenders watched from above, reportedly mocking the display by holding up their own crosses and taunting the invaders. Well, it's a pretty extraordinary ritual. It shows a belief in material expressions of faith. Perhaps they could win divine aid. In any case, by parading relics and humbling themselves, they hoped to turn the tide somehow. According to Raymond d'Aguilera, the effect was immediate. The very next day, morale soared, and the besiegers launched a determined final assault. July 15th, 1099, the Crusaders breached the defenses and captured Jerusalem after a bloody fight. The success was attributed in no small part to God's favor, obtained through prayer and the veneration of relics. And indeed, once they controlled the city, the Crusaders' first actions were religious. Sobbing with joy, they processed to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the site of Christ's tomb, by the way, to give their thanks. They had achieved what they believed was a holy miracle. And well, the proof is in the pudding. The holiest city on earth was in Christian hands again. Well, with Jerusalem secured, the Crusaders established the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem and other Crusader states in the Levant. And in the years and decades after 1099, relics began to pour in, and they continued to play a pretty key role in the religious and political life of these new Crusader kingdoms. They really couldn't get enough of them, collecting them like how I collect Warhammer 40k, basically. Well, the First Crusade's victory had opened access to the vast repository of relics long kept in the East, Jerusalem itself being the center of Christ's Passion, housed incomparable treasures. Maybe the greatest of them was the true cross. By tradition, the very wood of Christ's crucifixion, which St. Helena, and his Emperor Constantine's mother, by the way, were said to have discovered in Jerusalem back in the 4th century, so just at the time when Rome was really becoming Christian. Now, throughout the early Middle Ages, true pieces of the cross had been distributed and venerated in many places, but a major portion remained in Jerusalem up to the time of the Crusades. During periods of danger, such as a destructive Muslim ruler's reign in 1009, Jerusalem's Christian clergy had reportedly hidden the true cross relic away for safekeeping. A wise choice, that's for sure. And when the Crusaders took the city in 1099, the local Eastern clergy revealed to them where the relic was concealed, and it was brought out amid understandable rejoicing. But this was not just legend. Multiple independent chronicles mentioned that soon after the conquest, the Crusaders discovered or recovered the true cross in Jerusalem with the guidance of the local Christians. The new Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, elected in 1099 as Arnulf of Choquet, helped authenticate and elevate the relic's status. And from that point on, the true cross became the most precious possession of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. It was housed in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and only brought out on special occasions, particularly in times of war, when the kingdom's survival was at stake. The relic was kept in a lavish reliquary. Accounts describe a golden cross inside a reliquary, which wood was encased. That is a golden cross reliquary, inside which the wood relic was encased. While it was also entrusted to the canons of the Holy Sepulchre. The high official titled Custodian of the Holy Cross was responsible for it. Crusader chronicles from the 12th century frequently reference the true cross in major events. For example, when the Crusaders faced the Battle of Ascalon in August of 1099, just weeks after capturing Jerusalem, they carried the true cross into the field under the Patriarch Arnulf. That battle saw the Crusaders defeat a large Egyptian army, effectively securing their hold on Jerusalem. The presence of the cross was accredited to the victory. In subsequent decades, whenever the kings of Jerusalem marched to war against a significant threat, they would retrieve the true cross from the shrine and carry it with the army, borne aloft by priests. It was a portable palladium, believed to guarantee God's protection so long as the Crusaders remained worthy. And one notable example is found in the accounts of King Baldwin II of Jerusalem. In the year 1124, the Crusaders besieged the coastal city of Tyre with the aid of a Venetian fleet. During negotiations, the Venetians, pragmatic as ever, requested a share of the kingdom's relics as part of their reward. According to some reports, King Baldwin agreed to give the Venetians a fragment of the true cross in return for their naval support. This shows that relics could be diplomatic currency, and indeed, a fragment purported to be from the true cross did reach Venice, where it was venerated at St. Mark's Basilica. In another instance, King Baldwin II in 1120 led a procession of the cross to quell a threatened revolt, showing once again the role in unifying and admonishing the populace. It's pretty clear that the true cross had become not just a spiritual symbol, but kind of a political talisman, a sort of holy standard of the kingdom. But it wasn't the only relic. Saintly relics were transferred from the West or obtained locally during the 12th century. The new Latin rulers scoured their domains for anything of holy significance. Churches in Jerusalem, Antioch, and other cities were soon amassing collections of relics. Pilgrims visiting the Holy Land wrote about seeing and touching many biblical relics: the cup of the Last Supper, bones of the apostles and prophets, and even, fantastically, relics like the stone on which Christ stood at the Ascension, or the very cradle of Jesus from Bethlehem Hard to prove that wrong or right. Well, some of these claims were doubtless spurious or based on local traditions of, say, questionable authenticity. But that didn't really matter. What mattered was that it gave people hope, and that the Latin clergy celebrated these relics. They held feast day display ceremonies and wove them into the liturgical life of the Crusader states. Relic veneration served to sacralize the Latin kingdom, to make it a true holy realm in the eyes of its inhabitants and supporters in Europe. But not all relic-related activities were pious and innocent. The Crusader states were not particularly wealthy in material resources, so on occasion they leveraged relics for financial and military aid. One practice was to send or gift precious relics to Western rulers as diplomatic favors. For instance, kings of Jerusalem might send small fragments of the True Cross or the Holy Sepulchre's sacred oil to allied kings or to the Pope, hoping to secure their support. I suppose relics could be sliced up, divided and disseminated, because even a tiny sliver retained in medieval belief all the power of the whole thing. There is a famous quip, by the way, by Martin Luther, much later, but still important, that, quote, "So many fragments of the true cross exist that one could build a house from them." Maybe an exaggeration, just a little bit, but, well, it still shows how prevalent these particles became due to the practice of division and donation of relics. But like I said, how are you meant to prove that it's not part of the true cross? Anyone could give you any old piece of wood, say it's part of the true cross, and, well, you couldn't prove them otherwise. Contemporary inventories, however, suggest that all known fragments would only amount to a fraction of a full cross, but still, medieval people did exercise some restraint amid the enthusiasm. In any case, throughout the 12th century, the Kingdom of Jerusalem reached its zenith under rulers like Baldwin IV, that was the leprosy guy, and they had a relatively stable existence. But by the 1180s, it was in grave peril. Saladin was a rising power, the Sultan of Syria and his newly conquered Egypt. This would set the stage for a crisis, in which the fate of the kingdom's chief relic, the True Cross, hung in the balance. But before we reach that fateful moment, it's worth noting how ingrained the cross's presence was in the Crusader army's psychology. The military chronicles describe scenes before the battle where priests blessed the troops with relics, particularly the True Cross. On the eve of the great battle at Ascalon in 1099, as noted, the Patriarch brought forth the True Cross, and the entire army knelt. Similar scenes likely played out many times in ensuing decades. The cross was venerated in camp. Knights would queue to kiss it, or at least see it from afar and be comforted. It embodied the notion that God rode with the Crusaders. And because of this, there was a fear that began to lurk. What would happen if the cross should ever fall into the hands of the enemy? Well, that's unthinkable, isn't it? The prospect would mean not only military defeat, but a theological catastrophe. It can only be interpreted as a sign of God's severe displeasure. Well, spoiler alert, the unthinkable came to pass eventually. The Battle of Hattin, July 4th, 1187, one of the most infamous and consequential battles in Crusade history. Or to truly grasp its impact, remember that for nearly 90 years since the First Crusade, the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem had managed, through many close calls, to hold on to the Holy City and its sacred relics. But by 1187, Saladin had united Muslim forces and was determined to annihilate the Crusader stronghold. When Guy of Lusignan led out the Frankish army to confront Saladin near the Horns of Hattin in Galilee. He did so carrying the kingdom's most precious asset, a gold-foiled Charizard. No, I'm just kidding. The true cross, of course. It was borne in the midst of the army by the Bishop of Acre, in a reliquary mounted on a staff like a standard. Crusader sources emphasize how knights and soldiers took heart at seeing the golden reliquary of the cross shining in their ranks. Many surely believed that God would not allow any harm to befall them. After all, they were carrying the true cross. But, as it happened, the battle was a complete disaster. The Frankish army, parched and exhausted, was enveloped and overwhelmed by Saladin's forces. Thousands of Crusader fighters were either killed or captured, and in the chaos and carnage of that blazing hot day, the Bishop of Acre, who held the cross, was slain. The true cross was seized by the troops of Saladin. Chroniclers describe the Muslims triumphantly snatching the reliquary and raising it aloft. One account says the relic was fixed upside down on a lance and paraded, a deliberate show of Muslim dominance and humiliation for the Christians who looked on in horror. The loss of the true cross sent a spiritual shockwave throughout the Christian camp, at least for those still alive or taken prisoner at Hattin, and you can only imagine the despair. It was as if the very beating heart of the kingdom had been ripped out. You won't be needing this anymore. In the minds of contemporaries, it wasn't just a king or knights who were defeated, but the favor of God itself had departed. Writers quickly drew parallel to the biblical story of the Ark of the Covenant being captured by the Philistines, a moment of divine judgment in the Old Testament. Just like the ancient Israelites, the Crusaders had carried their sacred object into battle, expecting divine aid, and like them, they saw its capture as a sign of collective failure and sin. The subsequent events were catastrophic. With the Christian field army wiped out at Hattin, Saladin swept through the kingdom. Within months he conquered most cities, including, crucially, Jerusalem itself, which fell in October of 1187. Thus the loss of the true cross and the fall of Jerusalem went hand in hand. Saladin, though a chivalrous figure in many accounts, did not treat the true cross lightly. Islamic chroniclers note that he sent the relic as a trophy to his capital in Damascus. There are tantalizing hints in records that the wood of the cross might have been displayed publicly in Damascus to demonstrate Islam's victory. Some Christian sources even feared the Muslims might dishonor the relic, though Saladin, being a shrewd statesman, probably kept it intact as a valuable bargaining chip or a symbol. Whatever the case, the true cross never returned to Christian hands. It effectively vanished from history after this point. Later sources claimed that bits of the cross had been broken off and dispersed, or that Saladin had hidden it. Some decades later, during peace negotiations, Muslim leaders would respond to inquiries about the cross with shrugs. Allegedly, they couldn't locate it. It is possible that Saladin's successors simply didn't prioritize preserving it, and it was lost or destroyed quietly. In any case, the morale hit was irreparable for medieval Christendom. It's hard to recover after that one. The news of the True Cross's capture sent Europe into an uproar. In 1187, when the awful tidings reached the Pope and the princes, it spurred an immediate call for a new crusade, what became known as the Third Crusade. Pope Gregory VIII issued a papal bull, Audita Tremendi, lamenting the tragedy. He specifically cited the loss of the Lord's cross as an unspeakable calamity and a sign that God was scourging his people. The psychological impact of losing the relic cannot be overstated. I'm telling you, contemporary chronicles from England, France, and Germany all register this shock and grief. One wrote that no sorrow of ancient times equaled this one. The cross had been the pride and rallying point of the kingdom of Jerusalem, and now it was captured in infidel hands. Christendom felt punished. They felt ashamed. This collective trauma, it helps explain the otherwise unlikely spectacle of the kings of England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire, all taking up the cross, figuratively and literally, in the Third Crusade. They were responding not just to the loss of territories, but to a spiritual affront. The idea of recovering the true cross became one of the avowed aims of the Third Crusade's leaders. They were going to get it back, no matter what. During the Third Crusade of 1189 to 92, the fate of the lost relic remained a pressing concern in negotiations. King Richard Lionheart of England, in particular, was keen to secure the return of the cross if possible. After the Crusaders, led by Richard and King Philip of France, captured Acre in 1191, they famously took thousands of Muslim prisoners. According to accounts, Richard offered to release these captives if Saladin would return the true cross. And indeed, it was a term written into some drafts of the surrender. But it didn't go well. Saladin stalled on the matter. Either he no longer possessed the true cross, or he just had no intention of giving up such a prize. The negotiations dragged on, and ultimately Richard, frustrated by delays, executed the prisoners, which was obviously not received very well by the other side. The Treaty of Jaffa in 1192, which ended the Third Crusade, notably did not achieve the restitution of the true cross. Contemporary sources dryly note that despite all King Richard's victories, the most precious gem was missing. The cross was gone. Now this failure carries with it a lasting legacy. In subsequent crusading lore, the loss of the true cross was viewed as a symbol of why the Crusaders could not fully succeed. They had incurred God's judgment. It also meant Latin Christians in the Holy Land had lost their most potent relic for their morale. Later battles came in the 13th century, but we no longer hear of the true cross guiding the armies. Rather, they just come in on a wing and a prayer. The Latins in Palestine still had relics. Fragments of the cross were in Europe, or small pieces in some churches. But nothing as central and powerful as before 1187. The balance of supernatural power in their eyes had shifted. One might say that after Hattin, the remaining Crusader settlers had to rely more on practical measures and new alliances, as that aura of invincibility granted by carrying relics had finally been shattered. And consider this. The true cross, the relic that inspired the First Crusade's fervor and underpinned the kingdom's identity, was itself a casualty of crusading fate. It's an ironic parallel to Christ's own passion. The cross had been crucified by being captured and held up to mockery. Medieval Christian writers often spiritualized this. They said it was a trial allowed by God, akin to how the relic had once been seized by pagans like the Persians in 614, but ultimately would lead to renewal and repentance. But in practice, the relic was gone. Rumors persisted for centuries, whispers that maybe some piece of it survived hidden in the east, but nothing was ever found. The true cross that the Crusaders had guarded so devoutly simply vanished from history, somewhere in Saladin's treasury. Maybe one day we'll find it. Maybe it's out there somewhere, buried in some old vault, some hidden place. Fingers crossed. But even as the Third Crusade was fighting, and unsuccessfully so, to reclaim Jerusalem and its lost relic, another dynamic was unfolding in the Christian world, one that would lead to a very different kind of crusade, and ultimately a new chapter in relic history. This was the growing estrangement and rivalry between the Latin West and the Greek East, particularly the Byzantine Empire based in Constantinople. The Fourth Crusade of 1202 to 1204 infamously culminated not in an expedition to the Holy Land, but in the seizure and sack of Constantinople by Western Crusaders. While this episode is a dark stain on crusading history, Christians pillaging the greatest Christian city in the world had enormous consequences for the distribution of relics. Constantinople in 1200 was arguably the richest repository of Christian relics on earth. As the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, it had accumulated relics for centuries. The Byzantine emperors were proud custodians of Christ's passion relics and saints' bodies. They possessed, for instance, a reputed fragment of the true cross separate from the one lost at Hattin, one of the holy nails, a spear of Longinus, and is a lance tip that pierced Christ, which the Byzantines claim to have received from Jerusalem, the crown of thorns, and countless other items. Bones of the apostles like Andrew, Luke, John the Baptist's head, relics of the Virgin Mary, her robe, for instance, much more. These were housed in Palatine chapels and churches, and were objects of veneration for Constantinople's inhabitants and pilgrims. When the armies of the Fourth Crusade, originally summoned to go to Egypt or Palestine, found themselves instead at odds with the Byzantine emperor, events spiraled into war, and the Crusaders captured Constantinople in April of 1204. The 3 days of looting that followed were horrific. Crusader knights and Venetians raided churches, monasteries, and palaces, and amid this plunder, they targeted relics, as well as gold and gems. To the Crusaders, relics were among the most precious spoils imaginable, not only for their spiritual value, but also for the prestige and possible profit they conferred back home. The logic was simple. A famous relic installed in a European cathedral could draw pilgrims and donations for generations to come. A tourist attraction, basically. Many crusaders were undoubtedly motivated by genuine piety. They felt that by removing relics from a city they saw as politically heretical or unstable, that they were rescuing these holy objects for the true church in the West. Pretty disturbing rationalization, but, well, it's just the way it is. The result was a massive transfer of relics from east to west. We have unusually detailed records of some of these because ecclesiastical chroniclers and even some knights kept track of what they took. For example, a French abbot named Martin of Paris wrote a giddy account of how his Cistercian monastery's patron, Count Baldwin, distributed his relics after the sack. Martin himself acquired relics of St. Stephen, perhaps the same one stolen earlier, ironically returned to the Latins, part of the crown of thorns, a fragment of the true cross, among others, which he bore triumphantly back to his abbey in Germany. The Venetian leadership, for all their part, claims some of the choicest relics too. St. Mark's Basilica in Venice swelled its treasury with things like the arm of St. George, the head of St. John Chrysostom, and a portion of the true cross. Venetian chronicles note that St. Louis's crown of thorns relic first passed through Venice, as we will talk about shortly. A particularly famous relic from the Fourth Crusade involves the head of St. John the Baptist. There were multiple alleged heads of John in the medieval world, but Constantinople had long claimed to hold the skull of the Baptist without the lower jaw. During the 1204 sack, a crusader from Picardy named Walin de Sarton supposedly discovered a mysterious head relic in a palace chapel. Realizing it might be John the Baptist, he secured it and later conveyed it to France. By 1206, the skull was enshrined in the Cathedral of Amiens, where it remains to this very day, venerated as John the Baptist's head. Now, whether or not it's truly what it claims, the people of Amiens definitely believed it so, and the relic's arrival was directly thanks to a Fourth Crusade adventurer's looting. Another example was the Holy Lance. We discussed the lance found at Antioch, but that was likely not accepted as authentic outside of Raymond's faction. You see, the Byzantines had long cherished what they said was the genuine lance, or at least its metal tip, which is the important part. Remarkably, after 1204, the Latin emperors who took over Constantinople found themselves, well, strapped for cash, quite under threat. Baldwin II, the Latin emperor of Constantinople in the 1230s, actually sold off some of these passion relics to Western kings to get money for defense. The crown of thorns was the most notable. Baldwin handed it over to King Louis IX of France in 1238 in exchange for quite a hefty sum. Louis built the exquisite Sainte-Chapelle in Paris to house the relic, and the others that followed. Among those others was likely the lance shaft. Sources indicate that Baldwin also parted with the long spear shaft of the Holy Lance minus its head to Louis around 1241, by way of the Knights Templar who held it as collateral. However, there was a bit of a twist. Venetian creditors seized the lance shaft during transit for unpaid loans, so ultimately it didn't even make it to France. By the late 13th century, the lance's head and shaft ended up separated. The lance head was sent from Constantinople to the Pope in 1492 by the Ottoman Sultan in a diplomatic gift long after the Crusades, and the shaft was reportedly preserved in Paris until the French Revolution. In the 18th century, the Pope even arranged a formal reunion of the lance head and shaft to testify if they fit, they did, which convinced many of the relic's authenticity. So there's that. I'm sure that would have been a nervous moment. A few held breaths in the room. In any case, the reunited lance is now kept in the Vatican. Well, back to 1204. The Crusaders didn't just take obvious passion relics. They looted quite a variety. One Crusader knight wrote a list of relics he had seen or taken. Among them were the arm of St. John the Baptist, the full body of St. James the Less, cousin of Christ, a vial of the Virgin Mary's milk, no doubt not drinkable at that point. Excuse the joke. The bones of many saints, and even the mysterious image of Edessa. Now, the image of Edessa, also called the Mandelion, was a very famous relic, a holy image of Christ's face on cloth, reputedly made by Jesus himself. It had been brought to Constantinople in the 10th century, but after 1204 it disappeared. Some have speculated that it was spirited away to the west by the Crusaders, and later reappeared in Europe as what we now know as the Shroud of Turin, which emerged in the mid-14th century in France. The theory is unproven and a little controversial, but it certainly adds to the mystique of lost relics of the Crusades. These precious objects vanished in upheaval, spawning legends about their fate. Well, in the Latin perspective at the time, the Fourth Crusade's haul of relics was interpreted as divine providence amid the tragedy. Clerics argued that God, angered by the Greeks' supposed perfidy, allowed the city to be taken, and its holy treasures redistributed to the worthier keepers in the Latin world. It's a pretty self-serving narrative. can't really hide the fact that much of the transfer was just outright theft. Yet it is thanks to this that many Western churches acquired relics that became the pride of their towns. For instance, the Cathedral of Halberstadt in Germany received a treasure trove of relics from a bishop who participated in the Fourth Crusade, including little bits of the True Cross, saints' bones, and the miraculous cloth known as the Virgin's Mantle. These relics were honored for centuries after as gifts brought from Constantinople. So, while the Byzantine viewpoint is that these were stolen relics, from the Western viewpoint they were lost and found gifts of the Crusade. Found amidst the city they just plundered and destroyed, but, well, we're not going to go down that route. In any case, the Fourth Crusade was kind of ironic. It achieved what earlier crusades had aimed to do in the Holy Land. It relocated an enormous number of holy relics into Latin Christendom. However, unlike the respectful translation of relics in a pilgrimage, this was done by conquest and plunder. But it also reveals another facet of Crusader behavior, the commodification of relics. After 1204, one can see an uptick in relic sales or donations tied to crusading. The Latin emperors in Constantinople, for their brief rule, 1204 to 1261, by the way, habitually used relics as collateral to secure loans from Italian merchants, or to get a little favor with Western monarchs. So if we look at it cynically, which really is the only way to look at it, relics became bargaining chips. Just another pawn in the great game of sustaining an empire. And then came the 13th century, witnessing the last major crusades, but also a flourishing of passion relic veneration in Europe, much of it spurred by what had come from Constantinople. One figure epitomizes this intersection of crusading zeal and relic worship, as King Louis IX of France, later canonized as St. Louis. Louis led 2 crusades, the 7th in 1248 to 54, and the 8th in 1270, and was renowned for his personal piety. His devotion to relics was profound and almost obsessive, and he directly acquired some of the most famous relics of Christendom. Now, as I mentioned before, Louis purchased the crown of thorns from Baldwin. That's Baldwin II, by the way. In 1239, this relic, believed to be the woven thorny cap forced on Christ during his trial, arrived in Paris. The king himself, in an act of almost utmost humility, removed his royal robes and walked barefoot in a simple tunic while carrying the crown of thorns into the city. The scene of a king humbly bearing a relic through the streets made a deep impression on his contemporaries. To house the crown and other relics he would gather, including a large fragment of the True Cross and the Holy Lancer's shaft after it was recovered from the Venetians, Louis commissioned the Sainte-Chapelle, a masterpiece of Gothic architecture, and essentially a giant reliquary in stone and glass. Visitors to Sainte-Chapelle were awestruck by how it displayed these relics at the center of an opulent, jewel-like chapel. The king had effectively made Paris a new Jerusalem in terms of possessing Christ's passion objects. All this Louis did in the spirit of intense faith, seeing himself as a quasi-priestly king, guarding the instruments of salvation. But how did that relate to the Crusades? Well, Louis's 7th crusade, to Egypt that is, was partly motivated by his desire to atone for the previous failures, and perhaps win back some of what had been lost, like Jerusalem. While that campaign did not achieve permanent conquest, Louis was captured in Egypt in 1250 and ransomed. His crusading activity was intertwined with his role as a relic keeper. On his journey, he took care to celebrate masses with the crown of thorns present, and his chaplains likely carried out other relics for spiritual succor. There's an interesting anecdote recorded by Jean de Joinville. a close companion of Louis who wrote his biography. He describes how during a disastrous crusade in the Nile Delta, King Louis fell ill and in near-death delirium called out for his precious relic of the true cross. It had to be fetched and placed on his chest, as he believed it might help cure him. Louis did recover, by the way. But this small story reveals that even on distant campaigns, relics were Louis's comfort and his inspiration. His reputation of a living saint was enhanced by his devotion. He even attempted to convert his Muslim captors by calmly explaining Christian relics and the miracles of Christ. Louis's final crusade was the 8th Crusade in 1270, aimed at Tunis in North Africa. But the true cross couldn't save him this time. He died of disease while on that expedition. But after his death, something interesting occurred. Because transporting a royal body over long distances in the heat was impractical, his retainers boiled his corpse to strip the flesh, preserve the bones, a pretty grisly practice of the time known as excarnation. Doesn't seem very ceremonious. In any case, the bones of Louis were then brought back to France as holy relics, since he was soon venerated as a saint. In essence, the Crusader king, who was obsessed with relics, became a relic. Isn't that, well, that's just a poetic end. Died doing what he loved, I suppose. In any case, his sanctified remains were housed in St. Denis, and pilgrims would come to honor the king who had carried the crown of thorns and died on crusade. Bit of a twist of fate, sure. The crusaders' bones turned into relics themselves. It neatly encapsulates the entire theme of how tightly crusading ideals and relic veneration were woven together, loving relics so much that he becomes one. The Tower of London, a fortress that has seen 1,000 years of blood and betrayal. From its very foundation, the Tower of London was designed to inspire dread. This stronghold, part palace, part prison, still looms on the River Thames as a witness to the darkest chapters in English history. Oh, if walls could talk, what stories they would tell. Those stones have echoed with the cries of prisoners, and even the clash of steel. Well, today we're going to tell the story of the Tower of London from start to finish, all the way from the Norman times up into our modern day. And of course we won't be sparing any of the gritty details. There's plenty of them. So if you'll spend the next hour with me, we can go back to the very early times and trace where the Tower of London began, and by the end we'll have a good understanding. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. I am your host, and off we are for another English history video. Now I'd like to begin the customary thank you to everyone who keeps this entire channel ad-free. That is those who support on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, who check out the merch store, and also those who leave the occasional donation through Super Thanks and the PayPal link. You have my utmost respect and thanks for that. If you'd like to join that prestigious club, well, the links are in the pinned comment, video, and channel description if you want to go there. Otherwise, just do the usual algorithm boosting things, like, comment, subscribe, click the hype button, and tell your friends about this ad-free sanctuary in our ad-drenched modern age. In any case, let us begin now. The history of the Tower of London. Well, not many buildings can trace their foundations back almost 1,000 years, but the Tower of London is certainly one of them that can. In fact, our tale begins in 1066. If you're familiar with English history, you'll know that that's a rather important date, to say the least. After William the Conqueror defeated the English at Hastings and was crowned king, he set about securing his new realm by force, and nowhere was more important than in turbulent London, which at the time, and still is, England's largest city. William ordered a mighty castle built on the southeast corner of London's old Roman walls. This would become the Tower of London. According to a Norman chronicler, William's men completed certain fortifications in the city against the restlessness of the huge and brutal populace. Apparently they weren't too happy about being conquered by a Norman king, who, by the way, didn't even speak English. Certainly ruffles a few of the locals up. Well, in other words, the tower was raised to overawe and even intimidate the unruly Londoners from any thought of rebellion. And it seemed to have worked. It was a pretty stark symbol of Norman domination looming over a conquered people. And then there was the White Tower, a great square keep. That was the first stone structure. But they didn't begin this right away in 1066. That was begun around 1078. At up to 90 feet tall, and with walls 15 feet thick, it was an engineering marvel, rather, of its day. The English labourers forced to build it must have looked on in quite a bit of despair at the blueprints of that one, and of course, being forced to do this for a foreign conqueror, well, certainly not the best work conditions, I suppose, how to keep them motivated. Well, whips notwithstanding, although we don't know if they were using that sort of thing. I'm just commenting. In any case, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle complained that King William, quote, sorely burdened the unhappy people with forced labour on castles. Now, the details of how they forced them to do this are somewhat left out, but I think we can use a little bit of imagination. Now, the White Tower was clad in bright canstone from France, giving it a ghostly glow, and that's where it got its name, because the stone was this glowing white, and inside this tower were sumptuous chambers for the king. But below, they left that space open for a dark dungeon. So from the outset, the tower served a kind of dual purpose. A royal stronghold, sure, but also a feared prison. William's successors expanded the complex. In 1097, King William II, that is William Rufus, reinforced the tower with a stone curtain wall, and that replaced the earlier wooden palisades. And do remember that most early castles were wooden. Don't think that everything was stone. That's a bit of a Hollywood misnomer. More towers and defensive walls followed in the 12th and 13th centuries, and that created a concentric fortress. So by the 1200s, the tower had grown into a small fortified city with multiple layers of walls, a moat, and of course the numerous intimidating towers. Kings like Henry III and Edward I poured huge sums of money into strengthening it. They knew that holding the tower was key to controlling the kingdom. And to this day, actually, the general layout of the Tower of London complex remains just as those medieval builders left it. From early on, the tower earned its grim reputation. Of course, you don't build something like that to loom over the locals without, wanting them to feel a kind of dread at it, make them nervous. The first known prisoner was one who was actually the Bishop of Durham, Ranulph Flambard, and quite ironically, he was one of the very men who helped design parts of the White Tower. Bit of a twist of fate, isn't it? In 1100, King Henry I accused Flambard of extortion and locked him in a cell at the top of the tower. Flambard, who was a reportedly wily character, managed the tower's first escape. Kept in relative comfort, he hosted a feast for his guards. He got them drunk on wine, and then he lowered himself by a rope smuggled in a wine cask. Of course, when the jailers awoke, the prisoner had vanished into the night. I'm sure someone would have lost their job over that. And the escape, well, it was so unbelievable that one chronicler half jested the bishop must have used witchcraft to get away. Well, this early escapade established a pattern, too. For the next 900 years, the tower would confine an endless parade of traitors, heretics, princes, and pretenders, some of whom vanished mysteriously. But a lucky few, like Flambard, managed to cheat fate. Probably best that he got his escape attempt in early. They built the prison before they planned out the measures to prevent people from escaping. I don't know, maybe a high window just wasn't enough. So moving on from those early days and into the high Middle Ages, the tower continued to grow both in physical size, but also in its dark reputation. King Richard the Lionheart, the quintessential English king, dug a moat around the castle in the 1190s, and additional outer walls were built. And what's a castle without a moat, right? I want a moat around my house. Well, I live in an apartment, so that's probably not possible. Maybe one day. Well, the tower became not just a fortress and prison, but also a royal residence at times, complete with great halls and a chapel. It's a little bit strange, too, that kings would want to live right on top or next to the prison, but that's just the way it is. Yet even as kings added their domestic comforts, they never forgot the tower's primary role as a powerfully armed garrison in the heart of the capital. In those uneasy times, monarchs took refuge behind its walls, and their foes were often imprisoned inside. One remarkable aspect of the tower in medieval times was its royal menagerie of exotic animals. So believe it or not, medieval kings kept captive wild beasts as symbols of their might, and the tower was kind of like a zoo. As early as the 1200s, Londoners could glimpse at strange creatures behind the tower's walls. In 1235, Henry III received the 3 leopards, likely lions. He got these from the Holy Roman Emperor, and by 1252 he even acquired a great white bear, very probably a polar bear from the King of Norway. So imagine that spectacle, a polar bear in medieval London. The poor thing, though, chained onto the tower grounds. I don't think they would have built it much of a nice enclosure, that's for sure. The sheriffs of London were instructed to buy the bear a long rope and muzzle, and it was regularly led down to the Thames River to swim and catch fish for its supper. Crowds, of course, would gather and marvel at the pale bear from the frozen north. A few years later, in 1255, Henry III accepted an African elephant as a gift from the King of France. A special wooden house was built for the elephant near the tower gates. Of course, people flocked to see that creature too. The first elephant ever in England, which Matthew Barris, a monk and chronicler, dutifully sketched. Now, the poor elephant sadly did not survive long in the tower. It died after a couple of years, likely because its keepers had absolutely no idea how to care for it. One report even claims they tried giving it wine, believing water was bad for elephants. I don't know where they got that idea from, but these royal beasts must have added to the tower's mystique, there's no doubt about that. To common folk, the fortress was not only a place of dread, but also of wonders. Lions prowling in cages, a bear fishing in the Thames, an elephant trumpeting around in its pen. but by 1300, the Tower of London was an imposing concentric castle, upgraded to withstand the latest threats. It bristled with archery towers and stone battlements. Kings stored their treasury and regalia here for safekeeping, the most secure place in the whole country. It was said that whoever controlled the tower controlled the kingdom's riches and capital city. So unsurprisingly, during the civil conflicts that rocked medieval England, the tower was often the prize for both sides, a kind of capture the flag. If you don't have the tower, you don't have anything worthwhile. Yet the fortress was not invincible. In 1381, during the infamous Peasants' Revolt, the tower was breached for the first and only time in its history, but not by a foreign army. No, not by Vikings, not by the French or the Spanish, but by the English. And not an English army, just a mob of angry English commoners. King Richard II, who was only 14 years old, by the way, had taken shelter inside the tower with his mother and advisers as tens of thousands of rebels swarmed London. But why were they so angry? Unfair taxes. All sounds familiar. While Richard went out to parley with the rebel leaders, a horde of peasants stormed through an undefended gate. The garrison, perhaps they were sympathetic or just simply terrified at the numbers of the peasants, offered no resistance. They just let them through. They don't get paid enough for that, I'm sure. Rebels poured into the courtyards, cheering and just making a mess of things. One contemporary chronicler, Jean Froissart, describes how these men made themselves at home in the royal quarters, even lounging on the king's bed and jokingly stroking the beards of the tower guards as if they owned the place. It almost sounds like a medieval January 6th sort of thing. You know, it's kind of like that. But the main targets were hiding inside, the king's ministers, whom they blamed for their misery. Oh, and just quickly, when I say January 6th, I mean the White House in the United States when that happened. I think it was in 2020 that happened, I think so. In any case, the rebels found the Lord Chancellor, Archbishop Simon Sudbury, cowering in the chapel of the White Tower, praying for sanctuary. He did not find any. They dragged him out to Tower Hill. Then they seized Sir Robert Hales, the royal treasurer, as well, and in a frenzy of revolutionary justice, the mob cut off the heads of Sudbury, Hales, and several other royal officials. On that summer day, Tower Hill ran with noble blood. A pretty gruesome scene. According to reports, it took 8 blows of a sword to sever the archbishop's head. The rebels stuck the severed heads on pikes and displayed them atop London Bridge as a warning. Even the tower's formidable walls couldn't prevent that atrocity, and that's a reminder that the tower's power ultimately depended on the loyalty of those within. I'm sure security upgrades were made after that incident. Now, incredibly, King Richard II survived the revolt by bravely confronting the rebels elsewhere and diffusing their anger, at least temporarily. It was certainly a gamble, though. The scene of Richard floating down on that barge while everyone's jeering him. It really could have gone either way. But the events of 1381 certainly became part of the tower's grim legend. Never again would an enemy force the gates open by sheer intimidation. The tower resumed its role as a fortress and prison, but now with a few different kinds of heads decorating the spikes. Well, with that bloody fiasco all done for, during the later Middle Ages, the tower imprisoned a who's who of high-ranking captives, and saw some quietly chilling crimes too. The wars and power struggles of the 15th century often ended for the losers behind the tower's bars. The fortress became a royal dumping ground for overthrown kings and unwanted heirs. And one example is King Henry VI, the pious but unlucky king who was deposed during the Wars of the Roses. In 1471, Henry was held in the Wakefield Tower at the Tower of London after his forces lost a battle. On the night of May 21st, Henry was found dead in his chamber. Now, the official story claimed that he died of melancholy, but no one really believed that. It was widely suspected that he was murdered, likely stabbed or strangled on the orders of the new king, Edward IV. Well, legend has it that Henry was at prayer when his killer struck. And if true, the Holy King's blood was spilled on the tower's stone floor and adding another royal ghost to its ranks. In fact, a lot of people said that Henry's spirit was later rumored to appear in the tower on the anniversary of his death, but it's hard to prove that one. Still hard to prove it otherwise, though. A decade later came the most notorious mystery of all, the fate of the princes in the tower. In 1483, King Edward IV died, leaving his 12-year-old son, Edward V, as his heir. The young prince and his 9-year-old brother Richard were lodged in the Tower of London, supposedly for their protection, under the care of their uncle Richard the Duke of Gloucester. But Uncle Richard was, well, he was ambitious, to say the least. So that summer, Richard Gloucester seized power and had himself crowned King Richard III. And the two princes, well, they just vanished into thin air. They were never seen again. It was whispered that the princes had been quietly murdered inside the tower to eliminate any threat to Richard's rule. Thomas More, writing a few decades later, gave a pretty vivid account too. He alleged that King Richard hired men to creep into the prince's chamber as they slept and smother them with pillows, and then burying their bodies in a stairwell. The truth will never be known for certain, but bones of two children were discovered buried in under a tower staircase in 1674 during some renovations. Seems like a smoking gun, right? Those remains, which are likely the poor princes, were eventually interred in Westminster Abbey. The disappearance of the princes in the tower, well, that's perhaps one of the great unsolved crimes. But it seems pretty obvious. I suppose it's a bit too late for a trial now. But it forever cemented the tower's reputation as a sinister place, where innocent blood could be shed in secret. And to this day, the story chills all who hear it. Think about it. A 12-year-old and a 9-year-old, two young boys, betrayed and quietly killed by their own uncle, nonetheless. It's pretty horrible. Hard to justify that one, certainly. In any case, by the end of the 1400s, the tower had seen kings, queens, and nobles locked in the cells, and occasionally even killed there. But believe it or not, darker days lay ahead as the tower entered the tumultuous Tudor era, when royal tyranny and religious upheaval turned the tower into a factory of misery. The 16th century, the age of the Tudors, that was when the Tower of London really reached the peak of its infamy as a prison and execution ground. As one chronicler of the time noted, by the reign of Henry VIII, the fortress was used, quote, more as an armory and house of munition, and thereunto a place for the safekeeping of offenders than a palace royal. The Tudor monarchs, Henry VIII, his children Edward VI, Mary I, and Elizabeth I, all made ample use of the tower to incarcerate their political rivals, and many of them met a dreadful fate, either just outside its gates on Tower Hill, or within the tower precincts itself. Henry VIII in particular, who was doesn't have the best reputation, I'm sure you already know. Well, he turned the tower into a feared place of torment and death. During his volatile reign, dozens of notable figures were imprisoned in the tower on trumped-up charges of treason or heresy. Many paid with their heads, too, and the most famous victims were two of Henry's own wives. He had 6 of them in total, by the way. In 1536, Anne Boleyn, Henry's second queen, was arrested on made-up charges of adultery and treason. She was brought by boat through the grim Traitor's Gate into the tower, and there in a cold room she wrote despairingly of her unjust imprisonment. Her final letters are pretty sad. There's a weird resignation to them as well. She's sort of just not begging for her life, just, I guess, lamenting it. Poor Anne. Well, regardless, on the morning of May 19th, 1536, she was led to a scaffold on Tower Green. Within the fortress walls, Henry granted her the mercy of a private execution away from the gawking crowds on Tower Hill. Anne Boleyn showed remarkable composure. She joked with her executioner, and reportedly even gently adjusted her gown so the swordsman would have a clean strike. With one swift swing of a French sword, the executioner severed the queen's head. Her last words were a prayer for the king. Anne's head and body were buried in an unmarked grave in the nearby chapel of St. Peter and Vincula. Inside the tower, that is. And it is said that on certain nights the ghost of Anne Boleyn walks the tower's corridors, clutching her severed head under one arm. Henry VIII was not done with Anne, I'm afraid. There were a few more. In 1542, he sent his 5th wife, Catherine Howard, to the tower on charges of infidelity. The teenage Catherine reportedly screamed for mercy as she was dragged away, knowing exactly what she was in for. And she, too, was beheaded on the Tower Green and buried right next to Anne. Another victim was Henry's distant cousin, Margaret Pole, the Countess of Salisbury, who at age 67 resisted Henry's attempts to destroy her family. Imprisoned in the tower, the elderly lady met a truly horrific end in 1541. The inexperienced headsman actually missed his mark multiple times. One account claims Margaret, dignified to the end, refused to kneel meekly and was chastised by the axeman, who hacked her to death in a gory, botched execution. The brutality of Margaret Pole's death certainly shocked people even in that brutal age. But not all Tower prisoners under Henry were executed. Some endured torture and starvation instead, which is not good, but, you get what you're given, don't you? The Tower's reputation as a torture chamber largely comes from this period, although torture was not as routine as later legend suggests. There's been a little bit of romanticizing about that it was this just 24/7 bloodbath. It wasn't quite like that. In any case, when it comes to torture, it required royal permission, and it was mainly employed in cases of treason or heresy, when the crown wanted information or confessions. Between 1530 and 1550, several prisoners were subjected to agonizing tortures in the tower's lower regions. Three infamous devices in particular struck fear into the hearts of prisoners. The first was the dreaded rack, that framework that would slowly stretch the victim's body, dislocating joints, tearing muscles. Introduced to the Tower in the late 1400s, the rack earned the nickname the Duke of Exeter's daughter, after a constable of the Tower who built a particularly vicious version of it. Prisoners who experienced the rack often had limbs rendered useless for life, and that's if they even survived. For example, the Jesuit priest Guy Fawkes, arrested for the gunpowder plot of 1605, was racked in the Tower so severely that when forced to sign a confession, he could barely hold a pen. His signature on that document is a barely recognizable scrawl, a picture that tells 1,000 words. Then there was the scavenger's daughter, an ingeniously cruel device invented during Henry VIII's reign, essentially the opposite of the rack. Let me explain. It was more of a metal frame that compressed the body into a suffocating crouch. The victim's head was forced down to their knees and bound tightly. Blood would pool and noses would burst under the pressure. Few could endure this ordeal for long. It was used mainly to extract information quickly through extreme pain. Then there's the manacles and the little e's. Some prisoners were simply chained to the walls or suspended by iron gauntlets, manacles they called them, on their wrists until their shoulders almost tore from the sockets. A tiny closet-like cell known as the little e's was another punishment, so small that a prisoner could not stand up. They could neither sit, nor could they lie down fully. It forced them into a perpetual crouch. Prisoners left in little e's for days emerged broken and cramped up. Not very comfortable at all. And let's talk about one notable victim of the time, of torture, that is. Anne Askew, a young gentlewoman accused of heresy for her Protestant beliefs under Henry's Catholic-inclined regime in 1546. This was a little bit in earlier times. Well, she is one of the few women on record tortured in the Tower. Anne Askew was stretched on the rack so savagely that she was crippled. When she was taken out to be burned at the stake as a heretic, she had to be carried in a chair, because all of her bones and joints had been pulled apart to the point where she could not walk or even stand. Her story, recorded later in John Fox's Book of Martyrs, illustrates the extremes of cruelty inflicted within the Tower's walls. Under Henry VIII's son, Edward VI, the Tower saw fewer new corpses, but politics soon returned. In 1553, after the young King Edward died, Lady Jane Grey, a teenage girl used as a pawn in a power grab, was locked up in the Tower. She was named Queen, too, but she only lasted 9 days. Jane was deposed by Edward's Catholic sister, Mary Tudor. Now, Mary I, who was also called Bloody Mary, kept Lady Jane locked in the gentleman's jailer's house. Despite Jane's youth and relative innocence, they ultimately ordered her execution to remove any threat. And so on February 1554, the 16-year-old Jane Grey was beheaded within the Tower grounds. The tragic teenager supposedly said, "I pray you will dispatch me quickly," to her executioner, and blindfolded herself before placing her head on the block. There's a very famous painting of that, which is quite sad too, the execution of Lady Jane Grey. Her young husband, Guildford Dudley, was also executed on the same day on Tower Hill. And just like that, another 2 youthful lives added to the tally. Queen Mary I was fiercely Catholic and filled the tower's cells with Protestant opponents. Ironically, one prisoner was her own half-sister, Princess Elizabeth, the future Elizabeth I. Elizabeth was sent to the tower in 1554, accused unjustly of supporting a rebellion. As she arrived by boat under the grim arch of Traitor's Gate, she reportedly murmured, "Here lands as true a subject as ever landed at these stairs." Imprisoned in the bell tower, the princess feared she would never leave alive. She etched a desperate poem on her window and insisted on sleeping on the floor as a sign of her unjust captivity. After 2 tense months, Elizabeth was finally released. You see, Mary dared not execute her sister without proof of treason. It just wouldn't have looked very good. But had things gone a little differently, the tower might have witnessed the execution of Queen Elizabeth herself. Well, when Elizabeth did become queen in 1558, the tables turned. Oh, how the turntables! During her long reign, the tower's dungeons filled with Catholic recusants and political plotters against her. Elizabeth's government used the tower as an interrogation center for conspirators, especially in the 1570s and 80s, when fear of Catholic plots ran high. Many Catholic priests caught secretly ministering were tortured in the tower before being put to death elsewhere. Put to death? What's death? I don't know. Well, one remarkable story is that of John Gerard, a Jesuit priest who was captured in 1597. Now, Gerard was subject to the manacles. Remember, that's suspended by his wrists from a beam for hours at a time. Though enduring excruciating pain, his own account describes bleeding and numb arms, he refused to betray his co-conspirators. Gerard then accomplished a daring escape. He managed to secretly communicate with friends outside by writing in invisible ink, orange juice, that is, on scraps of paper. With help from sympathetic accomplices, he escaped the tower by crawling along a rope slung across the moat one dark night. It was one of the few successful escapes in the tower's history, and it also managed to humiliate Elizabeth's jailers. John Gerard lived to tell the tale in a memoir, recounting the tower's terrors from a survivor's perspective, and I bet that would have been a bestseller. But not everyone was so fortunate. The tower claimed one more under Elizabeth's rule, albeit kind of posthumously. You see, in 1601, the Earl of Essex, once Elizabeth's favourite, later leader of a failed revolt, was beheaded on Tower Green after being held in the tower. A special scaffold was built inside the fortress, as his popularity with the London crowd made a public execution quite risky. And it wasn't just one stroke of the axe required, but 3 rather, to finish him off. The aging Elizabeth thereafter was said to remark grimly on how many heads had fallen on her account, and indeed by 1600 the Tower of London had indelibly become the place of "off with his head" in the English psyche. And so here we are at the dawn of the enlightened 17th century. But unfortunately, it just brought new dramas. In 1605, under King James I, the tower received a pretty infamous group of inmates. Guy Fawkes and his fellow gunpowder plot conspirators, who had attempted to blow up the Parliament House, which doesn't win you any friends in the nobility. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Fawkes was tortured on the rack in the tower's dungeon until he revealed the details of the plot. After a few days, he was so weakened that signature looked like a child's scribble. Fawkes and the others were later executed by the grisly method of hanging, drawing, and quartering. Not at the tower, though, but their interrogation and suffering there became part of the tower's feared lore. Despite its grim reputation, the tower also was considered a secure haven for crucial assets, and the most crucial of all was the crown jewels, symbols of monarchy. They'd been stored at the tower since medieval times. Well, we should say that during the English Civil War, that's in the 1640s, the original medieval jewels were actually removed and melted down by parliamentarians who sold off or destroyed the regalia after executing Charles I. The crown jewels on display today are replacements made for the restoration in 1661. While the tower's arsenal of weapons was also vast, it was effectively the national armory. When civil war erupted between King Charles I and Parliament in 1642, the tower again became a strategical linchpin. Initially, London citizens and the city militia who were sympathetic to Parliament rather than the king seized control of the tower, not letting the king inside. Charles' supporters plotted to take it back, and at one point even pointed cannons at the tower's battlements, ready to fire on the city if needed. Well, however, no large-scale battle unfolded at the tower, probably for the best. It remained under Parliament's control throughout the conflict, serving as a prison for royalists. After the war, with Charles I executed and the monarchy abolished, several of the king's leading supporters, and some of the judges who condemned him, were themselves imprisoned in the tower after the tides of fortune shifted. The restoration of the monarchy in 1660 under Charles II saw some vengeful bloodshed linked to the tower. A number of the men who had signed Charles I's death warrants were hunted down. Some, like Sir Thomas Harrison, were locked in the tower before being gruesomely executed, drawn and quartered at Charing Cross. Others were already dead, and in a macabre twist, the new king had their remains exhumed and displayed. Even the skull of Oliver Cromwell was briefly mounted on a spike above the tower's gates as a posthumous punishment. Yet, the Restoration era also brought one of the tower's most legendary capers, providing a rare note of dark humor amid all of the blood and death. Probably needed one after that. This was the escapade of Colonel Thomas Blood in 1671, the man who nearly stole the crown jewels. Now, Colonel Blood himself was an Irish adventurer with a history of audacious schemes. Disguising himself as a clergyman, Blood befriended the elderly jewel house keeper at the tower, one Talbot Edwards. Over several visits, Blood ingratiated himself with the Edward family, even proposing a fake marriage between his nephew and the keeper's daughter. On May 9th, 1671, Blood made his move. He and his accomplices arrived early in the morning, and Edwards obligingly let them into Jewel House to show them the crown jewels. But the moment they were inside, Blood whipped out a hammer and smashed the 77-year-old Edwards over the head, knocking him senseless. In a frenzy, he grabbed the imperial state crown and flattened it with a mallet to hide under his cloak. Another accomplice stuffed the royal orb into his pants. They even sawed off the royal scepter in half because it was too long to carry. Well, the gang tried to dash out of the tower with the loot, but miraculously, the dazed Edwards regained consciousness and raised an alarm, shouting out treason, murder, and Blood and his men were tackled at the gate by guards. Even after he was seized, the brazen Blood refused to speak to anyone except the king. And here the story takes on an even stranger turn. King Charles II was apparently so amused by Blood's sheer audacity that not only did he pardon him, but granted Blood a pension and befriended him at court. Well, didn't see that coming. The keeper, Edwards, who fortunately survived his injuries, was rewarded with a tidy sum for his ordeal, though probably not as much as Blood's annual pension. The crown jewels were recovered, dented up a bit, but intact. And since that day, no one has ever come quite so close to stealing them. The Colonel Blood affair added a rogue's tale to the tower's history, showing that not every tower story is one of solemn tragedy. Some are pretty outrageous, or almost comical. In any case, by the late 1600s, the tower's role as a royal residence had faded entirely. Successive monarchs found its lodgings to be cold and damp compared to the newer places. But its role as an armory, garrison, and prison remained. The Office of Ordnance had its headquarters there, churning out weapons of war. The famous Line of Kings display, a row of wooden horses with medieval king's armor, was set up in the tower as early as 1652, a precursor of the tower as a tourist attraction, maybe. And as gunpowder weaponry in modern prisons evolved, the tower's military importance slowly waned. The 18th century saw fewer political prisoners, but a handful of notable figures still passed through its gates. In 1716, after a failed Jacobite rebellion, the defeated Scottish lords were brought to the tower. The Earl of Derwentwater and others who were held before being publicly beheaded on Tower Hill, among the last executions of nobility by axe in England. The very last of such executions was on Tower Hill in 1747, when an 80-year-old Simon Fraser, Lord Lovat, lost his head for leading a Jacobite uprising. An immense crowd actually gathered to watch, and legend says the shock of the beheading caused a scaffold stand to collapse, killing several spectators too. Shouldn't have stood so close, though. In any case, through the 1700s, tourists could visit certain areas of the tower by giving a small tip to the yeoman warders. The tower's dark reputation only grew in popular imagination. Novelists and playwrights spun lurid tales about it. This Gothic fascination with the tower reached new heights in the Victorian era. The Victorians, loving both history and horror, restored parts of the tower to a pseudo-medieval appearance, and spread romanticized stories of its past. Writers in the 1800s nicknamed it the Bloody Tower and Traitor's Gate, cementing those ominous labels. But real changes were happening too. The royal menagerie that had delighted and sometimes alarmed visitors for 6 centuries came to an end. By the early 1800s, the collection of animals at the tower, lions, tigers, all sorts, were considered a hazard and somewhat antiquated. Well, in one incident in 1830, a guard was reportedly attacked by a leopard. In another, a lion got loose from its cage. Accounts vary. Some say a soldier was bitten by a monkey, too. The Duke of Wellington, then Constable of the Tower, decided that enough was enough. And in 1835, the menagerie was closed for good. Most of the creatures were transferred to the new London Zoo in Regent's Park. After they departed, the old lion tower and cages were torn down, and no longer would the roars of lions echo through the tower at night, though their ghostly presence lives on in legend, apparently. Meanwhile, parts of the tower that had fallen into disuse were remodeled. The Victorian authorities, keen on preservation, undertook renovations to make the castle look a bit more medieval. They removed some later buildings, uncovered old archways, and rebuilt battlements. The tower was becoming as much a monument and a museum as a military site. The public could tour the Grand Armory's displays of weapons and armor. Guidebooks from the 19th century reveal that visitors were especially interested in the tower's dungeons and the stories of prisoners. The more gruesome, the better. And that's certainly not changed. One ghost story from this era reflects the tower's chilling aura. In 1816, a guardsman on duty near the Jewel House swore that he saw a spectral bear emerge from the darkness and charge at him. Terrified, he thrust his bayonet at the creature, and when he did, it passed straight through and vanished. The guard was later found in a state of shock and died within a couple of days, reportedly from fright. Contemporaries speculated that perhaps the ghost of one of the tower's long-dead menagerie bears were haunting the site. Sounds pretty fanciful, but such tales found very eager ears. The tower's ghosts have been a persistent part of its lore. Anne Boleyn wandering around headless, the two little princes gliding down a staircase hand in hand, the white lady who waves from a window, and other phantoms seen by soldiers on lonely night watches. Now, whether you believe in that or not, the fact is the fact, and the fact is that these stories took root, and it shows how deeply the tower's bloody history had impressed itself upon the public mind. Well, despite all of that, the tower in the 1800s was generally peaceful. It served mainly as an armory, an archive, and of course a tourist attraction. However, it still had a garrison of troops, and at times of civil unrest it was put on alert. During the Chartist protests of 1848, agitating for political reform, the tower was prepared for potential trouble. But nothing came of it. By the late 19th century, the tower's days as a functioning prison were nearly over, but not quite. In 1885, a last jailbreak occurred. The Irish nationalist leader, Charles Parnell, was locked briefly in the tower for contempt of Parliament, but only symbolically. He was likely held in pretty comfortable quarters and soon released, kind of like a house arrest situation. It seemed the tower's awful chapters of incarceration were a thing of the past. However, the 20th century would prove that even in modern times, the tower had a little bit more blood to spill. And so here we are in the 20th century, where the tower enters its role as primarily a tourist attraction and historic monument. Yet remarkably, its long tradition as a prison and execution site did not end until World War II. Now, during World War I, 1914 to 18, the tower was used to hold several German spies captured in Britain. At least 11 of these enemy agents were executed by firing squad at the tower, a chilling throwback to older traditions. Not the axe this time, though. They were shot in the stone courtyard of the tower, and their bodies buried on site. The first was Karl Hans Lodi in 1914, and others followed in the war's later years. Tour guides still point out the shooting post where these executions occurred. World War II brought one more flurry of grim activity. In 1941, a German spy named Joseph Jacobs was caught after parachuting into England. He was injured upon capture and taken to the tower, and after a short trial for espionage, Jacobs was executed by firing squad on August 15, 1941, and he was the last person ever to be put to death at the Tower of London. He met his end seated in a chair because of his broken ankle, as the rifleman took aim. It was a pretty somber finale to the tower's long, bloody record of executions. Now also, in 1941, the tower briefly held perhaps its most high-profile prisoner in centuries, Rudolf Hess. That is the deputy of Adolf Hitler, who flew to Scotland on a quixotic peace mission Hess was brought to London and confined in the Tower for a few days in May 1941. He thus became the Tower's final state prisoner, and one can only imagine his thoughts, pacing in the same stone room where medieval kings and traitors had languished. But Hess was soon moved to a more conventional military prison, but the symbolic weight of the Tower's walls surrounding a top Nazi leader was not lost on observers. World War II also saw the Tower damaged by German bombing. In the Blitz of 1940, several buildings in the Tower complex suffered hits. The medieval chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula, where so many executed folk lay buried, had its roof blown off by a bomb. They fixed it up later. Still, never really the same. For the first time in centuries, the Tower's mighty walls shook from explosives rather than siege engines. During the worst air raids, the Tower was closed to the public, and the crown jewels were secretly moved to a safer location, probably out in the countryside somewhere. Now, most evocatively, the famous Tower ravens nearly all perished or flew away due to the bombing chaos. According to legend, if the ravens leave the Tower, the kingdom will fall. Ooh, that sounds like some kind of grim prophecy, doesn't it? Alarmed that only a single raven survived the Blitz, Prime Minister Winston Churchill ordered that new ravens be brought in to repopulate the Tower, ensuring the legend and morale lived on. And to this day, at least 6 ravens are kept at the Tower at all times, well fed and trimmed of wing feathers to discourage any wanderlust on their behalf. After 1945, the Tower of London was officially retired as a prison. The days of old were finally over. Its last use in that capacity had been to hold a handful of British soldiers who went AWOL. Notably in 1952, one of the notorious Cray twins, that's Ronnie Cray, was held at the Tower for a few days for failing to report for military service. But those were minor footnotes. The great era of prisoners and executions had ended. And in the post-war years, the Tower began to embrace its identity as a monument to history. It became a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and one of Britain's most visited tourist destinations. Each year, millions of visitors wander through those gates, marveling at the crown jewels in the glittering vault, peering into the eerie torture chamber in the White Tower basement, and standing on the Tower Green, where queens and nobles knelt before the axe. The yeoman warders, nicknamed beefeaters, now serve mostly as tour guides, regaling visitors with tales of ghosts and gore, though they remain ceremonial guardians of the Tower, of course. These warders still wear the splendid Tudor-style uniforms, adding to the sense that one has stepped back into a blood-stained past. Every night they perform the centuries-old ceremony of the keys, locking up the fortress for the evening in a ritual unchanged for hundreds of years. And thus the Tower's story has come full circle. Once a feared fortress and prison, now a carefully preserved museum. But even in peace, the shadow of its horrible history lingers. In the courtyards, you can almost sense the whispers of the prisoners long gone. And in the chapel, right below your feet, lie the bones of the executed. From Anne Boleyn to poor Lady Jane Grey. Ravens hop along the lawns, perhaps on watch for the ghosts of the headless queen. Who knows? Well, in any case, that is it for me tonight. I hope you enjoyed our video about the Tower of London. Certainly a quintessential medieval place, isn't it? Really is. And not just a medieval place, but also a Renaissance place, a Tudor place, a modern place, a Victorian place. Every era sort of has its own stories for the Tower of London, and I'm so glad that it's still there. When we are in the tavern, we care not that we are mortal. The words of the 13th century reveller in the Carmina Burana, capturing the rowdy allure of these medieval establishments. And indeed, to the people of high medieval Europe, taverns, inns, and alehouses, they were far more than mere drinking spots. They were living rooms of the community, the waypoints of the road, buzzing with news, commerce, and camaraderie. A place of respite, stepping off that muddy path, out of that cold, and into the warm. So how about you and me go and get a table, and I'll tell you all about that world of taverns, and examine how one might exactly run one of these establishments in the High Middle Ages. How did one establish one? What food and drink were served? How were they procured? What about the laws that set the closing hours or fixed the price of a pint? Who were the typical patrons, and what was the mischief they brought through the door? It's not just about the general practices, but also all those lesser-known details that bring the tavern to life. The alewives who dominated the beer trade, the penalties for serving bad drink, tavern names and signboards, a culture unto themselves, and even notorious incidents like tavern brawls that spilled into violent, drunken riots. We're not going to stick in one place. Regional and economic differences, we'll note them when we come across them. Whether the establishment is a humble rural alehouse or a grand inn in an urban area, to appreciate the tavern's varied role across medieval Europe, we'll try and tread as many paths as we can. And by the end of that journey, you'll know exactly how a medieval tavern was run. But before we get to all of that, let's have a welcome to the channel. A warm tavern welcome. We'll stick with the theme, I suppose, shall we? Well, if you're new here, you've yet to hit the subscribe button. I invite you to do so. If you've already hit the subscribe button, do not hit it again, because that means you unsubscribe, and we can't have that, can't we? Now, this video is 100% ad-free, due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate. Thank you very much, you have my eternal thanks. And with all that out of the way, introductions, welcomes, good manners, let's get to the topic at hand. As usual, nice and relaxed. So let's start from the beginning. To run a medieval tavern, you've first got to know what kind of establishment you're running. Medieval terminology distinguished several kinds of drinking houses and lodging houses, and each of them had its own niche. First, let's look at the general tavern. In many parts of Europe, the word tavern implied a setup in status and usually a focus on wine. In fact, in medieval England or France, the word tavern often specifically meant a wine-drinking house, distinct from alehouses, which of course sold ale. Taverns were commonly found in towns and along trade routes. They served wine, often imported, and they prepared foods too, roast meats, cheese, or stew, for a more well-to-do clientele such as merchants, guild members, or travelers. Now, here's an interesting part. Women of respectable standing usually avoided these wine taverns, at least in the French accounts, due to them having quite a, let's say, rowdy reputation. Taverns might also offer takeaway wine in jugs, and many doubled as informal restaurants where one could dine out heartily or just have a simple fare long before true restaurants existed. Now, we just made mention of an ale house, so let's get to that. A more simple, local establishment, often literally just somebody's house, where homemade ale was brewed and sold. These were ubiquitous in villages and towns. The common ale house usually ran by an alewife or brewer. They typically did not provide lodging either, only ale and perhaps some basic fare. A telltale sign of an alehouse in England was the ale stake, a pole projecting from the door to announce that a fresh brew was ready. Ale was the everyman drink, and alehouses were frequented by labourers, peasants, and townfolks to get their daily beverage and dose of socialization. And then, of course, we have the inn, essentially taverns licensed to offer lodging. An inn provided food, drink, and a bed for the night, catering especially to travellers, pilgrims, and visiting merchants. There were typically larger establishments too. A decent inn had multiple chambers for guests. And of course there would also be a main hall for meals and drink, a kitchen, storage cellars, and stabling for horses. Because of the need for space and resources, inns were often found on main roads or in towns, and many were operated by people of some means, almost middle class. In England, by the later Middle Ages, inns became known as public houses, or pubs. Every inn was a tavern, but not every tavern was an inn. The key differentiator was beds, lodging. If you didn't have any lodgings, you were just a tavern. Nothing wrong with that, though. There are a few other terms. Medieval sources mention guest houses, hospices, and hostels, often run by religious houses or charitable foundations, especially along pilgrimage routes. Of course, think of the Knights Hospitaller, things like that. They provided lodging and sometimes free food to travellers. Though they might not be considered commercial taverns in a strict sense, nonetheless, many inns had religious origins. For example, along major pilgrimage routes in Central Europe, monasteries or local nobles established inns to serve pilgrims and merchants. During the High Middle Ages, such inns with taverns proliferated along trade routes, frequently under noble or ecclesiastical patronage. In Central Europe, there was the German tavern in the Wirtshaus tradition. It often began under feudal privilege. Only nobles, monasteries, or town councils might have a license to run them initially, but this all changed as time went on. Now, running each type of establishment required different resources, and of course, you catered to different crowds, but they all fell under the umbrella of victualling houses, places providing victuals, food and drink, that is, to the public. For a prospective tavern keeper in the 13th century, deciding whether to run a humble village alehouse or a bustling town inn would determine everything from the scale of operations to the clientele served. And of course, there's some clientele that you'd perhaps rather go without. We'll get to that later. Now, here's the thing. In the High Middle Ages, no one could simply set up a tavern wherever they pleased. There were actually a surprisingly complex legal and feudal set of frameworks to consider, and many taverns were, in fact, established under some form of license or privilege. In towns, tavern keepers often needed permission from town authorities or a royal patent to operate. Urban taverns or inns were sometimes regulated by guilds or town councils. For instance, the city of London kept close watch on its taverners and vintners, vintners being the winemakers, by the way. City ordinances controlled how taverns sold wine, even mandating that no tavern could sell both red and white wine at the same time. This ordinance aimed to prevent fraud and ensure quality by specialization, a hint of the early regulatory environment a tavern keeper had to navigate. In many regions, feudal lords or monasteries held rights to approve or run taverns. Along pilgrimage roads or in smaller settlements, the local lord often had the right of tavern, or in French custom, the ban vin. The ban vin was the lord's privilege to sell his own wine for a certain period after the harvest. Vin, of course, being the word for wine. In Italian you have vino, French you have vin. Well, during this time when he had this privilege, no one else in that area could sell wine at all. So, a would-be tavern keeper in the countryside might actually lease the tavern rights from the lord or operate the tavern as part of the lord's demesne. In many cases, the inn on a manor was a monopoly of the lord. Villagers were bound to buy drink there, just as they were bound to grind grain at the lord's mill. Well, ecclesiastical ownership, too, that was quite common. Not surprising, since the church owned quite a lot of the land, and therefore much of what was built upon it. Monasteries and bishoprics often maintained inns for travellers or derived income from tavern rents. A significant number of taverns on busy routes were effectively run by clergy or under church auspices in this period. However, the church did draw a line between providing hospitality and endorsing drunken revelry. Church-run guest houses aimed for more wholesome lodging, while strictly for-profit taverns ran by lay people flourished under secular oversight. But no matter who owned the tavern, authorities recognized them as public necessities. And with that came legal obligations. English common law, by the late medieval period, declared inns and taverns to be public houses, and with that they had duties to the public. This concept, which had quite early roots actually, meant a licensed inn had to receive all respectable travellers willing to pay, and could not arbitrarily turn people away or price gouge. If they got caught doing that, well, you would lose your license. Already in the 13th century, the principle was that an inn served the common good, a refuge for travellers who otherwise had few safe places to sleep on the road. An aspiring innkeeper, therefore, entered a sort of social contract. In exchange for the privilege of operating, they were expected to uphold certain standards of hospitality and fairness. Of course, royal and municipal laws also shaped tavern operations. One landmark in England was the Assize of Bread and Ale, 1266, the statute of King Henry III's reign. It stands as one of the first food regulatory laws. It fixed the price at which ale could be sold relative to the price of grain, and likewise regulated the weight and price of bread. In essence, if grain became expensive, the law allowed ale prices to rise proportionally, and of course it became cheaper or vice versa, so that tavern keepers, many of whom brewed their own ale, could not overcharge beyond a fair profit. This assize was enforced for centuries and required innkeepers and brewers to keep the official measures and prices on pain of fines. We also see, in Magna Carta of 1215, an earlier nod to standardizing trade. Quote, "There shall be one measure of wine, of ale, and of corn throughout our whole realm." The declaration from King John's Charter. For a tavern in the 13th century England, this meant your servings of ale or wine had to conform to standard volumes, like the London quart or gallon, rather than a deceitfully short measurement. In practice, local ale tasters and wine gaugers, official inspectors by the way, would drop by randomly to measure your pitchers and ensure customers were not being cheated out of their proper drink, and quite rightly so. Need to bring them back. I've been to a few bars, and I swear to you, their pint glasses are deceptively different to what I'm used to. Anyway, this isn't about me. Across Europe, similar measures to this existed. Medieval city statutes from Italy to Germany often required taverners to use standard weights and measures, and to post all of the prices publicly. For example, a tavern in Paris or Florence might be required to sell wine at a fixed price per pint, set by the city authorities, especially in times of plenty. In some regions, authorities capped tavern prices to ensure the poor could actually afford ale, or impose special taxes on tavern sales to fill the civic coffers. Thus, the tavern keeper had to be mindful not only of pleasing customers, but also staying on the right side of the law. Would-be tavern keepers also needed to get that license in many jurisdictions. Records from England show local courts regularly renewing or revoking brewing licenses. In Scotland's 14th century law code, Regiam Majestatum, a chapter on brewsters declares that anyone making evil ale, that is, bad quality ale, shall pay a fine of 8 shillings, or face the punishments of the cucking stool, which is not what you think it is. Well, notably, it says, "She shall be put on the cucking stool," hinting that the brewers were assumed to be women, a point that we will get to shortly. Obtaining a license often meant paying a fee or rent. For instance, a tavern in a city might pay an annual rent to the city for the right to tap wine. In rural manors, the right to brew and sell ale might be auctioned off to a peasant for a season. Well, to sum it all up, if you want to run a tavern, you've got to know as much about the rules and greasing the wheels of authority as much as actually making the ale or wine. A good tavern keeper kept a clean relationship with local officials, be it town aldermen, feudal lords, or royal officers, avoiding those fines and securing their livelihood. Now, assume our tavern keeper has the legalities sorted and the keys to the alehouse firmly in hand. So, let's step inside and see the daily operations of the tavern. Dawn breaks, and the tavern keepers wake up. The keeper and their family, or servants, stir the embers of last night's fire and prepare for the day ahead. If the establishment brews its own ale, as many of them did, especially smaller alehouses and inns, the day might start with tending the mash in the brewhouse out back. Brewing was a core task for many tavern keepers. You're not much of a tavern without any ale, aren't you? In England, brewing ale was so common among the women that alewife became a pretty standard occupation. Women brewed and sold ale from their homes as a way to earn extra income. Side hustles back in those days. Monastic records, literature, and legal rolls all attest to the prevalence of female brewers. Let's take one example. The Durham Manorial Court Rolls of 1365. They list many women presented for issues with their brew. One Agnes Postel was fined 12 pence for selling bad ale, and another, Alice de Belsaye, was fined 2 shillings for similarly poor ale that was, quote, of no strength. These finds show that quality control started with the brewing process. Weak or sour ale, that was a punishable offense, and quite rightly. Thus, a conscientious tavern keeper rose early to brew or at least sample the new batch before serving it, knowing that one angry customer or a random ale taster might complain the ale was below standard. Apart from brewing, you also had supply management. That was a daily concern. For alehouses, grain, or malt as they call it, had to be sourced often from local farmers or maltsters, and brewing done frequently, since ale, by the way, does not keep long. Unhopped ale would sour in days. In wine-selling taverns, the keeper had to procure wine from merchants. In the High Middle Ages, and this meant dealing with wine traders who brought in barrels from regions like Gascony, Rhineland, or Italy. London tavern records show that the most wine in English taverns was robust red wine shipped from Gascony, that is, southwest France, with some Rhine wine or other varieties for those who could afford them. The tavern keeper would buy a barrel and then retail it by the jug or cup. Wine was typically sold relatively young. Medieval consumers expected this year's vintage, not aged bottles, as wine spoiled without modern bottling. Of course, we solved all these problems now, haven't we? The tavern keeper had to be adept at storage, keeping the casks in a cool cellar and tapping them efficiently. Food preparation was another key part of operations, especially for inns and taverns. The medieval tavern keeper's menu was pretty simple, but not bad. The common fare included bread and cheese, stews and pottages. One popular tavern stew recorded in the 14th century English cookbook is a spiced chicken stew called boucanade. Roasted or boiled meats too were popular. Bacon, beef, or mutton for those who could pay. Pies, seasonal vegetables. In France, taverns by the 14th century offered roast meats and simple dishes to accompany wine. The tavern kitchen might have a large cauldron simmering with a one-pot meal that could be ladled out to guests. For travellers at inns, breakfast might be coarse bread and ale. The main meal later could be a stew of whatever was available, perhaps rabbit or salt fish on Fridays. And of course, plenty of ale or wine to wash it down with. Tavern keepers usually did not aim for fine cuisine. Nobles dined at home or in castles, but they had to provide filling portions. An old saying was that good ale keeps good company with good bread, so bread was indispensable, either baked on site or bought from a baker daily. And yes, quite rightly, you'll even know that in our common days, at least if we talk about Australian or British pubs, the first thing they really give you is the bread, even if you don't want it. It keeps good company. Now, the tavern keeper's role, that was multifaceted. It wasn't just one job, quite complex. Part merchant, part host. He, or she, many alehouse keepers were women, did everything from tapping casks to serving customers to bookkeeping and supervising servants. In a larger inn, the staff might include serving wenches or lads, a cook, stable hands for the horses of guests, and pet boys to clean pots and refill jugs. But in a smaller tavern, it was pretty much a family affair. We have depictions of tavern scenes where the keeper's wife cooks a stew in the back while the keeper draws ale at the front, and their children might be sweeping floors or busying themselves with some other task. One 15th century illustration even shows a tavern woman using a broom hung above the door as a sign of her trade, a practice related to the ale stake or bush sign. That broom or green bush branch told passers-by that fresh brew was available. Hence the proverb, good wine needs no brush, implying if your wine was excellent, you need not advertise it. Well, aside from domestic chores, an innkeeper had to mind finances. Prices were often set by law, but profit came through volume and services. A cup of ale might be cheap, but an innkeeper could charge for lodging, for stabling a horse, including feeding it hay and oats, for meals, and even for ancillary needs like arranging a guide or selling feed and travel supplies. Successful innkeepers in bustling towns often became quite prosperous, and by the late medieval period, English innkeepers could be among the wealthier townsfolk. They sometimes expanded into side businesses too, brewing on a large scale, importing wine or goods, or money lending. One notable example from later medieval England is Richard Kingsmill, a 15th century innkeeper who grew so prominent that he actually ended up serving as the town bailiff, member of parliament, and justice of the peace. Clearly a man of means and influence, certainly. While Kingsmill era is slightly later than our focus, which is the High Middle Ages, it does show a trend. A well-run inn on a major route could be a springboard to wealth. During the 12th and 13th centuries, the groundwork for this was laid as trade expanded and more travellers filled the roadways, increasing demand for good inns. But at the operational heart of the tavern was the cellar, or the cask room, controlling the drink. Medieval tavern keepers had to guard against spoilage and theft. Barrels were valuable, and there are accounts of taverners being fined for watering down wine or reusing dregs from old casks to stretch the supply. Indeed, sources indicate a variety of tricks and adulterations, mixing good wine with bad, blending cheaper imported wines with premium ones, or even creating fake wine by adding spices and alcohol to water. Now that's dirty. You can't do that. Of course, practices like that were risky. If you got caught, the punishments would be humiliating. So, London's authorities employed wine tasters called searchers to visit taverns, sample the wine, and ultimately destroy any casks of spoiled or fraudulent drink. One London ordinance infamously punished a tavern keeper who sold bad wine by making him drink a portion of the sour wine and then pouring the rest over his head in public shame. Ale, too, was policed by official ale conners in England, conner being an old word for taster, who would don leather breeches and literally sit in a puddle of spilt ale. One bit of a strange test was that good ale not too watery would make the ale conner's leather pants stick to the bench. Whether or not this exact test was common, it does show that the medieval public valued honesty, whether it be by measure or quality, and tavern keepers always lived under the community's watchful eye. So let's go on to the next section. Who really ran the taverns? Well, I've mentioned a little bit about the prominence of women as alehouse keepers and brewers already. In the High Middle Ages, especially in Northern Europe, brewing was a rare commercial sphere where women could actually thrive. Many taverns and alehouses were essentially family businesses, with a husband and wife team or a widow carrying on the trade. Records from England around 1300 show alewives frequently mentioned in court rolls, often when they are presented for breaking the assize of ale by overcharging, or just brewing something a little bit subpar. Now, a typical entry might have read that so-and-so, the alewife, is in mercy, as what they would call fined, for selling ale contrary to the assize. These fines, usually just a few pence, were seen as cost of doing business most of the time. They indicate that women of relatively ordinary status did play a key role in the tavern trade, just because they show up in the records so many times. And in fact, that cucking stool punishment, once again, not what you think it is, in Chester, and later laws specifically targeted she who brews bad ale, confirming that authorities expected tavern brewers to be female. Now, for many women, running an alehouse was an extension of household brewing, taking a traditional task and turning it into a profit by selling the excess. Most of the time, that's pretty much how it started. But, on the other hand, the large inns in cities or on major roads were often run by men, sometimes men of significant standing. These innkeepers might be retired soldiers, merchants, or urban officials who invested in the hospitality trade. They had to manage more capital, property, multiple staff, supply chains for wine and food, just because of the size of the establishment. Their social status could be respectable. Some even served in town councils, as noted earlier. Yet tavern keepers always walked a fine line in reputation. Whenever alcohol's involved, well, things can go downhill pretty quickly, can't they? They provided comfort and community, but the moralists frequently maligned them as enablers of sin, drunkenness, gambling, and all the rest that comes with it. There's an old Latin proverb, wine and women destroy men, and taverns are accused of offering both in ample measure. Church writings and sermons often lump tavern keepers with dubious professions, warning of the souls they could lead astray. Now, what about the staff within taverns? That arranged from family members to hired help. The prosperous inn might employ serving maids or lads, who not only delivered food or drink to the tables, but also sometimes doubled as entertainers or flirtatious company for the guests. All in good fun. The trope of the comely barmaid has its medieval roots, after all, though reality for such women could be harsh work, rather than romantic jokes and revelry. Cooks and kitchen boys, especially if the inn prided itself on a particular dish. In some taverns, the cooking might be minimal, cold fare like bread, cheese, pickles. Patrons could even bring their own meat to be cooked on the tavern hearth for a fee. This practice was akin to a cook shop operation, and was more common in the cities. Then you had stable hands or ostlers, crucial for inns that hosted travelers' horses. These workers fed, watered, and looked after the horses, and in winter kept them from freezing. The innkeeper charged guests for stabling, so keeping the animals healthy was both a good service and good business. After all, you don't want to stable someone's horse and they come back the next morning to find it frozen to death. Now here's something. On occasion, you would have musicians or hired entertainers. Now, they were not regular staff, but taverns did often welcome minstrels who might perform for tips or food or lodging. A fiddler or singer could enliven the evening and draw a bit more custom. Some tavern keepers would encourage such performances, effectively making their tavern a hub for music and storytelling on market or holidays. The clientele of the medieval tavern, it all depended greatly on its type and location. A village alehouse might see the same locals every single day, peasants, artisans, or all relaxing after work. But in towns, the tavern attracted a mix. local tradesmen visiting merchants, even students, especially in university towns like Oxford or Paris, even sometimes the clergy, though the pious were supposed to refrain, many did not, due to the chagrin of the bishops too. And there were also travellers, messengers, pilgrims, peddlers, knights errant, and they all needed a place to sleep and eat. The social classes mingled in taverns more freely than other settings. Contemporary observers noted that in the tavern, for pope and king alike, all drink without restraint. Now that line from the In Taberna song humorously lists all ranks of society drinking together: the lady, the lord, the soldier, the cleric, the man, the woman, the servant. Indeed, taverns were one place where the usual social hierarchies seemed to loosen out a little bit. Especially after a few drinks, no one really cared. A scholar or a squire might find himself dicing and joking with a blacksmith or sailor. This commingling sometimes led to a few tensions, however. For example, university students, generally from more privileged backgrounds, clashed with the local townsfolk in taverns. The famous St. Scholastica's Day riot of 1355 in Oxford actually began when two students insulted the wine quality at Swindlestock Tavern and ended up trading blows with the innkeeper. Of course, this sparked a town versus student melee, and it left nearly 100 people dead. All fun and games until the end of the sentence, right? Now, while that occurred, slightly after the High Middle Ages, it does show a constant of tavern life. When disparate people get together to drink, well, conflict can brew up as easily as the ale does. But beyond serving food and drink, taverns played crucial roles as information and networking centers. News traveled through taverns as through no other place. Travelers brought gossip from afar. Minstrels spread tales and news. Local deals were struck at tavern tables, and even political conspiracies sometimes fermented over ale. Of course, that's only people getting drunk. One thing leads to another. Chronicles and letters from the period revealed that taverns were often the setting for notable encounters. Merchants would choose a reputable inn to meet partners or clients, essentially conducting business over pints of ale or a jug of wine. Guilds on occasion, too, held informal gatherings. In 14th century London, some craft guilds met at specific taverns which became their unofficial headquarters. But for the common folk, it was quite the recreational centre. Games, they were a big draw. Dice, board games like backgammon, throwing games, they were all common sights on tavern tables. With games, of course, came gambling, and taverns were hotbeds of that, to such an extent that some towns banned dice play outside of taverns in an event to confine the vice. Taverns also hosted celebrations: a successful harvest, a saint's feast day, or a wedding eve often spilled into local alehouses for communal toasting. For young people, the alehouses could be a place of courtship, or indeed mischief. Though moralists fretted about it, villagers acknowledged that youths might meet and mingle at the ale bench. And, well, complaints notwithstanding, you're never going to stop people from doing that. The tavern keeper had to manage this lively atmosphere. One essential skill, of course, was keeping order. The tavern keeper was expected to break up any fights and throw out those who became a little bit too unruly. And this was more than just good sense. It was legally mandated in many places that the innkeeper maintain peace on their premises. Town laws in Germany and England held innkeepers responsible for violent brawls if they did not intervene or report them. Some sources even suggest that innkeepers could face fine for bloodshed. Tavern keepers sometimes employed a strong servant or maintained a cudgel behind the bar, just in case. As one writer later quipped, a good innkeeper needed, quote, the patience of Job and the strength of Samson when dealing with the drunk patients. Now, interestingly, the duty to keep order also intersected pretty much with public safety. English common law would eventually make innkeepers answerable for the security of their guests and their goods. Already, in our period, if a traveller's horse was stolen from an inn stable or his bag pilfered while he slept in the inn, the innkeeper could be held liable to compensate the loss, unless he could prove he took all precautions. Wise tavern keepers employed locks, had designated sleeping quarters, and sometimes organized a curfew bell or lights-out policy to reduce the nocturnal mischief. A few city taverns even hired night watchmen, but that was kind of expensive, and, well, you need to cut costs, don't you? Of course, we can't have it all about the cheerful hospitality. You'll have plenty of perils and moral quandaries. Authorities kept a wary eye on taverns, precisely because they knew that they gathered mixed crowds behind closed doors with alcohol in play. So let's consider a few of those challenges. Of course, inebriation, drunk people. That's the most obvious issue. Medieval society was surprisingly tolerant of moderate drinking. However, habitual drunkenness was frowned upon and sometimes punished. The keeper had to decide when to stop serving an obviously drunken guest. Fail to do so, and that guest might start a fight or damage property. The literature of the time is full of warnings, too. One 12th century cleric described taverns as places where men, quote, drink the blood of the grape until the room spins and shameful behavior ensues. The rule of the Knights Templar in 1129 and other military orders explicitly forbade members from entering taverns precisely to maintain discipline. That a rule had to be stated suggests some eager young knights might otherwise slip into the local tavern, with potentially unruly results. A tavern keeper in a garrison town might thus find himself turning away cowled Templars or Hospitallers who were under oath not to be there, or face their order's penalty if caught. Of course, we've also seen how tavern altercations could escalate into violence, apart from our Oxford riot example. Medieval chronicles occasionally recount murders that occurred at taverns, and it doesn't get more violent than that. Here's one case, from the Crusader states. It tells of Count Hugh of Jaffa in 1134. While gambling in a tavern in Jerusalem, he was suddenly attacked and stabbed. In that account, the tavern, described as a merchant shop used for gaming and drinking, became the stage for a political assassination. But in more mundane reality, tavern brawls between locals were pretty common. Blows with fists, drinking pots, or even daggers could be exchanged. The tavern keeper's challenge was to calm the tensions early. Some tavern keepers employed a simple rule: all weapons left at the front. A few medieval taverns had a chest or rack by the door where customers were supposed to deposit swords and daggers upon entry, a precursor to the coat check, I suppose. How widely this was enforced is pretty unclear, but at least one city, London in the 13th century, forbade carrying unsheathed weapons in taverns, indicating authorities encouraged disarmament inside the drinking houses. Then there was gambling. Of course, all the problems that come with it. The taverns often ran hand in hand with games of chance. Despite periodic bans by kings or bishops on dice and cards, you could never really stop it. Some tavern keepers might run a side gambling den or take a small cut from the wagers as a house fee. This could be lucrative, but it also invited trouble. Debts incurred in drink led to bitter quarrels. Moralists bemoaned taverns as schools of dice where youths learned to gamble away all their money. But for many innkeepers, allowing dice games kept customers on the premises longer, and that meant they were just going to buy more ale. So yes, it was a vice, but quite tolerated. Similarly, we also had the women of the night lurking in some taverns. Especially in larger towns, certain taverns gained reputations as fronts for those midnight rendezvous, those who wanted to procure some companionship. In 1268, even far away in the Holy Land, the Sultan Baybars complained about a Frankish tavern in Jaffa that had installed a Muslim woman in it for illicit purpose, essentially accusing the Crusaders of running a very dirty establishment under the sign of a tavern. Within Europe, civic records occasionally mention tavern keepers charged with allowing loose women on the premise. The savvy innkeeper might officially forbid such activity, but unofficially some inns did profit from renting out the back rooms. Well, the line between tavern and a more illicit establishment could always blur, and it's one of the reasons that the more respectable in society sometimes chose to keep their distance. There is a less sensational but important challenge, and that is maintaining a basic level of cleanliness. Taverns could get filthy. Brushes on the floor soaked with spilled ale, greasy wooden tables, unwashed pots, and the ever-present smoke from torches and hearths. A good tavern keeper would sweep out the hall, bring in fresh rushes or straw for flooring, wash drinking vessels, and air out bedding in inns to prevent fleas. This was not merely for comfort. Travellers indeed took note of the inn's hygiene. A 15th century traveller's guide advised choosing inns that appeared clean to avoid those that stank of sour ale and vermin visibly present. Poor sanitation could also draw fines. A few cities had health inspectors who would censure taverns for rotten food or foul privies. Medieval understanding of germs was pretty much non-existent, but they did understand that bad ale would make you sick. Spoiled meat could cause illness, so tavern fare had to be relatively fresh. After all, it only takes one bad meal or a bad drink to lose a customer for life. For example, unsold meat pies might be required to be thrown out the day after to avoid food poisoning incidents. And indeed, an unlucky tavern could get a reputation for making patrons ill. Well, they wouldn't be around for too long after that, certainly. Taverns, like all medieval buildings, were mostly made of timber and thatch in small villages, and even in cities often wood-framed, with cooking fires and drunk patrons with torches or pipes. There was that risk of fire that was ever present. Innkeepers often had to enforce a sort of nightly fire curfew, ensuring that hearths were banked and guests did not leave candles burning near bedding. A tavern fire could be devastating, not only to the inn, but to the entire neighborhood if it spread. So cities sometimes required tavern owners to keep water buckets or firefighting equipment handy. There is an echo of this, too, in later London records, requiring every inn to have a ladder and tank in case of fire. In the countryside, a tavern might be the only large communal building, so villagers might rally to put out any blaze. But of course, prevention is the real key. Well, despite all of these challenges, many taverns ran successfully for generations, often passing from parent to child. They adapted to the rhythms of medieval life, busier on market days, subdued in penitential seasons like Lent, when authorities sometimes banned revelry, and overflowing on holidays, when the ale flowed freely. The tavern keeper's adaptability, to be a genial host one moment and a stern bouncer the next, then a shrewd accountant at some times, an empathetic listener at others. It was all crucial, and at the end of the day, just part of the job. Well, let's have a look at a few of the regional differences. Just a few of the differences in general between different regions, urban and village establishments. Well, the basic concept is all the same. Food, drink, and shelter, that's universal. But these differences gave each area's tavern its own cultural flavor. As mentioned, in wine-producing areas, Italy, Spain, the Rhineland, France, the tavern was largely a wine house, and in such places ale was less popular, or it was seen as a bit of a poor man's drink, might only be brewed for local consumption. By contrast, in the north, England, Flanders, Germany, Scandinavia, ale or beer was king. An English tavern keeper typically brewed ale. A German innkeeper in the late 13th century might be brewing beer with hops. The Germans were indeed pioneers in hopped beer, and this led to differences in scale. Wine could be imported in volume and stored, but ale, that was different. It had to be brewed constantly and in small batches. Thus, a tavern in Bordeaux might simply tap the latest casks from the local vineyards, whereas an alehouse in England might have a brewhouse as its centerpiece. As hops spread in brewing, as in hopped beer lasted longer, so it all made sense. By the late 14th century, larger commercial breweries emerged, and that shifted beer making from women at home to a more large and male-dominated enterprise. The tavern keeper in the Low Countries, around 1300, might be on the cusp of this change. Instead of brewing himself, he could buy beer from an early brewery. This was an economic shift. The era of alewives gradually gave way to the era of the Brewers' Guild and beer guilds in towns. In cities, taverns tended to specialize. There were taverns known for certain wines or dishes, inns favored by certain merchant caravans, and alehouses tied to particular neighborhoods or guilds. In London, a document from the early 15th century lists over 50 tavern names, and they all sound rather just like normal English taverns of our modern day. The Boar's Head, the Angel, the Swan. It shows how taverns used pictorial signs and names to stand out. Urban tavern keepers faced stiff competition. They also had to cultivate quite a good reputation. Prices in cities were often higher due to taxes. For example, after 1300, heavy taxes on wine in France and England made tavern wine quite expensive. But rural taverns, on the other hand, they were fewer and far between. Perhaps one every few villages, and they might operate more intermittently, etc., only when the ale was freshly brewed. No open and closing hours, just wait for that broom to be hung up. They were on the vital highways, a lonely inn on a long road. It might only be the safe spot to stop for miles. Travelers' journals sometimes mention relief at finding a humble roadside tavern after a long and hard day's journey. Well, regional customs also influenced tavern regulations. For example, in some Italian cities, taverns had to close at night by the ringing of a curfew bell to prevent all of that late-night debauchery. And in England, there was no universal closing time in the 13th century, but local town laws might enforce Sunday closure during mass hours or ban late-night service to students. Penalties for transgressions varied. Sources from France tell of blasphemous or swindling taverns being pilloried. German towns sometimes combined the tavern trade with brewing rites in unique ways, etc. Only certain houses were granted brow and serve rights. A high medieval tavern keeper in Bavaria might thus need to be part of a guild, or officially recognized by the Duke to brew beer for sale. But despite all the differences, the unifying theme across regions and classes was that taverns were indispensable. A 12th century English text whimsically claims that ale is proof that God loves his creation, and by extension, the alehouse is a blessed place. Maybe a bit of irony, of course. Medieval people accepted taverns as part of the social landscape, sometimes praised for their hospitality, and other times blamed for society's ills, but they could never outlaw them altogether. Attempts at prohibition were virtually unknown. Alcohol was West, too central to diet and culture. Even reformers who criticized taverns usually conceded that travelers and pilgrims needed somewhere to stay. We just can't leave them out in the mercy of the elements. Now that would not be very Christian at all. Well, we are drawing towards the end of our time together today. But there's a few little goodies that I've left till last. It shows a bit of the colour and character that went into the tavern. There's a few vivid little tales and facts that have emerged from the old primary sources. The first one is the tale of the two alewives. In medieval literary allegory, tavern keepers sometimes appear as stock characters. In William Langland's late 14th century poem, Piers Plowman, there was an alewife named Dame Quickly, and in some versions Betty the Brewster, who is notorious for selling bad ale and cheating her customers. She even has an epitaph that she'll be doomed for her watered-down ale. Now this poem's interesting, because it notes how she dilutes ale with water and serves it in unclean vessels, deceiving both pilgrims and the poor. Yeah, it's an exaggerated satire, but it does mirror real concerns that tavern keepers had to balance that profit versus honesty. Despite church strictures, not all clergy shunned the tavern. Some monastic accounts slyly record monks sneaking out for a cheeky pint with the boys. One story tells of a monastery where the ale was so bad that certain monks regularly escaped to a nearby inn for something decent to drink, only to be caught and disciplined. This prompted the abbot to actually hire the tavern's brewer to improve the monastery's own stock. Well, let's have a little talk about tavern names and signs. Like I said at the start of the video, they're a culture unto themselves. Medieval taverns typically had symbolic names, since literacy was quite low. A tavern would be known by its sign, etc. The Green Dragon, a dragon painted on the signboard, or the crown, or perhaps the boar's head, or the flying bird, or something like this. In London, a list from the early 1400s indeed shows tavern names inspired by animals, objects, saints, and heraldry. A tavern keeper thus also had to be a bit of a marketer. The iconic painted inn sign has its roots in our own period. Well, the period we're talking about, I mean. By the High Middle Ages, it was common to hang a recognizable icon outside one's tavern, We've already noted the simpler, universal symbols like the ale stake or bush. But gradually, more personalized signage emerged. For example, Chaucer set his Canterbury Tales pilgrims gathering at the Tabard Inn. Now, tabard is a type of tunic. Likely the sign displayed a picture of a tabard coat. Indeed, Chaucer's description of that inn and its host gives us a rather delightful snapshot. The host of the tabard, Chaucer calls him Harry Bailey, is a stout and merry man who is so genial in hosting that he joins the pilgrimage as a tour guide. Chaucer's host even proposes the storytelling contest to entertain the group, a clever innkeeper turning a journey into a social game. Through this, we glimpse how talented tavern keepers could be, the life of the party, the facilitator of communities. Now, what about a few notable drinks? People had to get creative. Ale and wine, they were the staples. But there was also mead, which is a kind of wine made from honey. That was popular in regions with beekeeping. Cider was common in ale-growing areas, like Normandy or England's West Country. Though cider was often sold by farmsteads, some taverns did serve it. Spiced wines called piment or hippocras were high-end luxuries. These were wines mixed with sugar, ginger, cinnamon, whatever spices you could get, served warm in winter. A tavern keeper might have a special recipe for a hot spiced ale or mulled wine to draw customers on cold nights. By the late 13th century, distilled spirits, the early forms of brandy and whiskey, were finally starting to appear, but still rare. A high medieval tavern wouldn't yet be selling shots of hard liquor. That came later in the late medieval period when distillation spread. But they did, however, make potent concoctions like braggot, which packed quite a punch. His ale mixed with some honey and herbs, a little bit stronger than the usual. We also have evidence of taverns hiring storytellers, or allowing theatrical troupes to perform short farces in their yards. In Southwark, near London, in the 14th century, some inn yards were used for plays, quite a precursor to the Elizabethan theatre tradition. In village taverns, the entertainment might be more rustic. Jugglers, trained animals, or just bawdy jokes told by the locals. And on the flip side, taverns, of course, could be spots of crime. Cutpurses, that is, pickpockets, frequently crowded taverns to ply their trade. A traveller who drank too deeply might wake up to find his pockets quite lighter than expected. Of course, I suppose he could be gaslighted into thinking he just spent it all on alcohol. Savvy tavern keepers did keep an eye out for known thieves, since if word spread that one's inn was unsafe, business would drop. There's a record from Bruges of a tavern keeper who colluded with thieves. He would get wealthy foreign merchants drunk and then signal the thieves to rob them. Well, he didn't last that long. When caught, needless to say, he faced harsh justice. But most of the time, tavern keepers were very honest, cooperating with local watchmen to ensure their premises did not become dens of thieves. After all, it tends to push the customers away. Now, one more before we finish up. There is one story that shows the physical risk of the tavern trade. It actually comes in the form of a coroner's report from England in 1270. It tells of two women, Amice and Sybil, who were brewing ale in the brewhouse of an inn. As they carried a tub of boiling water to the vat, Amice slipped and fell into the boiling liquid. Despite Sybil's quick rescue attempt, Amice was grievously scolded, and the poor thing died the next day. This tragic incident which shows a little bit of the unseen dangers faced by tavern keepers and their workers. Open fires, heavy barrels, boiling liquid, an ever-present occupational hazard in the days long before occupational health and safety regulation. And let that remind you that while we've gone through all of this and it all sounds nice and pretty, all good fun, that there is a rather dangerous image of the tavern too. It's still medieval times, and in medieval times you are never really safe. 14th century France. An itinerant horse dealer stops at a tavern near the coast. But he is no simple merchant. He is Enoquin de Beauce, an English spy sent to infiltrate the French noble household during the 100 Years' War. Far to the east, in 13th century Cairo, a Mamluk agent walks through the market fully veiled, hiding his identity as he carries a secret message for Sultan Baybars. And in a Japanese fortress town, a shinobi ninja silently scales the wall at midnight to map out the enemy defense. We speak briefly of a few examples among many, and these examples spanning different cultures are not something out of fanciful fiction. They rather reflect a very real, though often hidden world of medieval espionage. Spies and informants roamed the courts, camps, temples, and trade routes of the medieval world, quietly shaping history from the shadows. Medieval chroniclers and manuals hint at whispered intrigues, a captured letter revealing a plot, a double agent turning the tide of a siege, or an assassin lurking in the royal court right under everyone's noses. Chivalric knights and roaring battles dominate the popular imagination of the Middle Ages, but behind the scenes, a more subtle war was being waged. And it is what we uncover today, in our time together, peeling back the layers on those hidden agents of medieval times. So come with me, and we'll slip behind the curtain. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. For those returning, good to see you again. You may not have clicked the subscribe button yet. If you have not, I invite you to do so, and leave your thoughts in the comments below on what you think about medieval spies. Also, this video is 100% ad-free. Thank you very much to the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreon, and those who occasionally donate. Once again, you have my thanks, eternal gratitude. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can look into the world of medieval spies. From the earliest medieval campaigns, commanders understood that knowledge was power, and therefore knowledge could decide a victory or defeat. The use of scouts by those commanders, that's an old warfare tactic, as old as war itself, and medieval leaders, they were no exception. As a matter of fact, medieval war manuals explicitly urged the use of spies. Around 1409, the French writer Christine de Peasant advised every general to dispatch them, for to inquire and understand the purpose of the enemy. But true espionage, that went beyond simple scouting. It meant to penetrate the enemy's secrets, not just observing their movements. This could be a perilous endeavor, yet many took the risk. Medieval chronicles abound with references to covert agents in wartime, from humble camp spies to high-ranking traitors. Let's go back to the 100 Years' War. We mentioned that in the introduction. Perhaps the most quintessential of medieval conflicts, the war between England and France. English forces, fighting on foreign soil, needed the best intelligence they could get. One major hurdle was language. A spy who couldn't blend in would be quickly unmasked. But fortunately, for King Edward III, his court included many French-speaking allies, such as Flemish and Gascon knights, whom he sent to snoop around on the French plans. According to the chronicler Jean Froissart, the English even planted multilingual agents, fluent in English, French, and German, within the French army itself. These spies mingled among the enemy ranks, gathering gossip and sensitive information undetected. Froissart dramatically illustrates the payoff. In 1345, the Earl of Derby learned of a French siege plan by means of a spy he had in the French army, enabling a surprise counterattack. The raid succeeded brilliantly, largely because one secret informer kept the English one step ahead. The war intensified, and English espionage grew more daring. In 1386, anticipating a French invasion fleet, the English recruited our aforementioned Eniquan du Bos, a mercenary fluent in French, to infiltrate the French high command. Posing as a servant for hire, Eniquan wormed his way into the households of two French nobles coordinating the invasion. For a time, he fed London priceless details about troop musters and logistics. However, eventually his luck seemed to have run out. Caught snooping around Montreal, he was arrested and tortured in Paris. Eniquan's grim fate, execution after interrogation, showed the risks that medieval spies faced. Yet, after the death of Eniquan, there was much more to do. The confessions that he had, screamed out during his interrogation seemed to have blown open an entire network of English subterfuge agents within French territory. Now, at the main peak of all this, in 1386 to 87, English spies roamed across northern France in many different disguises, from mercenaries to horse traders and merchants, all the rest, and they took up menial jobs in French households to overhear plans. Of course, once the plans were all heard, they would relay these by word of mouth to the English commanders at Calais. Now, Calais is an important city. At the time, it was an English-held port, and it became this intelligence hub, funneling secrets back home to Westminster. So what emerges from these accounts is a proto-spy ring that starts to resemble a more coordinated intelligence service, long before such institutions formally existed. Let's look at other medieval armies, likewise employing espionage, though often in more ad hoc and creative ways. The Byzantine Empire, heir to Roman statecraft, they left behind their own military treatises that frankly discuss the craft of spies. One anonymous Byzantine strategicon, likely 6th century in origin, laid out criteria for selecting good spies. They must not be of the enemy's race, must know the enemy's language and customs, and have no grudges that might skew their loyalty. They must be men of natural intelligence, fluent in the enemy's language, and experienced travelers in their country, the treatise goes on to advise. It even suggests tradecraft for communications. A spy should arrange a secret meeting with a confederate in a busy foreign marketplace under the pretext of trading goods. An early example of what they call a dead drop, in plain sight. The Byzantine generals were warned to be as crafty in counter-espionage as in spying. Emperor Leo VI's Tactica, circa 900, recommended that if one's army was outmatched, any enemy spies caught should be killed or locked up immediately to deny information to the foe. Conversely, if one's army was stronger, Leo suggested a clever psychological ploy. Allow enemy spies to observe exaggerated displays of strength, and then release them, so they would report back and their compatriots succumb to cowardice at the thought of facing such forces. The Tactica also outlines methods to flush out infiltrators in the camp. For example, sudden musters to see who did not know the unit passwords. The very inclusion of these tips in military manuals shows that espionage was a known factor at this time, and although it's a little bit before the medieval period, it's certainly worth mentioning, as these traditions carried forward into later times. Even legendary warrior kings were not above a good bit of subterfuge. An oft story told, first recorded by medieval writers after the Norman conquest, claims that Alfred of Great Wessex personally infiltrated a Danish Viking camp in the 9th century, disguised as a humble minstrel. While scholars note this tale comes from a later tradition rather than contemporary evidence, its endurance in English lore speaks to a fascination with cunning as a component of generalship. The image of King Alfred strumming a harp by the enemy's fire, all the while noting their numbers and plans. It's the epitome of the ideal of the warrior spy. Brave enough to fight in the shield wall, yet cunning enough to sneak behind the enemy lines in a peasant's garb. Now, whether or not Alfred truly did this, we know many medieval commanders employed agents to scout and infiltrate. During the Crusades, for example, both Christian and Muslim leaders relied on espionage amid holy war. Let's take one example. Before the First Crusade's assault on Antioch in 1098, Crusader Bohemond of Taranto recruited a spy inside the city, a renegade, former Muslim guard, who helped facilitate the city's fall by stealth. Decades later, Nur-ed-Din Zangi and Saladin routinely sent spies to Frankish strongholds. In fact, a remarkable anecdote claims Saladin managed to recruit the Frankish queen of the city of Antioch as an informant in the 1180s. The full truth of that is a bit debatable, but it is clear that cross-cultural spying did occur during the Crusades, aided by the region's religious and ethnic mingling. Hospitaller and Templar knights maintained networks of local contacts, and Arabic-speaking Christian converts would move between camps gathering intelligence. The Muslim side likewise used merchants and local Christians as scouts. Spies were so endemic that crusading armies often executed suspicious locals as potential informers, sometimes rather unjustly. And so the war for the Holy Land was not only a clash of swords, but a battle of wits, with each side vying to outmaneuver the other with the help of secret eyes and ears in the dark. But nomadic empires, too, they had mastered espionage of their own style. The Mongols, known for swift and brutal conquest in the 13th century, also excelled at intelligence gathering, a softer tool, a complement for their hard power. Genghis Khan's forces routinely sent agents ahead of the horde, posing as traders, monks, even fleeing refugees, mapping out enemy terrain and probe defenses. Many cities in Central Asia and the Middle East opened their gates in panic after Mongol spies sowed rumors of the horde's invincibility. The Mongols also integrated conquered engineers and officials who brought valuable inside knowledge, and in turn, Their adversaries sought information on this seemingly unstoppable horde. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars in Egypt built an extensive spy network to monitor the Mongol movements and frustrate their plans. He established an information network from Syria's northern frontier to Gaza, with mountaintop watch stations to spot invading armies and pigeon posts to relay warnings swiftly back to Cairo. A postal relay with fresh horses allowed urgent messages to cover hundreds of miles in days. A medieval intelligence hotline. Baybars also formed a secret elite cadre called the Crusader messengers or seekers, whose sole task was espionage and clandestine missions against the Mongols and Crusaders. These agents were so secret that their names were never written down. They operated in complete anonymity. A contemporary biographer of Baybars noted that the Sultan lavished funds upon these spies, paying them, quote, blood money, commensurate with the lethal risks that they took. The Crusade excelled in both intelligence and sabotage. Chronicles account how they recruited disaffected insiders in the Mongol Ilkhanate, and when that failed, they forged letters, falsely implicating loyal Mongol officials as traitors, a ruse that led the Mongols to execute their own generals. In this way, Baybar's spies turned the enemy's fear and suspicion into a weapon, creating chaos behind Mongol lines without ever even loosing a single arrow. From England to Byzantium, the Levant to the Asian steppe, commanders who invested in espionage often gained a decisive edge, or at least mitigated the blind uncertainty of pre-modern battle. The eyes of the army, that's what spies were sometimes called. They could save thousands of lives by preventing ambushes and unwelcome surprises. Yet, espionage in war was inherently unreliable and fraught with danger. Medieval spies lacked many tools modern agents would take for granted. No wiretaps, cameras, or telegraphs back in those days. Just wits, and whatever trust they could earn. And then there was the risk of gruesome punishment if caught. A captured spy might be hanged, beheaded, thrown into a dungeon for years. False information was another pitfall. Some spies were double agents, or simply fed rumors that they'd heard in taverns. As one analysis puts it, medieval spies tended to repeat gossip learned at many hands removed, and we all know how unreliable that can get. Wise generals treated spy reports with caution, corroborating them through multiple sources if possible. But despite these challenges, the incentive to spy was too great to resist. The alternative was to march in blindly, hoping one's enemy was not a step ahead. Thus medieval warfare became a cat-and-mouse game of screening and scouting. Camouflage, code words, and decoys were used to mislead the enemy spies, while counter-spies tried to sniff out those very tricks. The existence of this long-running spy versus spy contest in the Middle Ages, it shows us that human intelligence, in, both senses of the word, has always been a crucial element of warfare. But let's go a little bit beyond the battlefield. You see, espionage thrived in the royal courts and corridors of power too. In the medieval period, politics was intensely personal. Kings and queens guarded their thrones from ambitious vassals, while rival states jockeyed through diplomacy and subterfuge. Without modern bureaucracies or communication technology, rulers often relied on webs of informants to keep them apprised of distant happenings, or in the worst case, hidden conspiracies. A common maxim in medieval governments was that the ruler ought to plant spies on his subjects and associates, like eyes that spy on their whereabouts, their news, especially if there was any doubt about them. This advice, echoed in various mirrors for princes, that is, guides for rulers, from early Islamic eras to late medieval era, showed that the systematic surveillance was considered a normal duty, simply the prudence of an intelligent monarch. One of the earliest organized intelligence networks emerged under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates of the Muslim world. As early as the 7th century, the Umayyads set up the Barid, a state postal service, but it also doubled as an espionage apparatus. The couriers who carried letters were also expected to report on local conditions and officials, earning the nickname Sahib al-Kabar, or bearer of news. In essence, the mailman was just another spy. Early caliphs planted agents in provincial courts to ensure governors remained loyal and that the tax revenues kept flowing in. This, of course, could be as simple as a trusted courier quietly noting the mood of the populace in each town, or as elaborate as a network of informers relaying intelligence back to the capital. By the 10th and 11th centuries, this ethos of surveillance reached a point where in some cities like Basra, people assumed any stranger might be a spy for the caliph and greeted unknown faces with outright suspicion. The Seljuk Turks, they came to power in the 11th century and found their own agents so overzealous that they had to set rules. For example, forbidding spies from invading the privacy of women's quarters or breaking down doors without cause. Clearly, intelligence gathering was so pervasive even in peacetime governance, to the extent that social paranoia sometimes ran high due to it. Back in Christian Europe, royal spy networks were genuinely a bit more ad hoc. But by the later Middle Ages, some rulers developed reputations as spy masters. King Edward II of England, just for one example, early 14th century, well, he employed agents to monitor his treacherous barons. However, his enemies also spied on him, and famously used his favorite private correspondence as evidence to rally opposition. The Avignon papacy in the 14th century had cardinals who acted as quasi-spies, funneling political information from across Christendom to the Pope. Meanwhile, King Charles VII of France organized a bureau called the Cabinet Noir. What a cool name! They intercepted and decoded letters, an early form of postal espionage that presaged those modern intelligence agencies. But it was Charles' contemporary, King Louis XI of France, who truly earned a nickname as the Spider at the center of the web of spies. Louis XI, reigning 1461 to 83, was dubbed the Universal Spider by his foes for his endless intrigues. He recruited informants from all walks of life, merchants, pilgrims, even shoemakers, to act as his eyes and ears throughout Europe. The shoemakers were the soul of the operation, surely. The Burgundian diplomat Philippe de Comines, who later served Louis, wrote admiringly of how the king maintained secret contacts in foreign courts, always paying for good information. Louis sent agents to follow the movements of rival dukes, bribed messengers to hand over copies of letters, and posted his own spies in the households of powerful nobles, disguised as perhaps grooms or clerks. In one instance, when Louis was plotting against the Duke of Burgundy, he had a surgeon in the Duke's service on his payroll, feeding him details of the Duke's health and itinerary. Such underhanded methods scandalized more than a few contemporaries, as they violated this chivalric ideals of honest dealings among nobles. Yet by the late 15th century, real politic was winning out over chivalry, and espionage in politics was becoming somewhat institutionalized, I suppose. Comines frankly observed that a wise king must know everything he can, and couldn't rely solely on overt ambassadors. And speaking of ambassadors, diplomats in the medieval world were inherently double agents as spies. When Italian city-states like Venice, Milan, Florence began to send resident ambassadors to each other in the 15th century, one of their primary duties was gathering intelligence. These envoys wrote regular dispatches home, not only about treaties and ceremonies, but also the military preparations, finances, and even gossip about the foreign court. Earlier in the medieval era, diplomatic missions were more episodic, but rulers still expected envoys to take note of anything useful. The Byzantine Empire's legendary Bureau of Barbarians in Constantinople managed foreign envoys and very likely collected intelligence they let slip. Byzantine officials were masters of polite interrogation, plying visiting dignitaries and merchants with lavish hospitality, while subtly probing them for information on their realms. In turn, Byzantium sent out its own spies, under the guise of diplomats or traders. Emperor Justinian, in the 6th century, dispatched envoys to the Persian court, who were explicitly tasked with gathering military intelligence. And, time permitting, sow a bit of discord, a mission that sometimes blurred into bribery and subterfuge. By the High Middle Ages, Italian merchant banks and trading houses formed another pan-European information network. The agents of the Medici Bank, for example, reported from far-flung markets about not just commodity prices, but local politics. Venetian merchants abroad routinely wrote letters that doubled as intelligence briefings, knowing the Senate valued such reports. In a medieval world without newspapers, those who controlled the flow of news, well, they had the power. Rulers often maintained friendly relations with merchant communities, precisely to tap into their knowledge of other regions. Trade and politics intertwined. But nowhere did political espionage and religion intermingle more than in the medieval Islamic states, like the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt. The Fatimid court in Cairo, around the year 1000, was a hotbed of palace intrigue, where spies and counter-spies operated under the patronage of royals. The eccentric caliph Al-Hakim bi Amir Allah, 996 to 1021, is credited with an unusual innovation: the extensive use of female spies. You see, chroniclers say that Al-Hakim recognized that women, often overlooked in a male-dominated society, made excellent clandestine agents. He employed elderly women to visit the homes of leading families under friendly pretenses and subtly pry information from the ladies of the household. These grandmothers turned spies would return with reports on who might be fomenting dissent or which nobles were meeting in secret. Well, not to be outdone by her brother, Al-Hakim's half-sister Sit al-Mulk organized her own spy network, of course, to advance her own political goals. The reach of women in domestic spaces gave them access to whispers that male officials could never hear. Another Fatimid vizier, Al-Afdal Shahanshah, notoriously enlisted his mother in an espionage caper during a struggle against political rivals. She masqueraded as a soldier's mother and wandered Cairo, loudly lamenting how badly the current regime treated its servants, a ruse designated to draw out sympathizers of the opposition. When, eventually, an unwary citizen would agree and speak ill of the vizier, the disguised mother spy reported their words back to her son, helping Al-Afdal identify and eliminate hidden rebels. Pretty clever. Well, all of this shows that medieval espionage was an equal opportunity employer. Transcends gender and class when circumstances require. A clever mind and loyalty to one's patron, that was the only real qualification. Religious institutions themselves played their own roles in espionage and information networks. The medieval Catholic Church, operating across Europe, had perhaps the largest intelligence service by default, i.e., the clergy. Monks, priests, bishops, they frequently traveled or corresponded, and they could act as conduits of news, or even secrets between realms. Popes received a steady stream of reports from the legates and prelates in distant lands. During the Albigensian Crusade, that is the one involving the Cathars, by the way, and the medieval Inquisition, 13th and 14th centuries, the Church leaned on local informants to unearth heresy, effectively a domestic spy system, where neighbors would, report on those holding unorthodox beliefs. In the 14th century England, foreign monks became suspects of espionage, simply due to their international ties. Parliament in 1378 even accused French monastic houses in England of harboring spies, and used this as an excuse to dissolve the alien priories. Whether or not those monks actually plotted treason, the incident shows how the specter of espionage permeated political paranoia. Secular rulers were uneasy about any uncontrolled channels of communication, and foreign clergymen or merchants could easily fall under suspicion of spying. Sometimes rightly so, but a lot of the time, not. Conversely, there were of course cases of clerics acting as double agents. During the 100 Years' War, an English prior named John Bouquet was caught carrying correspondence from the French. Perhaps it was messages written in code. Well, the poor fellow was thrown into Newgate prison for spying. And if you've watched my video about medieval English prisons, you'll know that was not the place to be. Thus, medieval governance operated amid constant low-level surveillance. Kings watched vassals, popes watched kings, and sometimes even queens and courtiers pursued their own secret agendas. Well, let's move on to the Church's involvement in particular, because of course having such a great institution, they've got their hands in many different things. Well, religion in the Middle Ages, it wasn't just a matter of piety. It was entwined with politics, war, and thus espionage. Holy wars and sectarian strife. That's one way to breed subterfuge, and perhaps the most notorious example of a religious group employing this cloak and dagger tactics is the sect known to Crusaders as the Assassins. In the 12th to 13th centuries, the Nizaris, a breakaway Shia Muslim faction, controlled mountain fortress in Persia and Syria under their leader, whom the Franks dubbed the Old Man of the Mountain. Surrounded by larger Sunni and Crusader states, the Nizaris used targeted assassination as their chief weapon, and pulling off those missions required careful espionage. Assassin devotees infiltrated the courts of powerful enemies by posing as converts or servants, sometimes for months, even years, waiting for the right moment to strike. And thus they became experts in blending in. A Nizari agent might serve incognito as a bodyguard to a Seljuk vizier, gathering his trust and intelligence about his routines, and then one day plunge a dagger into his back. The elimination of key figures, like Marquis Conrad de Montferrat, assassinated in 1192, entire by Nizari agents disguised as Christian monks, sowed fear and uncertainty, a psychological effect far exceeding the assassins' small numbers. To counter this invisible threat, rulers hired food tasters, doubled their guards, and kept spies of their own to sniff out potential impostors. The assassins demonstrated how religious fanaticism combined with espionage could completely destabilize a realm, and in turn, they forced those realms to adopt countermeasures. But religious espionage was not limited to dramatic assassinations. Often it took the form of information gathering under the guise of piety. Pilgrimages, for example. They allow travelers to cross borders relatively freely, and some pilgrims, well, they were wearing the right outfit, but they were essentially spies. Kings occasionally sent knights on pilgrimages to holy shrines in hostile territories, with instructions to observe fortifications or political conditions along the way. Conversely, members of religious orders wandering abroad could be recruited as informants. The Franciscan and Dominican friars, who ventured into the Mongol Empire in the 1240s, such as John of Plano Carpini and William of Rubruck, they were true missionaries. Yet, the detailed reports they wrote about the Mongol military strength, customs, and geography were eagerly studied by the Pope and European monarchs. Effectively, intelligence dossiers, cloaked in the mantle of travelogues and journals. Throughout the Crusades, military orders like the Knights Templars and Hospitaller maintained extensive networks from Europe to the Holy Land, and their letters and ciphers criss-crossing the Mediterranean often carried strategic insight. It is telling that when the Templars were suppressed in 1307, one accusation was that they were communicating secretly with the Muslim world, an unfounded charge, but reflective of the suspicion that their international reach had enabled more espionage. Back to the Islamic sphere, the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca each year brought together Muslims from Spain to Central Asia. Rulers sometimes placed agents among the Hajj caravans to glean distant political news. The Mamluk Sultan in Cairo might thus learn of unrest in North Africa, or a new pretender in Arabia via returning pilgrims. The religious diplomacy between Christian and Muslim powers also saw spying under truce. During the Third Crusade, Richard the Lionheart and Saladin famously exchanged envoys and gifts. Meanwhile, each kept spies in the other's camps. Arab chroniclers mention how Saladin's intelligence chief, Rais al-Jasus, the chief of spies, intercepted letters between the Crusader princes and used turncoat Franks to feed false information to the enemy. On the Christian side, Richard had Arabic-speaking knights, and perhaps sympathetic local Christians who passed him intelligence. For example, warning him of Saladin's ambush plans on the road to Jaffa. In one instance, Richard's forces preemptively struck at a watering point, having been tipped off about Saladin's intended surprise attack, which certainly implies effective espionage or scouting on the part of the Crusaders. Espionage served not just war, but also religious persecution and power struggles. We briefly mentioned the Inquisitions, but we'll quickly go over them in a bit more detail. within Christendom. The medieval Inquisition, especially in the 13th century against the Cathars of the Languedoc region of southern France, relied heavily on informants. The inquisitors, like Bernard Guy in the early 14th century, encouraged the faithful to report clandestine, heretical meetings. Neighbors would observe who attended secret Cathar prayer gatherings. In a sense, the whole society was being mobilized as amateur spies in service of religious orthodoxy. The covert nature of the Cathar heresy, meeting in caves or remote barns, it forced the church to adopt these spy tactics. We're talking disguises, surprise raids, and networks of informers who infiltrated heretic circles. Some inquisitors even planted fake converts to Catharism who would gain trust and then betray the leaders. It's pretty morally sinister, but you can't deny it's effective, because by the 1320s, the Cathar movement was largely destroyed, thanks in part to espionage from within. You certainly don't see many Cathar churches around, don't you? Meanwhile, at the highest levels, papal and imperial intrigues featured espionage worthy of any royal court. In the 12th century showdown between Thomas Becket and King Henry II of England, both sides maintained agents to monitor the other's moves. Henry had royal clerks spying on Becket's allies, while Becket, still in exile, had informants in England, keeping him apprised of the king's hostility. Similarly, during the Great Schism, the split between the rival popes in Rome and Avignon around 1400, each papal claimant dispatched spies and propagandists across Europe to undermine the other. Effectively, a spiritual Cold War fought through espionage and secret correspondence. Well, to sum it all up, religion provided both a motive and a cover for medieval espionage. Beneath that cloak of faith, spies could travel and converse where soldiers simply could not, and where faiths or sects clashed, from the Holy Land to heresy at home. The struggle often relied on stealth and information as much as open preaching, or, on the worst days, force. And let that remind you that even in an age supposedly guided by divine providence, medieval actors took matters into their own hands. They deployed spies in a very human way in the service of God, or at least their interpretation of God's will. Of course, the medieval world was not just clashes of arms and ideology, but also intense competition for technology and wealth. In this arena, too, espionage stepped in to play its role. Long-distance trade and nascent global markets gave opportunities for industrial spies, those who would steal artisans, techniques, or geographic knowledge to benefit their patrons. And the most famous case of medieval industrial espionage is the theft of silk from China. You see, here's what happened. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire craved the luxurious silk textiles that came via the Silk Road from East Asia. Silk production was a carefully guarded Chinese monopoly. No one else could do it. And exporting silkworms, well, if you got caught trying to smuggle them out, they would kill you. According to the historian Procopius, around the year 5500, Emperor Justinian I managed to break this monopoly with a bold spy mission. Now, I know this is a little bit before the medieval period, but I'm going to put it in anyway, because I want to. Two monks who had traveled in Serinda, the Far East, informed Justinian that they knew the secret of silk, that it was made by the cocoons of worms feeding on mulberry leaves. And so they offered to acquire these wondrous worms for Byzantium. Under Justinian's patronage, the monks journeyed back to the east, likely Central Asia, and smuggled the silkworm eggs hidden in hollow canes all the way back to Constantinople. Procopius writes that the eggs hatched into worms which fed on mulberry leaves. Thus began the art of making silk in the Eastern Roman Empire. Of course, this cloak and dagger operation, 2 robed monks as undercover agents, it paid off magnificently. Byzantium established its own silk workshops, freeing it from paying gold to Persian middlemen for Chinese silk. It was perhaps the first recorded instance of international industrial espionage. The stolen secret of sericulture gave the Byzantine economy a boost and altered the balance of trade. Notably, it was achieved not by military conquest, but by stealth. Throughout the Middle Ages, we find similar, if a little bit less dramatic examples of economic espionage. Knowledge, as always, was power, whether the recipe for Damascus steel, or design of an improved windmill, or even the map of a new sea route. Medieval guilds zealously guarded their crafts. If a skilled craftsman tried to emigrate, he might be stopped or even assassinated to prevent trade secrets from leaking. Italian glassmakers in Venice, famous for their quality, were legally forbidden to leave the Venetian lagoon for this very reason. There are accounts of agents sent to lure foreign artisans to a new land with higher pay, essentially talent poaching. For example, in the 15th century, the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II, eager to develop cannon casting in his empire, enticed European cannon founders to Constantinople, or simply just captured them in war to replicate the latest Christian technology. Conversely, artisans who left Islamic regions for Europe brought technologies in metalworking and textiles that ultimately gave the West a new edge. Trade networks themselves were conduits of intelligence. Merchant spies became commonplace. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the Italian merchant republics, Venice, Genoa, Pisa, they were all locked in a fierce rivalry over trade with the East. They all kept agents in foreign ports to glean information about each other's deals and about political changes that might affect commerce. A Venetian in Alexandria might secretly report the movements of a Genoese fleet, or bribe a local to obtain a peek at his competitor's cargo manifests. Western merchants in Constantinople were notorious for dabbling in espionage. During wars between Christian and Muslim powers, some merchants sold information to one side or the other, motivated by nothing more than profit. And so, commerce created cosmopolitan meeting points, ports, fairs, caravanserais, where news and secrets inevitably traded hands. Savvy rulers tapped into it. The Crown of Aragon, for instance, used Jewish and Muslim merchants as informants on naval activities in the Mediterranean. In the Indian Ocean, Arab traders closely guarded their navigation methods, like the use of monsoon winds. They didn't want the Europeans to know about that. But one legend holds that around 1500, a Gujarati pilot revealed the monsoon timing to Vasco da Gama's crew, a revelation that helped the Portuguese establish a direct sea trade to India, albeit just after the medieval period. Earlier, Marco Polo, in the late 13th century, provided Europe with a trove of information about the wealth and politics of East Asia. Whether he was acting deliberately as a Venetian trade intelligence agent is unclear. But his book, it certainly served that purpose for those who followed. Sometimes, espionage targeted strategic resources. A subtle example comes from the 12th century wars between the Song dynasty of China and the Jurchen Jin dynasty. The Song general, Liu Guangshi, facing invasion, devised a psychological ploy involving coinage. He issued special coins as tokens to encourage enemy troops to defect to the Song side. Many of them, by the way, were ethnic Han conscripts under the Jurchens. These coins promised safe passage to any bearer who came over to Song lines. By sowing distrust and offering reward, this act blurred into espionage. It induced the enemy soldiers to become Song informants, or just outright turncoats. Some later theorists even speculated that these coins could have been used as identification tokens for Song spies operating in Jin territory, though the historical record favors this defection narrative. Either way, it was a clever exploitation of information as currency, quite literally. Another arena of economic espionage was geography and exploration. Knowing the exact locations of gold mines, spice islands, or trade routes, that was immensely valuable. States went to lengths to keep such knowledge secret or ferret out each other's secrets. In the late medieval period, as Atlantic exploration began, the Portuguese jealously guarded their maps of the African coast. According to some accounts, rival Spanish agents tried to obtain these maps in the 1480s, essentially engaging in covert ops for cartographic intelligence. Back on land, the trans-Saharan gold routes were an object of mystery and desire for Europeans, and there are indicators that the African traders gave deliberately misleading information to Berber middlemen to prevent them from bypassing certain caravan routes, a form of protective disinformation that confused foreign seekers. But by and large, fully fledged industrial espionage in the modern sense was limited by medieval constraints. Many technologies were localized. Stealing a secret formula, for example, the Chinese porcelain recipe, it was futile without the raw materials and skilled context to replicate it. And indeed, Chinese porcelain remained unmatched in the West until much later. All spies could bring back were samples and vague descriptions. But that doesn't mean that you should underestimate the medieval entrepreneurial espionage spirit. Individuals like the 12th century scholar Adelard of Bath traveled to Islamic Spain and the Middle East, learning advanced knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, written in Arabic, and then smuggled this intellectual treasure back through translations, thus enriching European science. And while not espionage in a cloak and dagger sense, this transfer was sometimes done quietly to avoid the scrutiny of conservative authorities. In a way, books and manuscripts, they were the era's sensitive data, and acquiring a prized manuscript from a distant library, well, that could be as valuable as stealing state secrets. And so, of course, rulers patronized scholars to obtain such works, which occasionally involved some stealth or persuasion in foreign lands. By the end of the Middle Ages, the groundwork for the organized economic intelligence was laid. The Italian city-states and Hanseatic League had established archives of treaties and trade reports. The Portuguese and Spanish had been systematically charting new territories, and cities like Bruges and Nuremberg teemed with correspondents swapping commercial news. So it's really no surprise that in the 16th and 17th centuries, states would formalize these practices with chartered companies and secret services dedicated to securing economic advantage via espionage. But even in earlier medieval centuries, we see that whenever goods and coins crossed border, information rode alongside with them. The medieval merchant was often part adventurer, part diplomat, and part spy, whether gathering news of Mongol intentions on the Silk Road, or carrying letters between European courts as an unofficial courier. You always had to find a way to make a little bit of extra money, even if it was coming with some danger. And so we come to the end. Espionage. It was everywhere, and nowhere. A kind of open secret of statecraft, warfare, and commerce that left very few overt traces, but still managed to have profound effects. We've journeyed across continents and centuries, and we've found spies in princely courts and monastic cells, and also on battlefields and caravan routes. These spies were as diverse as the societies they served. Kings in disguise among their enemies, soldiers of fortune selling secrets for gold, even pious nuns and cunning grandmothers eavesdropping in palaces, double-dealing merchants in distant ports, nameless scouts slipping through moonlit forests. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Well, I hope that you had a good time, and I hope that you learned something, and I hope I pronounced the French words properly. I really do my best, guys, I really do. I should just learn French or something, or at least do a cursory glance of it to get my pronunciation right. Out of the languages I've studied, French is one that I've neglected. Perhaps I should find the time. But then who'll make the videos, right? Someone has to read all of this. Well, I'm going to thank the top-tier patrons and supporters. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro, Nerd, Aaron, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talvery, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Nephtis, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Vanita, and Claire. Fantastic. Thank you all so much for joining me. It's always a pleasure, and plenty more interesting topics to come up soon. So until next time, rest well, be good to each other, and lots of love to you all as always. Good night. See you next time.